Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, where we're building a global Black business pipeline. Yes, greetings again, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment. And I'm with my good brother, Kala Genesis of the Black African Infrastructure Organization, family, and we're the kings of Pan-Africanism with a vision towards nationhood. Greetings, my good brother, Kala. Welcome back in effect. We do these shows once a week, so people don't see you as much. How you feeling? You ready to rumble?
I'm ready to rumble, bro.
Well, got one of your great topics, ADOS/FBA, the ugly side of Black America and family. This is the Afrikstan analysis.
Yeah, we're gonna break it down tonight. But first of all, let me just get an intro. Then you can do the things with the promotion of the tourism and all that. The reason why I picked this topic tonight is because every side, and in all fairness to the ADOS FBA movement, right? And I'm gonna repeat this, right? I don't believe they started this. I don't believe they started this. Okay. I do believe there was always a genuine attempt for Black people in America either to be neutral or dismissive or nonchalant or absolutely love Africa. We talk about Africa. You saw it in our culture. You saw it in our movies that come to America. We always see Africans as dignified. It was a dignified, but oh yeah, I'm an African now and whatnot because I'm not the American Negro. I'm African. And I think with that is a lot of Africans start smelling themselves. A lot of Africans start smelling themselves a little bit like, oh, these people are inferior and whatnot. They got to adopt our culture to survive. And they don't understand our culture derives in America from oppression of white people, Take away white people and Black American culture is fine, So we use Africa as an escape culture and just something no. But in the midst of that escape, right, you have people that basically preyed upon us, right? And try to belittle us and try to tether to us and try to, demean Black America and whatnot. And so therefore, this is why you have this ADOS FBA movement shows the real ugly side of Black America that people that I think is out of control in many segments. Not so much as it's on everybody's mind, but if you're searching for Black content, right now, you're African looking for a couple of Black people in America, and you hear this ADOS FBA stuff, you would think we're sworn enemies. And sworn enemy it only exists online. In real life, Black people in America, you may have people say stupid stuff when but we always write that off as the ignorant Black people in America, ignorant Africans and everything. But when you got people who are organized, basically like Tariq Nasheed's, that basically show this ugly side of Black America, right? Talking about we have never, look, I'm looking back at my life, right? I look at some of my friends that were from Haiti, Barbados, Panama, and Jamaica, and all stuff like that, and even my family members, that from the islands, and all this tether stuff and everything. We never had this in Black America. We never had this in Black America. And basically, it's an ugly side of Black America that's coming out that says that you cannot, like I said, you cannot serve two masters. Black people, we were always Black first. We've got Black history, Black culture, Black leaders. Sir Walter Rodney, Kwame Ture, all these other people came from the islands, and we accepted them as leaders. Marcus Garvey and all these other people like this. We've never had a problem with people from the Caribbean and everything. We're one people, But the ugly side of Black America is, oh, those people from the islands. I remember when I was a kid. Oh, man, he's from Haiti. Oh, he's from this. I'm an American. I'm American. Don't tell me nothing. I'm an American and whatnot. That's the ugly side of Black America, The weaponizing the fact that you were lineaged in America against other Black people. That's really the ugly side of Black America. And try to delineate from your brothers and sisters and whatnot, even going so far as to call yourself a Black American, right? I'm not an African American. I'm Black. I'm something different. That's a very ugly side of Black culture and the Black race. The denial or the distance themselves from their African roots and the African heritage and the African identity. Okay, that's the ugly side of Black America. That's real and it does exist, and we're going to talk about it tonight. So with that, Bomani, take it away, brother. You know how we do.
Yes, College Genesis, you're ready to set it off. So family, now once we do our intro and break some things down, we're gonna post the link and looking for those to bring their A game so we can work on this nation building aspects of things. And because we're here for serious business, looking to connect with real people, looking to do real things. And yes, as we mentioned in our intro, we're looking to build a global Black business empire, basically. So that means we don't need any negative energy about people telling us that we need to stay here in America and do it here and things like that. And I'm talking about people like not Mizi, people with that mindset. You know what I mean? When I travel across the African continent, if you ask me about what's the most prominent people that I see all over Africa, and I would say the Indians, they're everywhere, literally, and they're enterprising. So you may look at India as, some people may even look at India as a third world nation, country, or whatever. And some people may look at it different. But the moral of the story is their people are all over the globe enterprising. And I would say that, with that enterprising, they're enriching their country and they're building it up. So it's one of those things, what I mentioned about Marcus Garvey, he laid the foundation down. He talked about how other nations are doing what they need to do as far as, India for the Indians. And, we talk about Africa for the Africans. So us as Africans in the diaspora, us as Africans outside of the continent, that has to be our focus, building that connection. So, we're going to keep on working to building that global Black business pipeline. So those who are really focused and talk all that stuff about what we should do in America, I don't need to hear no more if you're talking. You have to really just show us what you're talking about, because we're all for it. Our future connection is on African continent, because we can't just not partake in that movement. But for those who are really serious and focus on and talk all this madness about Black America and all those things, do the work and build the Black enterprise, build a Black empire here, so we can do more business from America to Africa and all over the global Black world. So looking for those who looking to bring their A game, and not me if you're around. We're gonna send you off with a good one tonight. You know what I mean? Because we're looking to move forward with some seriousness. Me and Kala have been working on this energy as far as connecting to Liberia, and we're finally here, Kala, in the year of 2024. So for those who was wondering about what we're doing, we're talking about Liberia. We're building the energy. We have a nice tour program we're building, and it also includes the world of investments, repatriation, us connecting, and straight nation building aspect of things as far as this, industrial development, operation, and opportunities. So we're going to be able to show you more, because we're going to document everything like never before. For those of you see me, I've traveled for the last 19 years on the African continent. We've literally record videos in every single country. I've never missed a beat. Even going back to the early days in Senegal and Egypt in 2004. It's 19 years later, and that's our documentation, to show the beauty of Africa, to show the opportunities, to show the connection. And just like I talk about other nations of the world, that's what we have to do. So for those who are not down with it, focus on what you're focusing on, but don't throw a monkey wrench in our game and make it seem like we don't know what we're doing, and make it seem like we're wasting our time on our vision. And if you want to tell us that, go tell all of the the Chinese and the Indians around the world. Go tell them about not connecting and doing things in China. They realize the importance of a strong mother nation. And many things go wrong, so you need that connection. So that's what we're building, family. What we're building is very special, and it's very complex. We've given up and we've sacrificed a lot of our lives, our time, and our energy. And people wouldn't believe that, because they take it for granted. People like myself have to stay completely independent, to have the flexibility to move around with the schedules that we move around and do the things that we're doing. And Kala, the same way. We build our Black business enterprise here in America, and we see the future of building in Africa and working with our people. And whoever don't like that, you may be just another self-hating Negro. Who knows it? Or maybe you're just jealous. But the reality of it is, It doesn't matter what you think and what you feel. We're gonna do this with or without you, and we're not begging for your participation. But for those who are down with us, connect. It makes no sense to be out there on the sideline just talking all that mess, and you can contribute. So that's what we're doing. We're moving forward as men of vision with Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. And with that, family, let me just share some brief details on our future Africa tour schedule. Talk which we're going to set off with the most, which is the featured, the most prominent energy. That's our Liberia, Morocco. That is March 29th to April 9th. So you're going to be seeing us talking a lot about that journey, because that is literally 2.5 months away. And now my first time going to Liberia and Morocco, and Kala been to Liberia twice already. And with all of his connections, all of the game plans we talk, we'll put our energy together, family, and we'll bring you something very unique. So those who are still interested, you can still journey with us. But if not, then we work out a future schedule, and you can always join us. But the main thing for now is for us literally just to show you all the documentation. And Kyle, I look forward to when we're there. And you and I literally just I'm recording, and you're breaking down the presentation. So a lot of things that our good brother talk about in some of the Liberia presentation, we'll be there together to be able to just present it to you on another level. So Kyle, after we complete this mission and with excellence, I want to know what people are going to say after that.
Well, I'll tell you this, right? After this mission, man, it's gonna be like when Thanos did the Thanos snap. He tried to destroy the things that they serve no more purpose. I serve no more purpose being on YouTube after this, because the game is done. It's done. I won't have to say anything else. It's gonna put all this stuff we're saying in motion, not just Liberia, throughout the whole world. The BAO is permanently connected on the ground to Africa, Ghana, Liberia, and all these other countries and everything like that, because we're gonna have a real business operation set up, and we're gonna be building this thing. If people want to come on, they got to get in line and say, "Hey, I want to be part of it." No more playing around. But like this, I'm sick of hearing about people going after losing money. I'm sick of the sob stories and everything. People with no direction, and everything like that. We're gonna give you purpose and direction and opportunity in Africa, and a well-organized thing. But it's not gonna be free. It's gonna cost. After this tour, our stock is shot right up. You ain't gonna be able to get a hold of us just like you were before. Now it's like you got to get in line, and we're selective on who we deal with in the future. Because so many people wasting our time, too many people playing games and everything, and we really deliver. Like I showed Bomani today, the connections we have in Liberia. We have real people on the ground that can get stuff done. You know what I'm saying? Real team on the ground in Liberia on the highest levels that's going to be able to get you stuff done. So it's not like, oh yeah, come on, no. So therefore, it's going to be on a different level. We're going to deliver on a different level, no matter what you want to do and stuff like that. And you can support. You don't have to go. You can support this, right? You understand this is a real Pan-African movement, right? That's unmatched anywhere in the Black world. That's what we're building. So, American Black Holocaust survivor. This is a person that's going to be butthurt when this happened. Yeah, right. Science without genomes are distinct from Africans. This is what I'm talking about. The other side of Black America. Bomani, I'm going to have a good time tonight. It's let me do a little shout we do to church. Oh, we're going to have a good time tonight. We're going to come and sit right down. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a good time. Oh, yeah. We're going to have a good time. Yeah. Just come and sit right down. Hey, we have a good time, man. I'm going to have a field day tonight, man. I knew these type of Negroes would be here. American Black Holocaust, I may set you free tonight. I may bring the Negro out of you, I get that slave catcher Freeman out of you, you know what I'm saying? You Negroes, man. Look, I got a PhD in Negroology. I got my doctorate and PhD in Negroology. I know all about the Negroes. So stick around tonight, stick around tonight, You're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a good time tonight. We're going to have a good time tonight.
Well, but Rudy already started off already right here. He got a good one for you.
Barack Bomani, interesting fact. First president of FM A&M was Thomas Sucker, Sierra Leone. Served. Yeah, okay. ADOS crowd get mad when these instances cares what they think, you know? Do we give a damn what they think? No. You know? So are you done with the tour? You want to put up any flyers or anything?
Yes, absolutely, brother.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, family. This is our website, africafortheafricans.org, and that's where you can find all of our incredible array of tours, roots and culture journeys across the African continent and outside Africa. We do have Brazil. So once you get on our website and you scroll past MP3 player and the slideshow, get you right to the main menu where we have the highlight of Black Star, Repatriation, and Pan-African Community, our future vision of nation building. That's it right there. That's our investment project. That's our nation building repatriation movement project. All those good things. That's a beautiful community setting that we're looking to develop. So all the details are there, and then relative on YouTube videos of the projects and things like that. And also just once you click on the link, full details, including the links to all the pictures and videos. So always want to remind people that the future that we want, we're gonna have to build it. Other than that, we just have to live in other people's environment of what they create. So if you want a combination of sustainable life and luxury and just a straight Pan-African energy, that's what the Black Star Pan-African community is about. And what we build is what we turn around and also invest back into our people, into our future. So definitely check it out if you're looking to move on a repatriation process to Ghana. And as time come along, we'll just build something special. As we'll see what things work out in Liberia. Scrolling down is the Africa Tour Books, the Journey of a Lifetime program guide. So you'll see the last set of tour books and a few random ones over the years where this give you this a nice program of this how our tour operation runs from this history, the culture of the country, to our introduction to itinerary to different cultural and historical sites that we go to, giving an overview of it, and introduction to to our tour staff, our people on the ground that make things happen. And there's also a marketing and promotion documentation in the book. So there's a full guide book, and these books are anywhere from 50 to 88 pages. So it's a well-detailed book, and we'll just keep working on it and making it better. But that's the digital version. Click on the link. It's a flip book, but also you can download the PDF file. So that will give you this full, clear program of just how our tour operation runs for those who are not clear. And scrolling down some more, what you see is a list of all of the tours that we're traveling on. And on the front page, what I have is a list of them. So we just finished a beautiful 17-year doing Africa tours. So I completed 4 journeys last year. That was Senegal and Gambia in March, April, Ghana in May, Tanzania in November, and we just came back from South Africa journey in December, January. So that is the flow and basically the max energy of what we have as far as these well-organized tours. It's a lot of time, a lot of work putting it. So it's not something that we could do every other week. It's something that we have to plan out ahead of time. So usually 1 year ahead of time, we reach out to everyone that's interested, or you can just reach out and we just get you locked in. We make reservations and we just get you prepared and get you on a journey. So coming up, our next journey, as we talked about, is Liberia and Morocco, and that's March 29th to April 9th. So click on the link, and then you get a full flow of the tour overview, which tells you what's included, what's not included, all of the numbers as far as our prices for full package, prices with flights, without flights, and single accommodation options, things like that. And also preparation details and information as far as your visa. So with the visa process, we have a few different options of visa. So when you're traveling with us, we just share those options with you, and whichever one you feel works better for you, we'll just assist you with that process and get it done. So that's what we specialize in, this getting you prepared. Next journey we move on to is our Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour. That's July 11th to the 23rd, right in the middle of summer. So for those who always been asking about a summer journey, that's your summer journey. Beyond that, we usually just break for the summer and get prepared for the fall, winter journeys. Yeah, so that will be the 24th Ghana Journey of a Lifetime. So yes, that's my 24th time traveling to Ghana, coming up in the year of 2024. And so we have an incredible business and investment conference, and we have a full land tour of our 15 and 60 acre community developed. The 15 acres is in process, and the 60 acres is next to start work on. So that project is open for for anyone who ever want to come by and visit. We have an office there in the town, and we have a presence there. We have also people living on the land. So as time go along, we'll grow and build our community, and also we're close to the beach, so that's another opportunity as far as business, investment, leisure, and just enjoying paradise. So that is really a repatriation investment journey of a lifetime, and emphasize a lot on how you can get connected, living and doing business there. But in general, outside of that, it's a full tour. So it's not something if you just want to do a tour, it's going to get in your way. What it is going to do is just give you a whole lot of information and give you clarity about things that people make a lot of mistake on, as far as just getting to a country and just ready to just hit the ground running, and then they just run into a brick wall, and then next thing you know, they complain about getting scammed, getting taken advantage of, and things like that. But one of the things we always tell people: don't go anywhere, start flashing money like you just you big time like that. People's eyes are always open. People are always watching. Like we talk about, the streets is watching. So when you go places, that's the culture of how things are when you move around. So don't get set up. I always tell people, you don't have to tell people that you're broke or struggling or whatever the situation, but that's just my recommendation. Other people just want to floss and do certain things. That's do your thing. I'm not saying don't look good and things like that, but don't talk that big money game like you just come into this like you got it like that, because then everything increases and everybody's lined up to this about your funds. Next thing you know, you're in a bad situation, and you're there in a country where you got to figure it out how to get back and things like that. But it's the country that we have the most experience in as far as people living, doing business, and moving, because we have so many friends, so many people that have traveled with us that have made that move. So for those who ever literally just open to consultation, need to have a conversation, wherever, you can just reach out, and I can connect with you. Moving forward from there, we're on our way to Egypt, and that is our first Egypt journey of a lifetime, November 21st to December 2nd. So we're taking you across from Cairo to Luxor to Aswan to Abba Simbel, taking you to Hurghada in the Red Sea, by the Red Sea. So taking you around to where you can just really just explore the culture, the history of Egypt, and also this great dining, great 5-star lodging, cruise ships, and nice getaway nightlife, networking. So as the time goes along, we just increased energy. So this will be 20 years since I've traveled to Africa, and the second journey was Egypt, and that was in 2004. So 2024. So looking forward to making it a special journey for those who always want us to get connected to a nice historical journey in Egypt and do it the way we like to do it, the roots and culture, African style, and give you a full balanced experience and give you just a whole lot of this excitement and full energy. And so that's one of the vision journeys that we're looking to work on and replicate over the years, and keep working on it, and this take this will just take you across the African continent. And so as far as talking about taking you across the African continent, so that was North Africa. So then next journey is to South Africa, and that's our December 24th to January 4th journey. So that's a journey that we just came back from, and made some adjustment with the flow because it's a holiday. So the itinerary is even more incredible, and we're going to be working on getting things way ahead of time, because that's what you have to do when you do any of these December journeys. I've learned it, that situation from Ghana, from South Africa, and look into this, plug in other countries in the holiday time. It's literally a good time to travel because, you know, so many people have time off. The only issue is that, you know, uh, it costs a lot more, and it's, you know, it's a little traffic as far as movements. But nevertheless, it has always worked out well because we just plan it ahead of time, and the more we can plan based on commitments, the more we can get things done earlier ahead of time. So for those that's interested in any of those journeys, that is the schedule for 2024. Reach out and connect with us so we can get you connected, get you set up, and give you full clarity of all information. And the main thing that I recommend is just clicking on the link and just reading all the articles. That will give you full clarity. It's one of those things where if you're going to spend this kind of money, if you're going to make this kind of journey, put some time into reading the materials and the details. We spend a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of work into putting together this presentation of the website, the documentation as far as YouTube. When you, right now, when you're on YouTube, you can just look at any of the previous journeys and you see a whole lot of videos for all of the journeys. Especially going back for the last several years, there's playlists, and beyond that, they're all in the uploads, and that's over 4,000 videos all across the African continent, showing you our roots and culture, our connection, our networking, us as a people, breaking the ice, breaking the energy, and just making our first initial moves to Africa, and just opening our minds to the future. So that's our important connection as far as Africa for Africans. And 2025, we're going to set it off with Senegal and Gambia Roots and Culture Tour, April 1st to 11th. And that is the third journey for Senegal and Gambia. Ghana Roots and Culture Journey, May 24th to June 5th. So we're back in the spring, and that will be the 25th journey to Ghana. Right, November, fall, Brazil Roots and Culture Journey. So now we're back in Brazil. So all the people been requesting Brazil, I got it back on the schedule because last time I put it on the schedule when people requested it, people didn't show up. So that's a fresh date. It's ahead of time, but for now we just have to plan everything ahead of time, and that's the final journey we have for that year. So that's 3 journeys right there. So as we work to reduce some of the schedules, because we have other things to definitely work on. So for those who are interested in these journeys, take advantage of them. I can't always just replicate like Tanzania. It's I'm trying to find a date for Tanzania, and so naturally once you finish, people start asking you these questions, but then you tell them, if I put the date back on and make sure you commit, because that's what this is about. This is a business based on the interests. So appreciate the support and energy, family. And then just want to scroll down and show you that's all updates for our next conference calls. For those who want to join our conference call where we go through all the information, that's all upcoming dates, because that's what we do. We plan things out ahead of time. And scrolling down, you see all the links for all the social pages and all the Facebook group pages. So that's where you find all of the documentation, pictures and videos like you have never seen in your life. And then all of our group photos, that's 33 group journeys, and that's the last one right there. South Africa, December 2023. You know, we're in our red, black, and green, and just right there in Soweto. And Tanzania, November 2023, classic white T-shirts. Ghana, May 2023, classic green T-shirts, and then Senegal and Gambia, classic red Africa for Africans T-shirts. So working on more unique designs, and it's one of those things when you walk around with Africa for Africans T-shirt, it's a level of this strong energy. You know, the brothers and sisters loving in Africa, they really know what it means. You know, because it's a call for us as a people to be more focused on us, building ownership and building industries that we need to employ our people and create opportunities that we need. So as you scroll down, you see more and more group photos, and as the colors change, it's always that combination of like red, black, green, and gold with other colors infused in there. And that's the color of the strength and energy of our Pan-African movement. So family, let's get back to our regular scheduled programs, because I'm sure you have some people in the chat room waiting for collagenesis. Yes, collagenesis. So that is it. So I'm sure you're looking forward to the Liberia journey. You finally get a group of people to come with you to Liberia, the country that you have talked about, the country that you recommend more than any other country to our brothers and sisters in the African diaspora. So what you say about all of that with this flyer right there? The
Yeah,
dream come
great.
true,
Like I
right?
said, I call it a journey to the promised land. Liberia is a part of Black America. Black America, the diaspora history. So, if you're part of Black America, you understand Liberia was founded by the African American community and experience. Its constitution was written for the Black person in America to have a land of freedom and liberty. Freedom and liberty. At the same time, we were joined by our brothers from the Caribbean, brothers from the Congo, and also the native Liberians that were there for as a new republic, a Black republic, right? That still stands to this day. I'm gonna go into this, and I'm gonna address some people in the chat room.
They started already.
Yeah. I got a guy named Mike TV. I'm looking forward to him coming on. For a while now. He's basically what this one. I didn't think about him until he came in and said, "Oh yeah, this is that definitely a person I want to deal with tonight." Definitely a person I want to deal with tonight with this ADOS FBA stuff. So Liberians, when the people were world historians and sociologists were comparing Liberians with their brethren that stayed in America, they said there was no comparison. The Liberian was the pinnacle. These are the people that basically, these people that were basically the most educated, the most capable Black people in the world that was able to build a republic, build a country, build factories, build industries, railways, and all stuff like that, right? And they had a different view of the world than the Black person, say in America, where our development was arrested. Okay, our development in America was arrested because we had to survive under racism, white supremacy, and all the suppression in America. And so, even though we have Black America produced a lot, right? We could have produced more if we had our own space. Okay, a lot of stuff you see with the ADOS FBA movement has everything to do with the continued relationship with white America, and that's what the root of it is. And the root of it is they think that the Black immigrants are going to get closer to white people, and our cause, whatever we have with America, is going to be dismissed and sidelined and marginalized, and everything like that. And like I said early in the show, right? I don't think the Black people in America started this conflict between the diaspora and Black America. It didn't start with that. It started with us basically just blindly talk about Blackness and everything. But you can't talk about Blackness unless you have power, right? When people come to America, we expect people to join our struggle. And when people nowadays, right, post-integration, they don't have to join a Black community, a Black church, or whatever like that. They can move off into the suburbs and everything. So their attitude is like, oh, I made it in America. Why didn't you? So that triggered a lot of Black people. But I'm saying it triggered an ugly side of Black America, which produces ADOS FBA movement, which is nothing but blackface white supremacy. That's all it is. Blackface white supremacy. It's Black people who really deep down inside want to be white. They want to be Americans. They want to be stuff like that. And they want some sort of respect, but just for being American, not for their individual achievements, their accomplishments, or anything like that, what they had to give to humanity and everything, or how to be a better person, right? It's just that I was born Black in America. I'm your superior. You're tethered to me, and all this kind of stuff like this. So this is where this is all coming from, So I'm gonna say some more stuff, and then we're gonna start bringing some people on. Some people on to share their point of view, and I'm gonna make my case tonight. Why ADOS FBA is the ugly side of Black America. You're gonna hear these people the way they talk. The language, the foul language they use, and everything like that is unbecoming of civilized people. Now, I always say like this: I'm proud to be Black American, African American. I'm proud of that, and I always put my people first in everything I do. I put my people first what I do. But that does not mean I have a right to hate other people, particularly other black people. If you spend 80% of your time hating another group of people that look like you, whatever, then you got a problem. When you hear these ADOS FBA people, you never hear them talk about white people. You never hear them talk about Mexicans. You never hear them. The only people they're concerned about is other black people. That's this internal self-hate that the black race has in America that we've been battling for years. Just like we've been battling the Sambo, the foot shuffling, the coon, all the stuff like this, that that's why we have the image awards, everything. Another side of black America is the black self-hate, the hatred of our African roots, the not dealing with the effects of slavery. It still affects us to this day in our psyche, And so, so B Bonafide said, "This scam African babbling fool." So the bottom line is this: first of all, we're not scamming. We're not scamming, right? This is the epitome of self-love. You guys can't show me anything you're doing in your life that adds to this so-called community. I'm successful here in America. I have a successful business here in America. So is my partner Bomani here. We're both successful in America, And so therefore, until you come up here and show me what you're doing with your life that can compare what we're doing, right? On this scale, then you have to sit back and just hold that L, These alphabet soup social media groups, so-called, no real black person in America knows what an ADOS FBA is. It's the problem, and we even talk about this because it's social media driven. And social media, when people click on TikTok and they have these people go on these lives, we got to delineate. What the hell are you going to delineate from? Yeah. I didn't want to put his business out there like that, but it is what it is. I don't mock anybody for falling on hard times or whatever like that, because we all been through stuff and everything. So I'm not going to judge him by his situation. I'm not going to do that. I know all about that situation, with Dennis Sperling and all that. I know all about that.
But he needs to focus on fixing his situation and stay out of Pan-African business and get his life together.
Yeah, like Bomani said, not me. But I want to have a dialogue. I want to try to break through to some of these people and whatnot and show what I'm talking about.
That coward is not going to come on. I post a link already. Tell about to get himself situated in the motel.
Yeah, okay.
He's somewhere in some raggedy town in the Motel 6.
Yeah. Yeah, like he said, but he's checking into a 5-star hotel and blah. Okay, right. This time of night? Okay, right. Probably found one that'll take his debit card. No, bro, I've been there, bro.
He probably found one that accept food stamps.
Yeah, I've been there. We all been there. I'm real, man. When it comes down to, let me tell you something about college genesis, right? I'm the real thing when it comes to black America. I experienced everything. I experienced the middle class. I experienced poverty. I experienced homelessness. I experienced the police. I experienced black women. I experienced everything. Anything that has to do with being black in America, I've experienced it and whatnot, So I know the struggle, we try to fake it till we make it and whatnot, So I understand the struggle, So ain't nothing about black America, black people I don't know about, So that's where it all comes down to, this thing when people put some hype on you. There's one phrase that sums it up: nigga, please. And you ADOS FBA people haven't got your nigga please moment yet. You have not got your nigga please moment yet. And tonight you're gonna get your nigga please moment. Negro please. Stop. When you're shucking and jiving and all that stuff like this. Soon it's gonna come to you. And tonight that the receipts and the evidence is in, because tonight this movement, ADOS FBA, goes down in flames. He said, "You're not the real thing. Only in your mind. Stop the cap, clown. Why don't you come on and tell me about myself?" He won't click that link. Click that link. Tell me about yourself. Tell me what you do. They won't click that link. That's what I said. The ADOS FBA people are the people in our community that are underachievers. No achieving black person in America listens to this nonsense. They're all underachievers. They're all losers. They're all people that don't have their stuff together. When you have your stuff together, let me tell you something, folks, right? I hear the stuff they say about black America, but I look at people, I'm like, if you really love black America and know your history, and you know what our people have in America, the industries we control and everything, you ain't thinking about what a Nigerian got to say about you. It's not even a comparison. Not even a comparison. Not nowhere near. No group of people compared to what black America do. So if you're on that winning side of black America, you know that, right? But what happens is too many people have been tethering themselves to the winner side of black America, right? And now they got black immigrants come over here and they're joining the winning side of black America and everything like that, because black people who are winning work together, whether they're Caribbean, African American, whatever, they work together. You know, they try to work together, like this. But so therefore we ain't worried about all this stupid nonsense, because when you're winning and you're getting what you want out of life and everything, you ain't thinking about what some poor Haitian has to do when not calling Haitians names and everything like that. You know, understand, people have their pride. They come here and there might be a little bit of jealousy and envy, you know, and everything like that. Rightfully so. Black America, you know, is always seen as everywhere they go and everything. So you have to understand that, have a little bit of compassion, you know. And so therefore what they're doing is they're letting white people manipulate you against black immigrants, and immigrants let white people manipulate against us. So we both get played. And it only happens when two groups of people are weak. When two people are weak and everything, and they're not united and everything, they don't have a confidence themselves, they'll let somebody come and divide them. Okay. And a lot of people in black America were just stubborn. You know, we don't want change. We don't want this. But we've never been the type of people. I always said this years ago, and I always boast, there's never been a xenophobic nativist movement on black America. Black immigrants from the Caribbean came to Harlem, assimilating our communities. To many generations, intermarried, everything like that, you know, that you know people that are from the islands, they're from Barbados, they're from this, and they go into the same church functions, they go into HBCUs and all stuff like that. It's all as part of black America, you know? And so this thing of ADOS FBA is something new and social media driven, because in real life, that stuff does not work, you know? Mike, he's an army of one. Okay, if Mike's an army of one, why can't he click that link, you know? Okay, Jacques Andrews, it'd be hard for you to break through to ADOS FBA when you never criticize Somalis and call themselves East Africans who helped themselves blow up call themselves East Africans, Kenyans thing. I don't think it was Somalis who did that. I think when I saw that thing, it looked like Arabs. Those are Arabs that did that thing. I saw the video footage of the Arabs who blew up those buildings, embassies in East Africa, Tanzania, and Kenya back in the 90s, 2000, I think it was. You know, those weren't Somalis, and there was Somalis that took part in that. You know, Somali Muslims that took part in that. Yeah, I get that, but it's Arab driven. It was definitely Arab driven. Arab jihadist driven. Most Somalis are not Arab jihadists, you know. You got Somali pirates that dust these Somali pirates, and you got other people doing nefarious things. But to think Somalis concocted that those embassy bombings is being just ingenuous, you know. The average Somali is not thinking about blowing himself up. He's trying to survive. You know, you have to have some faith in your race, you know. You know, he's not thinking about that. Yeah, you got some people that are brainwashed into the jihadi, but they look real stupid. You know, you got all these white Arabs and everything. You got these blacks. So what the hell are you doing in a mugshot with a fucking bunch of Arabs who would, if they could, they would freaking put you on a ship and enslave you if they could, you know? Africa Chopper TV, watch it live from Ghana. Yes. It's a topic everybody's talking about because every time, and these people are relentless, right? I know that there's ADOS FBA channels. I listen to them sometimes, right? If I'm absolutely bored, I really have nothing to do. They give me a headache, right? I never comment in the chat room. I never say anything. I never call in. I'm like, yo, look, that's what you are. And TikTok, I just scroll right past it, whatever, like this. And so it gives the impression that these people have an audience or they have a following in Black America that really does not exist. It really does not exist. So, all right, this is what we're talking about tonight. This movement is redundant, and when you have someone like Tariq Nasheed that got a big platform, and he's making jokes and stuff like that about immigrants and calling people cheetah pea, and talking about Nigerian, talking about Africans, hairline. I saw that last Bucci Bear video. That was really embarrassing, And the first one was actually pretty funny, but this last one was really mean spirited, When the guy was the old man said, "I know you ain't no." They were at the FBA convention, whatever. Did you want to play that video, Bomani? Let's play that video tonight, to make our case. Let's play that video.
Which one?
The latest Bucci wear video. We're gonna play.
Yeah,
video.
I can definitely play some of that. Let me get it loaded, and I got you. Yeah. I'm just loading some of the other videos that you sent me.
Right.
So we can just have them all online, ready to roll. And I'm sure you want to talk about the Pan-African conference.
Yeah, I want to talk about that too tonight. Definitely want to talk about that tonight.
Hopefully you got a better video than. Hopefully you got a better video than the one you sent me. You sent me one from.
The disaster channel.
Yeah, one of the disaster channel.
Yeah, it was a thrown together video. It wasn't that good, but it made the point. The only one that made the point. That's why I said I couldn't find another one that dealt with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Bucci Bear video. Why would you want to play the Bucci Bear video? You have something to tell people?
Well, I said I want you to play it, right? But in a minute, In a minute.
Yeah. Is there something specifically that you want people to see on that video?
What point I want to see is that part when they try to invade the thing, and it's two Africans had to disguise themselves, whatever, and then somebody, I think somebody, I can't remember, I only saw it one time, they basically said, "Oh, we know you're African by that hairline," stupid stuff like that, and the whole I'm a Gullah Geechee, man. Basically, if you really look at the FBA rally in that video, you almost talk about a Klan rally. How anywhere in Black America can you basically any Black man walks through that door? That person's a brother, no matter what he is. He may be, he may hate you, whatever like that, but we always welcome everybody into our fold, no matter what. Until he basically shows otherwise, then you're not welcome anymore. But this idea that somebody, just because of what they look like, or he might be a Nigerian or everything like that, he's not welcome at a so-called FBA. I don't want nothing to do with no FBA. If you're going to discriminate based on, tell somebody that because they're Nigerian or because they're African or Caribbean, they can't be part of somebody. I don't want nothing to do. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want anything to do with it because it's not authentically who we are. So you got to understand, the FBA ADOS is trying to establish what we are, right? But that's not who we are. Okay? You may say you're American descendant of slavery, right? Okay, I'll give you that. You may say you're a foundational Black American. Okay, I'll give you that, right? But that's not who we are. That could be a description of what we are. But that's not who we are. Who you are is what's in your soul, the way you see the world, the way what your ancestors thought. What's the struggle? Who our real enemies are. Tariq, clown and hairline, no different. No, it is different. It is different. It ain't the same thing as colorism and everything like that. because black people always joked on color. It was never that serious. You know, it was never that serious. You know, so everybody makes jokes and everything like that in Black America and stuff like that. But that right there with the hairlines, when I talk about you're not one of us and whatnot, you know, because of your hairline, all stuff like this, that's beyond the pale. Look at that hairline. He's on FBA or not. That's basically saying black people are a different race. You're a different race than the Africans, you know? And that's basically what it's coming down to. People are trying to delineate from the African race. You know, when you try to delineate from African race, that's when you're going too far. We're trying to say that we're a different race. That's why you got these people talk about they're Native American, they're copper colored, and all this kind of stuff like this.
You're still talking like this, man.
Yeah, you know, and the bottom line,
we were here before. We were here first.
See, they would love to do that, right? But see, at one time, the ADOS FBA movement was saying, "Yeah, we're already here." Then they said, "No, we can't say we're already here," and then claimed that we want reparations. You know, so they had to. Like Tariq reluctantly says, "Yeah, we're from Africa, but we're a different race of people than the Africans." You know, you know, see how back and how sidelined these people are. You know. So yeah, play Bucci Bear. Let's see what this.
Yeah, this part is after they finish the that boring court session. This is them walking, and then the agent pick him up. So that should be a good start.
Yeah.
The first few minutes is.
I can't watch much of Tariq. You know.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, you can go back and watch it, but yeah, this should be good.
Hey, Bucci, get in the vehicle. We need to talk.
What's this about, boss?
Well, Bucci, I have to pick you up here because we dodged a bullet with this court case you just had. The cover for our operation was almost blown, so I can't have you coming up to the FBI headquarters right now.
So what's the plan, boss?
Well, it's time for you to go deep undercover, Bucci. Next week, there's going to be an FBA luncheon there at the Black History Museum. It's going to be a red carpet event with celebrities and other guests there.
Okay.
We have this secret powder that creates incredible gas in the intestinal system, but it has a bitter Jollof aftertaste. We need you to find someone who can sneak some Jollof into the event. Then you're going to use this powder and put it on the Jollof, and the guests are going to get gas. And this is going to cause incredibly bad press for the museum, ruining its reputation.
How am I going to sneak some Jollof into an FBA event, boss? I'm going to stick out like a sore thumb.
That's why you're going to have to go deep undercover. And you need to take a couple of people with you. You can't use any of our assets at the moment because things are too hot right now. So you're going to have to find your own assets to assist you with this mission.
Who am I going to get? The only people I know who know how to make Jollof are foreigners, and they would look suspicious as well.
Well, you've been running the Pan-African scam for a few years now. Can't you get some of your Pan-Africanism buddies who can go undercover?
Well, boss, the problem with that is most of the ones I know are non-FBA, and some of them have janky hairlines. And if they walk into a foundational Black American event, their covers will be immediately blown.
Well, Bucci, you need to figure out where you can find some Pan-Africanists that can go on this mission with you, because time is of the essence.
You know what? I did see a guy who did a lecture at our local Olive Garden, and he was a Pan-Africanist. And I heard he opened up a school not too far from here. Maybe I can go there and see if he has some Pan-African students that we can recruit to assist us.
Well, Bucci, you go over there and you make it happen. Because if you don't get this assignment to go off without a hitch, we're going to slash your Olive Garden budget.
Oh, no. Don't say that, boss. Don't say that. Trust me, I'm on it. Please drop me off at my Bucci mobile.
Jordan, come over here. Come over here. This.
Kala, before the other part continues, brother, That was a classic, right? I want you to talk about the part in the vehicle. What does that symbolize? Because Tariq always got his little thing that he's pushing, pushing psychology.
He put in psychology that there's a distinction between Black people in America and Africans racially. Now people say we're ethnic group. No, you're trying to create another racial group.
But what he's talking about is the part with the headline. I mean, janky headline.
Very hairlines, the hairline,
And that's like a myth right there, because
right.
I wouldn't be able to tell you or myself in Africa different from someone else there.
No, when you're in Africa,
you're looking at distinction of like dressing and certain things that may be culturally different,
right, or accent or something like that. But for the most part, Black people are Black people, and that's what they hate. They hate the fact that, look, as long as you got this nappy hair and everything like that, no matter what your skin tone is, right? As long as you got this nappy hair and whatnot, you're Black African. As simple as that. You can call yourself FBA, ADOS, everything like that. You are a Black African. You're part of the Black African race. I hate to tell you that. I mean, you guys listen tonight. I'm gonna keep saying it all night. You are part of the Black African race. When you say you're not African and all stuff like this, you sound like a freaking fool. And that's what it's all about. It's all about them trying to basically sever us. If you got Black people in America that don't want to be part of the African race, that's fine. Go over there. Go over there. Go over there, do your whatever the hell you claim yourself or whatnot, and be alone. But then what it is they get in these social media groups and whatnot, and they got a whole bunch of stupid people. They think that's what it is. There's 45, almost 50 million Black people of African descent in America, right? 99.99% of the people understand they're Black Africans, right? I don't care how many people you get on your in your YouTube channel or whatever like that. No Black people in America. Black America realize where their roots come from, where it comes from. There's no academia anywhere. There's no books. There's no professors of ADOS, FBA ideology. There's nothing, no historic context to it that says Black America are a distinct race or whatever like that. That Black people are already here and also like that. That's just stuff you see online. It gets weirder and weirder every day. Everybody just come up with a philosophy, right? It was what we used to call back in the days pulling your philosophy out your ass. They niggas literally dig in the ass and pull their philosophy out. We were already here, man. We're original Native Americans. We're original Native people. So yeah. Look, yeah. We may have 20 people here, but sometimes we get 50 people here. It's whoever wants to listen. And it's not to sell travel packages. We sell the travel package with or without the show. You need to find yourself a place to live, bro. We're both businessmen.
You're
homeless.
This guy's a classic, man.
You gotta go. I need you guys to send me some money because I'm homeless right now because niggas living off YouTube money. Dennis Sperling had his channel shut down. This nigga living off YouTube money. I'm homeless now. How pathetic you gonna be? You're talking to Black America or not. You ain't got your financial shit together, Look
at this comment right here.
Okay, what type of inspiring Nico would conceive a cartoon like that? Tariq Nasheed. Play the rest of that. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. Play the rest of that. With that being said, man, Pan have something to sell, And we're not on here begging for super chats.
And that's what I've been saying about people that be hating on people like myself, a business entrepreneur that create business and provide services and things like that.
We're not begging. Check this out.
They always got something to say, but they don't say that about all the white people that they give all the money to. We're providing Black power services and nation building investments. And it's a lot more than what other people do. One thing about people like ourselves is we invest and we support Black-owned business. That whole Liberia journey right there, that's all supporting Black-owned business. So it's unbelievable that people have the level of selfishness. But in order for you to build commerce and investments across countries, you have to bring your A game. You can't just come in and show up with nothing, show up with just no plan, no program. And that's what we have built. So what people do, they nitpick and say, well, he's making a profit, he's making money, he's
pocket watching.
I got 3 business. All the business that we have, that's the purpose of the business. That way you can reinvest back in yourself and your people. You know what I'm saying? So we have to learn to just stop being so petty and childish and be grown men in this game. When I travel across the African continent, what I see is all other races and nations of people enterprising to the highest level. They're doing business back and forth from Africa to where they're from, back and forth, back and forth. Every single people that you see, that's what they're doing. So when we're questioning each other about doing that, it's like childish and the simple-minded. That means you have no vision. But at the same time, too, you talk about FBA and ADOS, but what are you really building as far as the future of Black America? Even I'm just waiting for someone like Not Measy to show up, because you guys talk all about this great Black America, but it's like, where's the emphasis of building anything? Where's the emphasis of creating opportunities for your own brothers and sisters? What we see is all different kind of organizations that this continuously just divide people. And these are 2 organizations. That's what it does. Instead of just tapping into the market of just other people with great talents and great skills, or even just tapping into the market, like we're going to Liberia. A foundation that these people that call themselves ADOS and FBA won't even tap into.
It's sad.
Have any of them ever talk about their connection of Black America building Liberia?
That's another thing I want to build on, right? The ADOS FBA movement has another ugly side of ADOS FBA movement is, right, they define Black America by the borders of the United States. In other words, the white man has his manifest destiny. What is it? Sea to coast to coast, sea to shining sea. When he planted the first 13 colonies, right, his goal was to push across this continent, right, to get to the Pacific, to have the United States of America. That was their dream, their manifest destiny, right? America, their whole identity is defined by those 50 states, and then Alaska and Hawaii eventually later, right? And the United States territory, right? So why does a Black man, right, define himself by the borders of America? I sent you a video today about the African American community that went to Russia, and that was well received. They did really well, they did really well. There's an African American community that went to France. We don't want to know nothing about. There's an African American community that went to South Africa, Panama, Costa Rica, Mexico. Established communities in Mexico, Canada. Okay, so in other words, basically, when we talk about Black America, they were always domesticated in the borders of America, and that's what the ADOS FBA is. They're domesticated Negroes in America. They don't see, okay, if you say you're this Black African American, Black American, and you say you are, right, there was Black Americans that went to Russia. There's Black Americans that moved to Germany. There's Black Americans that went to thing. You would know about those people. You would embrace those people. That people don't notice, like the first community that's still there in Dominican Republic was African Americans, right? I used to have my friend Raul. I don't understand why he had a name like Robinson. I forgot what his last name was, but he was like, yeah, we're Black. And then years later, I learned that, yeah, he's a descendant of those Black people that came from Georgia to the Dominican Republic. They still got a community there in Maryland. They still got a community there in Dominican Republic. People don't know that history. And so therefore they say, yeah, they eat the Southern food and everything. And so we don't know anything outside of the 50 states of America. That's the shore-to-shore mentality, as Langston Hughes used to say. Black people only basically define themselves by the white man's manifest destiny. The white man says we're only here for the 50 states. That's what you think. You're sitting there trying to protect the white man's borders and his. He don't care about you. That's why the white man doesn't give a damn. You're mad because the white man don't give a damn if you get replaced or whatever like that. He is his game to play. So now they're breaking apart. The ADOS are 2 different things. No, they're the same damn thing. They're the same damn thing. They're the same damn thing. Same mentality. Same everything. Whether organized or not, it's a mentality. Play the video, brother.
Yes, brother. It's just another more organizations to divide Black people, so we don't build Black power.
Yeah. They're against Black ownership of business. They said, no. And the funny thing about the ADOS FBA, right? It came, let me tell you how it started, right? 2018, right? Yvette Carnell was on Breaking Brown and also with Boyce Watkins and everything. Then she broke away and got her own thing, right? And then at the time, right, everybody was talking about black empowerment, buy black, circulate the money, circulate black dollars in the black community. It was working. Support black businesses. And then the movie Black Panther came out, right? Everybody started talking about, yeah, man, let's go to Africa, let's build Africa and everything. And then Yvette Carnell said, we're not Africans, we're not, you know. I said, well, we'll say, okay, we're Americans, we're all blah, blah, blah. And she kept with this, we're American stuff. And then all of a sudden, we're like, okay, America owes us, right? So we have to engage America. So we have to engage America. Okay, you say you got to engage America, right? So America owes us and everything. There needs to be, she said, there needs to be specific things for Black America. She said there is no Black empowerment. We try to show her there's businesses in Black America, Black enterprises, all kinds of stuff going on. And we support Black. No, we don't need that. We need the government and whatnot. Then it morphed into the reparations movement. She got a hold to these old, antiquated, and Cobra people talking about reparations, and she hijacked the so-called reparation movement. It was never going any place. You know, we need reparations. So how are you going to basically say the ADOS FBA people that reparations is an international act of war? You're saying that the United States government did something to you. That means you renounce your citizenship. You're a prisoner. You're captive in this country, and you're not Americans and everything like that. America holding you here against your will, and that you owe for your ancestors' right to resettle someplace. That's what reparations is, to get you a start someplace else to repair. You didn't want that. You want reparations while she's draped in the American flag. You know how stupid that sounds? It don't work like that. Because the people that basically started with Yvette Carnell will just talk about we need special consideration due to the fact. Now, one of the points that the ADOS FBA movement did that was correct was when Harvard University and everything like that would deliberately, right, include Black immigrants, right, into their affirmative action programs that was really meant for Black people who suffered in America. Okay, that I agree with. No one's going to doubt that. That I agree with. You can't just basically say we want to pull a black face up here. That's what that Harvard lady and whatever her name is got. You just put a person up here. She's from Haiti. Well, that's not our story. You know, that's not our story. That doesn't satisfy the thing. And it also started with Barack Obama. At the end of Barack Obama's second term, everybody started saying to themselves, I don't feel satisfied, right? We had a black man in the White House and everything. He addressed everybody's issues, but Black America. And those are legitimate talking points that the ADOS FBA movement have hijacked, and we, me in the Black world, when I basically said, yes, you can't just basically bring people from Nigeria over here and give them slots and say, we fill our Black quota. Don't work like that. The Black quota should be for the Black people in America that suffered in this country. That they should come first. That I agreed with, right? But I had no idea it was going to morph into all this hatred of Black immigrants, and I just thought the price was too much to bear. So the ADOS FBA movement did have some good, legitimate talking points at first, and I give them that. But it morphed into this Black people trying to sound like white rednecks and everything like that. If you bring Mike's TV on here, you know exactly what I'm talking about. A black white guy, sounds like a friggin' redneck and whatnot. So the way rednecks talk and whatnot about people of color, whatnot, is this chance to look down on other people of color, other Black people, and everything like that. According to our FBA, as African, I don't honor the name. Right, I don't honor the name either. I don't honor it at all. He got into the ADOS movement, saw there was energy there. He said, I'm gonna break away from my own thing. He basically hijacked the energy that Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks was doing and created his own brand, FBA and whatnot. And people have run away ever since. Just a trash talking internet stuff done by ignorant Black people that basically that's full of hate and stupid. Yeah. The UN, I take first of all, the UN is put Baby Rodriguez thing before you play a thing. I want to address this. Once and for all, right? Right there. The UN officials in 2000 said the U.S. government owed Black Americans freedom and reparations. Look, The UN could take itself and stick its head up its ass. The UN is the most useless organization on thing. Look, black people in America have no representation in the UN. Black people in Africa don't have a permanent seat on the Security Council. The UN is being kicked out of the Congo right now because they're there looting and causing more problems in the Congo and everything like that. The Wagner Group in Russia is basically facilitating the stability of Africa and whatnot. The UN is responsible for all the problems you see on the continent right now of Africa. So when somebody says the UN is like doing, these are just people that hate America. They hate America, and they want to use us or not use us. This is not anything new. They use black people in America to get us riled up and everything like that, right? And they know that you're not going to see a dime, you're not going to see anything and everything. They just want to use us for a political advantage in America. We're not stupid. A lot of these people in the UN and when that come from dirt poor third world countries and everything, and they basically want to use us. I think. Well, why don't some of these countries that sponsors the UN give us some territory? Give us access to oil wells in your country. Give us access to those diamond mines. Give us access to this or not. You want to do something? Give Black America access to the World Bank and all stuff like that. We could use that. No, are they talking on that level? No, it's only basically they want to use us politically to rile us up and whatnot, so we could do their bidding. You got to be smarter than that. To take what the UN says with a grain of salt.
Yes, brother. And on that note, we have the MG2 here. MG2, you're live on Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood.
Brother Bomani, it's been since 2007, Africa for the Africans. It's been a while. I got to thank you for that. And there's not much I could really add that you and Brother Kala haven't covered. What we're dealing with is the unfortunate aspect of the liquidation of intelligence. Here's what I mean. Basically, once social media, or as I call anti-social media, appeared, everyone wants, in the terms of, it was either Truman Capote or what's the other dude's name, who said everyone wants their 15 minutes of fame. And that's how social media does. That's why you have the event of these alphabet soup idiots that run around. They're very xenophobic because they want their 15 minutes of fame and hustling a couple of dollars in the meantime. But, in other words, a bunch of Nino Browns. But the thing is, in all reality, I keep seeing individuals excoriate you guys for selling a package. Please keep doing it. Every 5 minutes, I would love for you to sell your package, because the same individuals had somebody sell them a hotel room for them to go ahead and stay the night, but you don't hear anything about that. See, again, a lot of individuals that are in these FBA ADOS, they don't have any depth of intelligence. Matter of fact, they're swimming in a cesspool of their own egos and expecting to be Mike Phelps. The thing is in all reality, I would take a package of telling me to go back to Africa and inspiring me to go ahead and create business investment than some Nino Brown running around doing cartoons that are prepubescent of something that an eighth grader or something else could do just to go ahead and hustle up some dollars. We're not dealing with intelligence, brothers. We're not dealing with anyone with any kind of forward thinking or forward looking things, and not only on a local level, but on a macro level. And I'm so glad that you brothers are doing what you're doing. Unfortunately, this dangerous trend, for lack of a better term, of very prepubescent thinking individuals might have a more deleterious effect of impacting not just Africans in Africa, but the relationship when the world gets more and more protectionist, more sectarian, more needy, militaristic. It would also impact those who may want to go to Africa who haven't been infected by this prepubescent foolishness called ADOS or FBA. I sincerely have to thank you, brothers, for what you're doing. Unfortunately, we have to stoop to the level of pigs because of the fact that when you swim with pigs, you also get mud on yourself. But sometimes you have to in order to slaughter it. And I tend to think that those things will slaughter themselves. Because when you think about it, the same individuals that complain about white folks and what they're owed and what they done did, they're beholden to them. As Brother Kala, he basically referred to, they're using whiteness as their frame of reference. They're using that same mentality of that manifest destiny, so-called mentality of, oh, we don't want those other N-words here. You know, kind of like Uncle Ruckus. They're using that, but the same individuals that they complain about are saying, no, we're going to bring in African immigrants because we're white and we own this. We stole it and we own it. So we're going to, whether we bring in Mexicans, East Indians, whatever, this is our thing. So my thing to ask them is, why complain of folks you want to be like that don't care about you and are going to do whatever they want anyways? Whether they bring in African immigrants, whether they bring it in, it doesn't matter. It's theirs. They stole it, but it's still theirs. My thing is, until these individuals really grow up for once in their lives, if that's even possible, that maybe they'll go ahead and look in that thing called a mirror. Because as I've been telling folks for the longest time, for years, every other race except for Africans are Pan-Africanists. And especially when I say Pan-Africanists, I'm talking about the only individuals that are not Pan-Africanists clearly are these Negroes. Because around the world, everybody else looks at them as Mayates, N-words, Galliwags, Kafirs, colored, spooks, coons, whatever. And they look at each other with xenophobic terms like gender wars.
Yes, brother, you cut out, man. You're going strong. You cut out,
Yeah, he was on fire.
Everything.
Yeah, you're going out. You're on fire, brother. Keep it
I'm
up.
sorry?
You were going on. You were on fire, man. Keep it up.
Well, I mean, it's just unfortunately there's a very distance, for lack of a better term, there's a disconnect with common sense because of this thing called social media, or anti-social media, as I always call it. And the thing is, all I can say is, brothers, keep selling your package. Brother Bomani, it was a joy going to Africa, to Ghana with you in 2007. Keep selling that package. Keep doing whatever you are. I would rather you sell me packages than me going into a white hotel and selling me a room for a night, or some Negro selling me a cartoon. I'll go ahead and leave it there, brothers.
Thank you,
brother. Yeah, brother, appreciate you. I mean, it's been a long time. I know it's October 2007.
That's a long time ago.
Liberia, 16 years ago. And, you know, the journey continues. You know, that was the second journey that we literally did. And now we're up to 23, and, you know, we're building energy there. But, you know, let people know about that experience. Now, if you have time to share your experience with us, that was in our earlier days. And I tell people, even back in those days, we were great as far as organizing an incredible, you know, connection to Africa.
All I could say is, whatever we do, let's go back to the place that we come from, and that's Africa. Y'all brothers, take care.
All right, take care, brother.
That's it, brother. Appreciate you. Hey, G-Star, if you can hold on, let's just make sure we play this cartoon, or whatever you call it.
Adolescent. It's like he said, prepubescent adolescent stuff and whatnot. You know, it's like a fourth grade level of stuff. A grown ass man, 50-something years old, making cartoons like this. You know.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't want to just move forward that quick. But what did what do you think about what our brother MG2 had to say about these ADOS FBA people?
He was right. He was right on point, and I'm glad somebody else said it. I said somebody else had to be thinking the way what I'm thinking. You know,
right?
Somebody else has to be out there thinking what I'm thinking. That your manifest destiny, right? Words like that attract people. The white man's manifest destiny of the 50 states, the borders of America, right? That's his shit. If you want to let all Africans in here and take away your shit, this institution like Harvard, whatever like that, want to bring in African immigrants, Nigerians, and everything, because they say they're smarter and they're hard and they won't say much, or whatever, they'll do it. They don't care about replacing you. It's their shit, and so these people are mad at the black immigrants for taking up opportunities that you sat back in America and didn't take advantage of, As a white man manipulating that, so because he's going to work us harder than them.
Wait, man, African immigrants not taking advantage of any opportunities. These niggas is Uber drivers. You're giving them too much clout. These niggas is broke, these niggas is broke, dusty, living like homeless, living out their cars in New York, doing Uber 24/7. They not taking advantage of shit, nigga. They not Asians. They ain't South Asians, nigga. calm down. You hyping them up too much. You hyping them up way too much.
First of all, slow down, and
let me finish.
Maybe you're in like a secluded area of just around certain people to where you come up with that kind of feedback. But the best thing I could recommend for you to do is get out that box and explore. You can't just confine a group of Black or African immigrants as that negative stereotype. That's very disrespectful, brother. And
neither should they be defined by solely positive stereotypes. So call out color as well. Otherwise, you're being a hypocrite.
All right, let me put it like this. You let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this, though. The African immigrant, right? Yeah, we do the Uber and whatnot. They do that stuff like this too, but they'll do it longer than we have because we have a sense of entitlement. I know one of my colleagues, right? She said she's leaving this medical facility. She called me tonight and said, "Yeah, they're making her resign." She said, "I said, don't make her resign. Let them fire you when I collect unemployment and do it." She goes, I'm already on it. So she's going to do her Uber as a backup. Everybody do the Uber, DoorDash as a backup, whatnot. She said, "Yeah, I'm there," and she's going to study for insurance license. She's going to come with us with our agency. I said, "Yeah, just get your license and everything like that. I'll take care of you. I'll contract you." Anyway, the bottom line is this. What I'm trying to say is this, brother. With all due respect, the African immigrants come over here with this idea that they're hungry. When you look, if you come from poverty and everything like that, right? African immigrants, G-Star, you gotta admit this, right? Social programs that's out there, I don't know shit about. Bomani don't know nothing about, right? Because we've been here, right? Because we like this. Africans know because they got people telling them, this is where you can get this. This is where you can get that. This is where you get that. They see a library, they're like, "Oh wow, I got books I can read all day." They see school. Oh, I can go to school, whatnot, and get a technical degree. We sit there and watch the ECPI and these technical school commercials, just turn the channel and whatnot, It turns out, Africa, what? I could call in and I could go to school and get my, like this. So they know that when they get that job, brother, 20 people are going to eat off that salary that they got, because they got to send it back home. So there's a sense of desperation. Yeah, they're doing stuff like this, but they take advantage of opportunity because it's out of necessity. Necessity is a mother of invention. Black people in America, we're many generations in. We're not in that desperate situation. Not saying they're better. They're just in a situation. America, let me tell you something, G-Star. America is like Black America is a victim of its own success. Well, what do I mean by that? Look at a place like Compton, California. What happened with Compton, right? It wasn't poor. There was a lot of money. People found that they could make a lot of money hustling and stuff like that and have all the money. And so therefore, the hustler gang culture took over. Right? You can't have a gang culture in poverty. There's no money. If you're a drug dealer, you got to have people that's going to buy your drugs. How do you think a drug dealer say, I make $2,000, $3,000 a day? Somebody got to give you that money. But you know what I'm saying? So Black America was a victim of our own self. We never invested our money. We never organized everything. It was just quick, fast hustle and everything. We got used to the good life, And the immigrants come over here. They're more disciplined. They'll live like immigrants. I had this argument on O'Shea's Kijana channel. There's about the immigrants, Black immigrants, the Indians immigrants have the highest median income. Yeah, but they got 10 people living in a house. They got Filipinos. They got 20 cars outside. Of course, their income was high. But Black people, what's doing? We're not marrying. We're not building families. The family unit was a most powerful thing that kept us survive. Black Americans are doing that. You look at the Black immigrants, right? They go out there getting their degree. Yeah, they got their degree to show the graduation or whatnot. Getting their degree. They know people are going to eat. They're in survival mode. Black America hasn't been hit with that reality, that just about it. Now, with these immigrants coming over here off the thing, it's going to get really sharp, because they're coming with survival mode. How to everything, every little resource they're going to suck up dry and everything like that. So, so that's what I'm saying. Not saying they're better. They're just in a desperate situation that we are, and we shouldn't be in that situation. That's why the Pan-African movement exists. We're saying we should not have to be in that situation. We should be so comfortable right now that we don't even care, What's up, Ross? Ross is in the house tonight, Ross is in the house.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a feedback from G-Star before we play the video.
The first thing I want to say It was gonna be I was gonna say it to that dude who just left. But being corny does not make you smart. I repeat, being corny does not make you smart. The nigga sound corny. He sound like a lame. And I think he gives it, and I think he's using that as like a crutch to say that he's smarter or, you know,
well,
more intellectually, wait, hold on. Let me finish this real quick. More intellectually capable than the people who are into ethno-nationalism. And that is quite frankly false, you know. A lot of black people are multifaceted, you know. Every black American got a little bit of street in them, you know. But we also got intellectual sides to us. We got a nerd side, we got a hustler side. We multifaceted individuals. He is someone who is not multifaceted. He probably has autism. He probably didn't have no friends in school. But I will say this. I will say this, that I will run intellectual circles around that nigga. I will dog walk him while speaking slang. And I land right. Wait, Carl.
See, the reason why you'll lose is because you gotta calm down, man.
I mean, that's a whole lot of aggression and negative energy.
I have the ability. I have the ability to be calm, right? I have the ability to be calm.
There's a black man thinks that being aggression and being bullying and being tough it don't get you nowhere. You know, the bottom line is this: the brother was very intelligent. He broke it down scientifically and everything like that. You know, and the bottom line is, it used to be a time, right, in G-Star before your time period, right? Those type of brothers used to dominate in Black America. We was one community. You always had that brother that was real smart. When he walk up on brothers in the hood and went, "Hey, what's going on? What's a good word?" Everything. We respected people who had intelligence, who were well spoken like that. This idea that you got to be slanging and all stuff like that. This is something new, and this is part of ADOS FBA non-intellectual thinking. You know. Stuff that's taking root.
Wait, I disagree. You viewing this as a black and white. You are viewing this as a black and white issue. You know, there are people who come straight from the hood that graduate from universities every single day. So what does well spoken has to do with intelligence whatsoever? I can be well spoken and I can speak slang at the same time.
Hold on.
Like most black people.
No, you didn't ask him his credential. All you saw was he spoke a good diction and everything like that, right? But look, let me ask you a question, right? Who was the best person who spoke the best diction I've ever heard? It was Malcolm X.
I was not talking about his lexicon whatsoever. I was talking about his lack of accent. You know, he talks like a robot. He talks like if he don't have any type of personality. That's what I was talking about. I was not talking about his grammar. I was talking about his accent.
Well, listen, let me tell you something, G-Star, right? Back in the days, right? I was there, you know. And back in the days, man, brothers that really talk like that, man, they was somebody in the community, because we all had our slang and everything like that. Like what you call W.E.B. Du Bois says, it's two faces of Black America. You know, black faces. Like there's one that we talk to each other, our slang and everything, and there's one we put for thing. The thing is, you know, let me tell you something, G-Star, right? And this is how, you know, and you're gonna become a student of college Genesis in 1 minute, right? I'm gonna tell you this, right? Black people think that sort of talking is only deserved among white people. That we can only use a slang when we talk with each other. That a black man that talks like that, and that diction and everything like that, and that pablum and that syllabus and that pablum, you know, that should only be when you're around white people. That's perpetuating white supremacy. But I
personally disagree with that. I think it depends on the conversation.
You're offended by the way he talked.
That's a straw man. I wasn't offended by the way that he was talking. Let me tell you before you put words in my mouth. I was offended by his claim that people who are into ethno-nationalism are somehow intellectually inferior. Now, I will say that me personally and the niggas that I hang around, depending on the conversation and the topic of the conversation, that's when we would adjust our dialect. If we're having a real intellectual conversation, something that requires intellectual vigor, then we will speak, and you know that we are speaking that type of vernacular, right? However, he was not deserving of that type of conversation, in my opinion. Because he foolishly I'm telling you why he foolishly implied that people who are into ethno-nationalism are somehow inferior to people who are into Pan-Africanism.
Let me ask you a question.
That's the offense.
Let me ask you a question, right? Since you brought up ethno-nationalism, right? Okay, define how Black people in America, right, could be actually ethno. You know, nationalism is nation. That means land, territory. Tell me what territory you control that you could that you control space. You got to control space. You're under the white man's manifest destiny in the 50 states of America. So how can you be an ethno-nationalist?
You be an ethno-national. You don't actually have to have. I think your definition of nationalism is wrong. Listen. No, wait. No. You're not good. Let me try to define nationalism to you. Afrikstan does not exist in 2024. Well, however, your country does not exist. However, you are striving for it, and that's what nationalism does. A nationalist does not have to have the nation right off bat, but they have to strive towards building a nation and get a nation of their own.
You can't serve two masters. There's no such thing as a nation within a nation. You are an American Negro, you know, with a social security number, a government name, and everything like that. When they're done using you, they throw you in the grave and say, "Get the hell out of here, nigga. Nice knowing you." That's your reality. There is no Negro nation. There's no Africa. You are what the white man says you are. That's
listen. You talking a lot of stuff for somebody who don't have a country of their own. When Afrikstan becomes a thing, then maybe you can say it with your chest. But in 2024, Afrikstan does not exist.
I know
you are in the same position as the people you're trying to criticize.
Hold on. But you guys basically want your cake and eat it too. You want your cake now. It's just like, well, let me give you an example, right? There's a people that what you don't have is delayed gratification. You know what that means? That means if I want, you got to look at long and hard. I want to be a nation, right? But you don't want to part ways with white America. You can't have a nation and you basically want to be tethered to white America. So when you guys call the Black immigrant tethers and whatnot, the real tether is the so-called ADOS FBA, and you so-called people think we're ethno-national America. Because in order for you to have a nation, you have to have space. In that space or whatnot, you make a stand. That's what Afrikstan means. Until we basically have a territory of our own where we can make our stand or not, then the nation will exist. The nation and state are two different things, but they all amalgamate into one thing. You cannot have a nation in America because you don't control the context of your reality in America.
I disagree. I do believe that we can have a nation within America. However, I do recognize your point. There is a lot of people who are quote unquote ethno-nationalists, FBA, ADOS, who don't actually want to do for self and have a country of their own. However, I am not one of those. You know, I definitely have no problem parting ways with white people. And you know, Black Americans having our own country.
What I've seen, this nonsense about we're a nation with a nation. No, you're a so-called people inside of white America. When you do what they tell you to do, you play football when they tell you football. You watch what they tell you to watch. If they want, right now they're telling you there's more than one gender. You're going along with that. Anything white America does.
Nah, you're giving too much power. You're giving too much clout to you're giving too much clout. You're giving too much clout to white people.
You don't even You don't even have. Hold up. Let me ask you a question. You don't even have a political party.
Neither does Afrikstan.
Oh, so what? Yeah, but I know. But we're
yeah.
What we're doing right now in the long term, like I said, delayed gratification.
We have delayed gratification as well. We have long term goals as well.
You don't have no long term goals. You have 4
you see. Look, you try. Okay. Look, you're trying to define what our long-term goals are and what ethno-nationalism is and why we aren't nationalists. You're trying to define a lot of things. I won't let you define it. But I believe this conversation has reached a standstill. I know Bomani is trying to go back to playing that cartoon where Tariq just Brandon. We got. Let me just finish what else I had to say before we dive into a deep conversation about something else.
Don't go nowhere, man. I'm loving this, man. I got more.
I know. I'm
G-Star, stop running, brother. There's no quick.
I'm here. All right, let me just wait.
But you guys can continue.
All right, I just want to make this real quick point. It's off topic from the current conversation, but it relates to what was previously talked about. We can go back into our debate in a bit. But Kala, earlier I think you were framing African immigrants as successful while simultaneously admitting that they work the welfare system better than us. You said it, and I agree with you. Immigrants in general, they are aware of a lot of social welfare programs that the average American is not aware of. However, I do give you props for admitting that, you know, a lot of these other ethnic groups, they have higher household incomes because they have more people that lives in their house. You know, if you have 10 people that live in a single house,
we can't even live with each other. You got if black men would stop having babies and having 5 baby mamas or whatnot, have one wife, and you would see the household income black people go up too. You know, but we're all over the damn place and whatnot, you know? And so therefore we decide we don't want to build families anymore. Everything. So can you imagine the immigrants? They see a family as a mode of survival. You know, so you know, it is what it is.
I think it's the laws that disincentivize, you know, Americans in general from you know, building families. You know, it's actually a debate.
Come on, man.
Listen, it's the laws. You got to change the laws to incentivize families.
See, that's what I'm saying. You can't have a nation if somebody's making the laws like that. If you had,
but we have
everything.
My fault for cutting you off. I'm gonna stop cutting you off too. But I calmed down a little bit. But yeah,
it's all good. The bottom line is the white man controls everything in America, man. You admit yourself, man. The white man is breaking up the black families and whatnot. The white man is giving the black woman and said, we're all a hot mess. You know, the black male female relationship is a hot mess. I see other groups of black people in the world, and the men are marrying each other and they're doing things and whatnot, you know, and women respect them, men respect the women and everything. Only in black America, everybody, what it is, black America, we have this hatred towards each other. But when immigrants come along, we just have a place to vent all our hatred towards somebody else, right? As soon as they leave the room, we go back to hating each other. You know, it's what he said.
I wouldn't say that, but I will say that you don't see a lot of people in developed countries getting married. Developed countries across the board, even Japan. Look at Japan's birth rate, and I love Japan. It's just a post-industrialization thing. No one knows how to solve it.
They also don't have children. You know, they stop having. Japan has a low birth rate. Black people are still having children, but they're not getting married. That's the problem. You can not get married, right? Just don't bring kids in the world, you know, and leave them to the state, you know, to raise.
Yeah, I'm not a disingenuous person. Black America do have a lot of problems, and that's one thing that's one thing that we can work on.
Look, you see that kid in North Carolina, right? 18-year-old, 3 beautiful black kids, 18-year-old, 1 girl, 2 guys, right? They killed a cop, right? In Greensboro, North Carolina, right? When he was in the video camera, the judge, he goes, "Sir, you're facing the death penalty." He was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." She goes, "Don't say no more, because what you say can be used against you, or you're not admission of guilt. You're innocent, proven guilty." He was like, "No, I'm just." Reality. What in his 18 years would make him think he could gun down a cop, you know, and get away with it, right? You know, and so the bottom line is we have whole freaking generations of kids not being raised, you know. We don't have the safe community anymore. We don't have role models. That black America that was once great and everything like that does not exist anymore. Everybody's listening to the wrong people in the media, the wrong music, the wrong culture and everything like that. and we're swimming in a sea and we're sinking into the abyss, you know. And so it's a sad. These are my people, you know. And it's sad that I'd see our communities like that, because I remember back in the days when I was a kid and everything like that, Black America was the most righteous place in the world. We go down south, right? In the summertime, we go down to Elizabeth City, North Carolina, right? And when people go to church on Sundays, the girls were dressed in white, hair done and everything, their little breasts and everything. And everything was orderly and everything like that. You know, men spoke with dignity and pride and everything like that. Somehow over the last 30, 40 years and whatnot, you know, we fell down. We fell down to sin, debauchery, and everything. And I don't see other groups of people falling the depths we've fallen. Why? Because we've embraced America. We embraced white America. We let the white devil, that white man, in our soul and whatnot. That's where the ADOS FBA movement coming from. That's where all this killing and the murder and all this debauchery come from, because we don't want to part ways with this. It's time for us to have something new. That's why I said we need an Afrikstan to survive, right? Where that land is going to be on the African continent and whatnot. That's the future. We got delayed gratification. It may not happen in my lifetime, but we're laying the foundation for that. You know, Black people want it now, instant gratification. Now, don't worry about that. We're laying the foundation for the Afrikstan, for a future generation to have something of their own. With that, you'll be stronger in America, right? You will be stronger in America because you'll have a presence on the world stage. You know,
like Liberia didn't make us stronger in America.
Well, the bottom line is, but we could do it strong about Liberia, but the bottom line is Liberia was a republic that stood that led to the independence movement of the rest of Africa. You know, and the bottom line is we didn't have leaders that really connected. We were trying to be Americans. We abandoned Liberia. We could have made Liberia our homeland like Israel, but we wanted to be Americans. That love of America is dying in parts of Black America. That's why you guys are shocked that so many people are going to the continent. You know, that love of America is dying in Black America.
I think that's projection on your part. I don't think ethno-nationalists are shocked that people are going to Africa. The Back to Africa movement been around for almost 200 years now. I think Pan-Africanists are shocked that more people are embracing ethno-nationalism, and Africa
with no nation. You have no nation, you know.
Pan-Africanists don't have a nation. You talking like Afrikstan exists?
Well,
Afrikstan does.
Hold on.
Afrikstan does not exist.
We're gonna make Liberia an Afrikstan. We're gonna make Ghana an Afrikstan. We're gonna make Angola an Afrikstan. You know, any country that's 99% Black, we're gonna turn into Afrikstans. How about that? You know.
We got plans to get autonomy within.
You are not gonna get no autonomy. See, it's coming out. You are not going to get no autonomy. Let me tell you something.
Wait, man. Hold on. Wait. Colin, you sound like a hater right now. But go ahead, go.
Okay, let me tell you this. G-Star, calm down. Let me tell you something about you. Heard a thing called the Monroe Doctrine?
I have not. I heard the name, but I don't know what it is.
Just so you have it. Don't go Google it and don't do it.
Hey, hold on, Colin. Give him a chance to go Google it. Let me just introduce Marcus J. Greetings, Marcus. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood.
How's it going, fellas? I'm a big.
What's in your mind?
Good. I'm a big supporter of the channel. I had a statement to make about the Africans. I'm actually I'm married to Ethiopian, man. I've been married to Ethiopian for the past 6 years. And we've been like dating. I mean, for the past 10 years. I met her over when I was working overseas over in Bahrain. And it's pretty much they do like drive taxi, but they get a lot of money out here. I'm actually out in Las Vegas, and they actually do drive taxis and drive Ubers, but they find ways, man, to still buy houses. You know, nice houses cost $400,000-$500,000 a year, or $500,000 period for the whole entire house, man. So they figure out a way to work together, man. It's a little bit different. I mean, how we rock with, Black Americans, man. That's up to close and personal interaction experience I see every day, and I see how they interact, and it's totally different. We can get there as Black Americans, going forward, but I see it up close, man, and they really do help each other out. Like, it's amazing, actually.
Yeah.
It's not better. I'm not saying it's better. It can be fixed on our side. We can do the same thing, but it is pretty cool to see that they do operate in a certain way. And yeah, they drive taxis, but they hustle their ass off and they buy shit. They buy a house. They got businesses. They got a community out here in Las Vegas. It's called like the Ethiopian district. They got their own little restaurants, their store, they got club, they got hookah lounges, man. So, and you know, and they do rock with Black Americans, you know, for real. Everybody's not, you know, prejudiced towards Black Americans.
Well,
I know
Ethiopians love Black America. They love Black America.
Yeah.
You know, they really.
Hey, wait. Speaking of Ethiopia and Black Americas, this is another problem, Kala. Why we have a problem with immigrants, not just African immigrants, also Caribbean immigrants. We all know about that village in Ethiopia called Shashami or something like that, right? It's the village. It's the village. It's the part of it's a neighborhood that Haile Selassie gave to Black Americans. He gave it to Black Americans because Black Americans who are descendants of U.S. slavery volunteered to fight in the Ethiopian War. We helped them win that war. And he gave it to us. He did not want Jamaicans to have that plot of land that they are sitting on right now. That plot of land, Haile Selassie gave it to Black Americans specifically, but these greedy, greedy tethers, right? They tether on to us, and they try to reap the benefits of our labor.
What happened? That's not what happened, right?
Kala, you do not know your history. They did not. That land was given specifically to African Americans. Haile Selassie didn't even like Rastafarians. He didn't even like Jamaicans. He wanted to give that land to upright, righteous Christian Black Americans, and then the Jamaicans heard that Black Americans are getting something. Let's create a religion called Rastafarianism, and let's go to and listen. Let me cook because it's too many people. Let me cook. And listen, the Jamaicans went to the part of Ethiopia that was set aside specifically for Black Americans because of our heart, because of our determination to fight the Italians in the Ethiopian War, right? And guess what the Jamaicans doing on that land? Nothing. Nothing. Smoking weed, being bombs over there.
Let me say this, right? First of all,
Khaled just got you have to let him just continue. So
he's rambling, man.
Now that it's finished, the first thing I want to say is the thing of the repatriation settlement, when land is given, those who go after it and make the settlement, make it work. So if more people from the ADOS, FBA energy was to move there, maybe it'll be a nicer place and things like that. But when you just here you go again with a stereotype, talk about a bunch of Rastas there smoking weed, and Haile Selassie, I didn't like Rastas, and you just fabricating a whole bunch of things that's not bringing us together, brother. I'm being honest with you. We're here to build Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. We're not here to talk about the divisions and the chaos of us as a people connecting together, because we have had our moments as a people to where we didn't figure it out. But this is up to us right now at this very moment in our generations to figure out where we go from here. And either we're gonna get stuck in the past about certain things, or we're gonna move forward. So right now we have a whole bunch of repatriation movements on the African continent, where land is being given, where communities are being built. Where is all of the ADOS, FBA energy to make those communities as unique? Because people are looking for the energy of Black America. So don't make it seem like anyone is stopping anyone from making any move, because you talk about Haile Selassie gave that land, and our folks from the Caribbean just took it over and did nothing with it. You just summed it up like it was like that simple.
Listen. Even if we didn't take the land, it was not yours to settle. Even if we didn't do nothing with it, it's not yours to settle. Haile Selassie gave it to Black Americans as a thank you gift. Y'all didn't fight in that war. My ancestors fought the Italians.
He was a Pan-Africanist. He didn't care where.
My point to him, like, all right, so why wasn't so what happened to the Black Americans that he gave it to? Why didn't they take advantage of it and build on it? I mean, let's get to that point, versus you just blaming people for doing what they did as far as the reach out for them to come and live in Shashamani land.
That's a good point. I guess Black Americans just didn't want to move to Ethiopia. All right.
Other thing now, you have we see a nice movement in Ghana going, but the other thing is it's a flood of different African countries, and you have a big population here. Where's the floodgates of ADOS and FBA making these connections. I mean, you see it on a small scale. So no one is stopping anyone from making these movements. Just like here in America, it's like when you talk about when I keep on hearing about Uber drivers and things like that. It's like if you come from somewhere else and you're trying to make a living, you're trying to make your money, you may be doing several different ways to build a stream of income. You may be sharing space, doing all kind of different things, and it's what it is. You have to try to find a way to compete in a dominant society where you as a person from somewhere else owns literally almost nothing, and you gotta stick together. And that's what I want to hear from you about Black America. It's like, where's that connection to get our people all in America connected, whether they decide to connect with an immigrant class or not, which makes no sense because you have the same fight and the same struggle. All I hear is about people taking people jobs and doing a bunch of different things, but it's like, where's the fight and energy? The thing of it is, if you leave a void open and you don't fill it, and other people come and take advantage of it, it's like, what do you really have to say? It's kind of like what I say about the Lebanese in West Africa. It's like, ever since I've been traveling to West Africa since 2004, it's just been amazed me. Like when you go places, like they have the, quote unquote, the best of certain things, whether it's hotels or operation, and where they're just dominant and they're moving their money around, and you don't see them much, but they're there and they have their influences and things like that. And it's like, okay, us from from the Americans can come there and say, can complain about that, or we can do another thing. We can come there and compete. So where's that level of competing from this ADOS FBA energy? Because all I hear from that energy is nothing but this hate and disgruntledness and this anger and bitterness. And you represent the ideal person that represent that operation.
Wait. I will say this. Even in this chat, a lot of FBA ADOS people probably shaking their head about the things that I said. You think the average person will bring up the Sasame thing in Ethiopia? No, they probably booing me right now. So I do not represent the average. I represent like a specialist. I'm like a Green Beret in this bitch. but like no, I don't think I represent the average. And go
ahead, finish.
I was just gonna say I am gonna turn down my anger a little bit. This isn't the space for that. I don't mean to disrespect y'all on the show, on my fault for the profanity, but I've been cursing since I was like 7 years old. Whenever my parents went around, I was outside with my friends. So that part is hard. But I will say why you don't see a lot of Pan-African energy from like the FBA, from ethno-nationalists, right? It's because a lot of ethno-nationalists already put in that energy, and they didn't get nothing in return. Pan-Africanism. Listen. The only reason I know about this niche channel in the corner of YouTube is because I once was a Pan-Africanist, and there are a lot of ethno-nationalists like me. I just didn't unsubscribe from the channel, but I was once a Pan-Africanist. But like it's Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism to a lot of ethno-nationalists has been nothing but a one-way street. We fought for African unity, and we get spit on by the same people we try to help. Every day you hear.
It seems like it's so simple, like it's like, and you generalize too many things. It's like, why should we miss out on an opportunity to invest in the future of the world, which is Africa? Every other nation and race of people that's in the world are building their future investment and connection in Africa. So even if it's just for business, do business, and then take the emotional out of it, even if it's for that reason. So the thing of it is, man, brother, we can go on and on about this, but I definitely want to share this comment with you by my good brother, Person Kid. The brother that you just trashing earlier, he said, there you have it, an FBA with no clue what the Monroe Doctrine is. So I'm hoping that you had a chance to Google it.
Let me break it down to him.
And if you didn't, how to break it down, then let's play this cartoon.
Okay, this is where the Monroe Doctrine is, right? From when America was founded as a superpower, there's 13 colonies, and the Monroe Doctrine basically said that in the Western Hemisphere, right, any sort of provocation in the Western Hemisphere, right, the America as a right its manifest destiny can act anywhere in the Western Hemisphere that threatens interest. So any European power, any that in Central or South America, anything that goes on in the Western Hemisphere, the United States have what they call extraterritoriality over the territory. So in other words, basically, there's no black state. They invaded with that mentality. They invaded Haiti in 1915. Okay, the reason why we have embargoes on Cuba, the reason why we have banana republics in Central America, where American fruit companies, right, sent U.S. Marines to topple governments and install them, stuff like this. It was their right anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, this hemisphere, to take action. Right, that's the Monroe Doctrine, right? Whatever it is in the Caribbean, everything like that is under the overlordship of the United States. This is why when you look at Japan, right, the superpower in Asia, it basically didn't have that sort. They had it. Japan had this thing with the East Asia Coast Prosperity Spirit, where they invaded the continent, everything. Then after the war, Japan said, well, let's try a different approach. Let's basically empower these countries, right, to be trading partners and business partners and everything. And we don't have to worry about a lot of stuff. And so they invested in Korea, Singapore, Thailand, the Philippines. Now they got trading partners on this level, right? Invested in China, mainland China, and Hong Kong, and all these places like this. Now, in America, right, because of the Monroe Doctrine, right, America has done nothing but sponsor coups, insurrections, the Sandinistas, the Contras, all the stuff like this and everything. And what I'm trying to say is this: you're not going to have any sovereign territory inside this Western Hemisphere. It's never going to happen. So therefore, like I said, when I said an Afrikstan, right, some people say, why don't we just sue for like 5 or 6 states to have our own territory? And I said, no, it's not going to work. Because as long as you're like, that's why Black Wall Street was bombed. The only territory in America that was bombed was Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, by U.S. planes and everything like that, because you're inside the United States borders. When you're inside the United States borders, they can do whatever they want with you. And if you're inside the United States hemisphere, anywhere in the hemisphere, they can take action. But when you're on the African continent, it's a little different. You know, you got to maneuver a little differently and everything. You can't just do it just like that, you know. And this is why you have countries like Angola. America failed in Angola. You know, the war in Angola, America collapsed. You know, Mozambique, America collapsed. You know, even Somalia collapsed. It's a different thing when you have your own space, your own territory. That's why I say when we say an Afrikstan, the state has to be on the African continent. You know, it cannot be in this hemisphere. You know, so when you guys talk about, oh yeah, we got effed on that in America, when I know that the people that's leading you, man, is not serious about no effing. They just want you basically to be an American and just see the borders of America as your plantation. If you veer off the plantation, they're gonna come and try to grab you and bring you back. You know, that's all it's about. Thank you, Ross.
With that, we're gonna play a quick one on the Monroe Doctrine to see, it's a short documentary film.
That's why we do education over here.
Yes, G-Star, so I hope you're in good energy and hope you learned something.
The Monroe Doctrine. By the dawn of the 1820s, many Latin American countries had won independence from Spain and Portugal, yet Britain and the United States worried that European powers would yet again try to colonize the Western Hemisphere. While President James Monroe at first favored a joint U.S.-British resolution against future colonization, Secretary of State John Quincy Adams distrusted Britain's own colonial intentions, convincing Monroe to make a unilateral statement of U.S. policy, which he delivered to Congress on December 2, 1823. At the time of Monroe's bold message that the Western Hemisphere was off limits to European interference, the young nation lacked enough military clout at the time, which made Monroe's assertion somewhat pointless until the United States became a dominating world power. Not until the Civil War ended would the Monroe Doctrine come of age, when the U.S. government sent military and diplomatic aid to Benito Juarez in Mexico, which allowed his forces to overthrow French-supported Emperor Maximilian from the throne. Theodore Roosevelt was next to invoke the Monroe Doctrine when he used it to justify a succession of U.S. interventions in Latin America. Known as the Roosevelt Corollary, or his Big Stick policy, after Roosevelt took office in September of 1901, he intervened militarily in Central America and the Caribbean, including Nicaragua, Haiti, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic. FDR later softened Roosevelt's Big Stick policy with his Good Neighbor policy, which ushered in a period of greater cooperation between North and South American countries. But at the same time, FDR invoked the Monroe Doctrine repeatedly to intervene over affairs in a number of South and Central American countries. During the Cold War, President John F. Kennedy invoked the Monroe Doctrine during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, followed by President Ronald Reagan, who invoked the Monroe Doctrine for U.S. interventions in El Salvador and Nicaragua. President George H.W. Bush was the last president to invoke the Monroe Doctrine when he sanctioned a U.S.-led invasion of Panama in an effort to oust corrupt Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega. And there you have it, the Monroe Doctrine, today on the Daily Dose.
See, I like this education. All this stuff right here that's on YouTube, I studied this in college. I studied this in books. And so, therefore, the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, all the way up to George W. Bush, when he, remember that when he went to Manuel Noriega and brought him back to the United States? That means the Monroe Doctrine, you could arrest any head of state, whatever like that, and it's wild, man. And you think you're going to build something in this hemisphere? Okay.
Yeah, these people they just create laws, rewrite laws, just whatever need to work at that moment. They just make it happen.
Well, I mean, if we want to talk about pipe dreams, I think the idea that you are gonna unite the African continent, and essentially say screw, tell these Africans, you're Western, you're a Westerner, your Westerner tale is gonna tell these Africans to essentially throw away your ethnicity, throw away your culture, throw away your specific history, throw away your lineage, and essentially bow down to the colors of RBG. That's more of a pipe dream than ethno-nationalism. But don't say people don't say that, because a lot of Pan-Africanists do, and you've acknowledged those Pan-Africanists in the past. I mean, you was even one of them, and until your Liberian friend said that his ethnicity has a story and he shouldn't just throw his ethnicity out.
I always knew that my Liberian friend's got a story, and I would never.
This dude is wild, yo. He's on fire tonight.
We have a future. We're talking about the future, not the past. White people had that means out of many we are one. You had Germans, Englishmen, Irishmen, Dutchmen. They all forged a new republic called the United States. Out of many we are one. And like I said about Liberia, it's a country of a diverse ethnic background and everything like that. It's a template we could build the Afrikstan on. And that's why we chose Liberia to be the #1 country in Africa that we launched this Afrikstan ideology from. Because it is a Black Pan-African state, the birthplace of the Pan-African movement. It's not just Pan-African. It's basically saying, how can we come to a higher level of being Black and African and understand our place in the world and our position in the world and work together, But everybody keep their ethnic groups and everything like that. I celebrate the Gola people, the Bassa people, the Kron people, whoever, the Kru people, whatever, the Congo people, whoever. But the bottom line is we have a bigger mission. How do we see ourselves in the world? So the world sees us as Black, and Liberia is a Black state. And so therefore the idea of a Black state, that means that if we have a Nigerian that's an engineer that wants to come to Liberia and help build, he's welcome. Somebody from South Africa want to come, we welcome. If you're adding value to this thing called the Pan-African world, we welcome. That's we reciprocate.
I don't think the world all views us as Black. I think in the United States, white people may view all of us as Black. If a Black American travels outside the United States and goes to any part of the world, They'll know by his name. They'll know by the way that we talk.
You know what?
They'll know by the way that we dress. They'll know who we are, and they will definitely treat us different. They would definitely treat us differently than the Africans and Caribbeans. This is why you have Jamaicans opening up soul food restaurants. Even a Jamaican-owned soul food restaurant in Liberia. This is why you have Africans telling these foreigners that they're Black Americans, you know, and changing their accent to be more acceptable, because our name holds weight. We have a high reputation in the world, a reputation that surpasses any other melanated group.
G-Star, you gotta calm down for a second, right? This is what I'm gonna say about that, right? Now, the Black people that are achievers, like myself, Bomani, and everybody else achieving, right? We're getting tired of people tethering onto our achievements. You know, we got a hardware achievement. I'm part of that Black achievement. You know, I want to start seeing some of these ADOS FBA bring something to the table, you know, because they all seem to be dusty. We got hardware to achievement. Yes, some Black people, many Black people in America. That don't mean all of us do, you know.
Listen, Carla. Black Americans really aren't classes like that. I mean, you probably get your haircut at the same barbershop that Black American drug dealers go to. If you actually want to be classes, take a note from white people. Listen. If you actually want to be class, you're not really a classist. So don't even bring classism into this. You know, listen. The so-called upper middle class Black people, they got family who from the trenches. I got family who was drug dealers. I got family who drug dealers, and I still hang out with them. You think I'm gonna abandon my family, nigga? We got cousins who's still in the trenches, you know. Just because we from the suburbs doesn't mean we go. You getting tired, not people who got money getting tired.
You gotta calm down. Man has to know how to control his emotions, right? First of all, I come from that same life, whatnot. You know, my great uncle Nate was one of the major kingpins in Harlem back in the days, and whatnot. You know, he was one of the major drug kingpins in Harlem in the 60s and 70s and whatnot. You know, he died. He died in 1977. Somebody came and put heroin in his IV when he was in the hospital when I killed him. You know, somebody snuck into the hospital. You know, Black people. You know, stuck a needle in his IV. You know, poison, drugs, whatever, and killed him. You know, they killed him in Harlem. You know, and he was a kingpin. I had 3 cousins murdered in New York City. You know, in the 90s. You know, gunned down. You know, drug dealers came from good families, everything, but got caught up in the streets. You ain't telling me nothing. Anything somebody knew. Bomani got the same thing. We know people like that. So it's not like, I'm saying that the real path of Black America is a righteous path. You know,
absolutely.
The people on the righteous path.
On that note, let's play the film and just get this one over with, because you're gonna love this one, as he has a great feature on the Prince of Pan-Africanism.
This area looks kind of weird. I hope I'm in the right spot.
Greetings, my brother. Welcome to the Buster Douglas, Mariah Carey, Tevin Campbell, Patti LaBelle School for Boys. How can I help you, my brother?
I'm currently working on an undercover operation, and I need some of your Pan-African students to help me infiltrate an FBA event so that we can sabotage it. I'll make it worth your while financially.
Well, I appreciate your offer, my brother, but we currently don't have any more students here at the school.
Wow, what happened to the students?
Some of them didn't want to come to class, and they wanted to hang out on the corner. And I'm not going to be able to psychologize them off the corner. Some of them had to be put to sleep.
For how long?
Brother, this is too funny.
You gotta play that part. He said, for good. He said, "It look good."
Oh man.
I knew Bomani's cracking up, man. You know. Yeah. I'm trying to laugh at Tariq.
The students are all gone.
You know, the way he got Bucci shaped, the stomach coming out here, elongated this way and whatnot, you know, and
Tariq is a digital assassinator, yo.
Tariq's a clown.
You got Umar Johnson worked on this one, man. He put up the school. It's a strange neighborhood.
You know,
and Umar Johnson like a walrus.
A walrus, you know. This is what we've come to, man. This is what we've sunk in.
This is too comical, man. Wow. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
Hilarious, man.
Yeah, let me just replay that back, family, so you can just catch this part, and we'll just continue.
This area looks kind of weird. I hope I'm in the right spot.
Greetings, my brother. Welcome to the Buster Douglas, Mariah Carey, Tevin Campbell, Patti LaBelle School for Boys. How can I help you, my brother?
I'm currently working on an undercover operation, and I need some of your Pan-African students to help me infiltrate an FBA event so that we can sabotage it. I'll make it worth your while financially.
Well, I appreciate your offer, my brother, but we currently don't have any more students here at the school.
Wow, what happened to the students?
Some of them didn't want to come to class and they wanted to hang out on the corner. And I'm not going to be able to psychologize them off the corner. Some of them had to be put to sleep.
For how long?
For good!
Wow, that's intense. Well, what should I do? I really need to get some Pan-Africanists to help me with my mission.
You know what? I might be able to help you out. We have a maintenance man employee here at the school who's working on my HVAC, and he's a Pan-Africanist. Maybe you can talk to him.
Oh, goody. That would be wonderful.
Oh, I see he's coming out right now. Oh, my goodness. What is this bear doing here?
What are you doing here? I thought you worked at the recording studio across town.
I have multiple jobs. You lazy Akatas wouldn't know anything about that. Now, what do you want, nigga?
I need help going on a secret undercover mission infiltrating an FBA event at the Black History Museum.
How am I going to do that? I would stick out like a sore thumb.
I know this. That's why I need you to wear a disguise while you sneak in some poison jollof. If you help me out with this mission, I can get the FBI to help you get your green card.
If I do this, I'm going to need a third wingman to act as a distraction. Can I bring my cousin who's visiting me to go along with us on this mission?
Yes, you can bring him, but you guys have to cover your hairlines so that you can blend in.
I know what to do, nigga. I don't need you to tell us how to whack.
So you and your cousin meet me at the museum this Saturday night. I'll reach out to you tomorrow so we can plan this out more.
This is good, my brother, and I am glad that I've been able to assist you. Now, since I've helped you out, here's how you can repay me. Now, you are big and husky, and you look like you eat grits.
I love grits.
Then send me your grit money. All the thousands of dollars you spend on getting fat eating all those grits, send me your grit money for the school.
Why should I do that?
How dare you question the woke walrus? I'm Big Papa. Do you know who you are in the presence of?
I'm not really sure, no.
Well, I'm a descendant of Jesse Owens. I'm a descendant of Winnie Mandela. I'm a descendant of Cisco from Drew Hill.
Okay, I got it. Well, Good luck on your schoolwork, Warris.
I made over $10 million on Amazon. If I lost it all and had to rebuild in today's AI age.
Colin, that was the classic, man. Bucci Bear finally meet the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Amuse yourself, yeah. You finally meet him.
I hate the fact that I'm laughing at this stuff because I hate it so much, but it's fucking funny as hell, man. You know, it's a for good. You know, it's that bear again and whatnot. You know, and the one part that really cracks me up, right, when he shows up at the FBA meeting, right, and the old guy was like, "It's that damn bear again and whatnot." You know? That part's funny when he kept saying that damn bear again. You know, he's here. Yeah, every time you look around, you around with it. It's that damn bear. You know,
yeah, absolutely, man. I would definitely.
That was funny.
That one. Yeah, that whole thing was a classic, man. It makes you just want to cry, man. That thing is a classic. He just killing two birds with one stone.
Yeah,
You know? His arch nemesis, Bucci Bear and Umar Johnson.
Yeah, Umar Johnson and and what you call.
They finally meet, man. But I don't think Umar would ever acknowledge Bucci Bear.
That's the sad part about that, right? Is the fact that
Pan-Africanism strikeout.
Both claim to be Pan-Africanists, but Umar won't go on his show.
Yeah, both claim. Good word, claim.
Yeah, claim. But you can't go on nobody's show unless they pay you a salary or whatnot. You know, we always said this, right? Now that we're older now, Bomani, I'm way older than you. But the bottom line is I can't listen. I can't listen to so many speeches from people in the past because, and no disrespect to my elders, came before me. They raised me, Malcolm X and all these other people. But I'm actually older than all these people were at their height. These guys were young men. And I look at some of the things they talked about. I said, yeah, I thought like that when I was in my 30s. I was, as you get older, what I'm saying, you learn to temper certain things, And I don't know how old Jules Malema is, but I think that's what the problem with him is. He still has that youthful vibrance. Oh, yeah. But you don't understand the world works a certain way. And you can't just basically have everything overnight. You can't just walk up out of a slumber, right? Like those ADOS FBA people. You sat here in America, right? In 1964, the immigration laws changed, right? Along with the Civil Rights Act, right? You knew there were going to be millions of people coming from all over the world, right? And these people basically, we thought that we were going to be more multicultural, multi-ethnic and everything. And these people coming over here, they acknowledge, okay, the civil rights movement and everything, but they're not going to sit here and dwell in and pity with Black America, right? They're going to come here, take opportunities. They're going to build a life for themselves, and they're going to be happy. They're going to be happy. Black America has never figured out how to make themselves happy and satisfied in America. That's what the ADOS FBA movement. They're not happy people. You're not happy with America. You're not happy things. So instead of basically dealing with the fact that, yes, we feel some sort of way because of what our ancestors went through and we never got paid reparations. That's legitimate. But when you basically take that anger and dissatisfaction on people who look like you that come here and say, something, I'll work that Uber job for 3 years, right? I'll live 10 people in one house and whatnot. Well, guess what? We're going to put our money together, put susus together, whatnot. And next thing you know, we got a corner store popping up, Next thing you know, such and such is going to college. They're building a life for themselves and everything like that. And they're happy and everything. And we take that as resentment, like, oh, why are these people so happy and whatnot? Because they taking advantage of the opportunities. A lot of times, Black people, us, even though we make it and everything like that, we're still not happy. Even when we make it, we're still not happy. Like, how, we're determined to be miserable. That we tell people all the time, the Pan-African movement among a lot of us will give us that satisfaction of, okay, yeah, we made it in America. We like this, but we also basically are strong enough to go to the African continent, our mother continent, and finish business, tie up loose ends that we missed out on the African continent. We see our mother continent being invaded by Chinese, Lebanese, and all these other people and everything like that. And we're in a position strong that we can make a difference. So Black people from America are saying, look, let's get involved in the African continent. And then a lot of people are like, oh, no, we got to sit here and they pretend like they have a movement going on. The ADOS FBA, there's no movement going on. There's really no.
There is a movement coming on, and you fear that movement. You fear that movement.
No, we don't.
Pan-Africanism has been around for 400 years. Pan-Africanism has been around for 400 years, and the only thing Pan-Africanists has accomplished in 400 years is a couple of restaurants and hotels in Africa. Your ideology is 400 years, and for as old as your ideology is, for the lack of accomplishment it has, and you talking shit when your ideology 400 years old and y'all ain't build shit in 400 years. Get the hell off.
The ADOS FBA ignorant movement, right? I'm not African and blah blah blah. Delineation has been around long place and has gone no place. Because most black people in America, John Robinson went to Ethiopia, helped build the Red Tails, helped build the Ethiopian Airlines, whatnot. Black people in America have been going to Africa and around the world for hundreds of years. We have the African American Institution, we have all these things that have been building. We have the African Methodist Episcopal Church got branches all over the African continent, We have HBCUs, got chapters, the Omega, Sigmas, all over the African continent. So what are you talking about? Show me where the ADOS FBA moved.
None of for 400 years. You talk in 400 years. You managed to build a couple of churches that you would complain about when you bring up your colonization argument. In 400 years, you bring up a couple of HBCU fracks. Really? In 400 years, man, get on with that. That's a failure. That's a failure. That's what it is. It's a failure.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, so the people that believe that we're black only and black Americans just delineating and everything like that, show me anywhere where they built anything. They haven't.
The Nation of Islam.
The Nation of Islam. Okay,
it's not a Pan-Africanist movement. I can bring up newspaper articles from the Muhammad Speaks in the 1900s where Elijah Muhammad himself told black Americans to marry other black Americans and to don't go marrying foreigners.
Let me ask you a question.
The nation, all that the Nation of Islam is built, that is an institution that is ethnicity leaning.
The Nation of Islam also, Akbar Muhammad was in Ghana for decades. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean that's strictly business. Where me being an ethno-nationalism doesn't mean being an ethno-nationalist does not mean being an isolationist. We there for business. We also did business with Peru. We did business with like four different Arab states. So what does Ghana have to do with anything? That's just another trading partner.
G-Star, let me ask you a question, right? Now, like I said, the Nation of Islam building I used to attend in Norfolk, right? It's still boarded up. I got a picture of a freaking homeless white guy taking a piss out of a building that it's a nice storefront built back in the 50s, whatever like that, with a glass, that's sort of architecture of the 40s, whatever like that. They had a building there. This is all boarded up right now. And a freaking white homeless guy sitting there taking a piss. I took a picture of that shit. I'm like, what the? That's a shame. That should be Nation of Islam building. The Nation of Islam has not really enterprised. They're still out there selling bean pies, final calls and incidents for a living and everything like that in every city and everything like that. They really don't have any really infrastructure built and everything. They have no major enterprise and everything. They have
listen, the Nation of Islam is one of the most successful black movements.
Tell me how successful they are. Where's their factories at? Where's
Elijah Muhammad built what, like a $20 million empire? Listen. Don't nobody wait.
I gotta show you a video, man. I hate to embarrass my brother like this, right? But this is the auction of the Nation of Islam stuff. And I hate embarrassing my own race and people like this, but sometimes you gotta do this,
Nah, you think you're gonna embarrass me? What? Nah, you crazy. The people know what the NOI has done. The people know the NOI history. The people. Elijah Muhammad built a $20 million empire before he died. A $20 million empire. He provided tons of jobs to a lot of black people in the community. Yeah. He cleaned up a lot of black people from.
Actually, individuals who started that, and Nation of Islam just took ownership and said, we did this. And the bottom line is, and I'm not going to disparage shit on use this spit on Nation because I respect the Nation of Islam and everything, but they did not level up, man. To this thing, Option.
Nah, you're being disingenuous.
Property.
Yeah, Nation of Islam definitely was worked. It worked with four different. It had its own bank for one. That's a huge accomplishment.
Islam didn't have its own bank because they didn't believe in banks. They believe banks were usury. So you got that wrong.
They believe that Christian and Jewish banks were usury. However,
that's what a bank.
If you know anything about Islam, Islamic banks do not charge interest.
Well, the bottom line, that's what the purpose of a bank is. To make money.
No. You need to study how Islamic banks make money. That is Jewish law requires that they make money from interest. However, Islamic law and Islamic banks do not make money from interest. Listen, this is you so westernized, right? That you only see Western banks as the only model, bro. You are westernized, Colin.
Let me ask you a question. How does if a bank doesn't make interest, how does a bank exist? What's the purpose of it?
If a bank doesn't make money, the purpose of the bank is to be owned by the community and to help the community members out, to help them store money, to help them get loans.
You know,
bro, you acting like banks can't make money from properties. You acting like banks can't make money from cars and all these other things. Why? Interest is not the only way that a bank has to make money.
People have to pay back the loans. You know, that's what a bank does. You borrow money, you have to pay it back with interest.
No, that's Western banks. You need to study Islamic banks.
If a bank loans you $50,000, right, and we're adjusted for inflation, right? So that means the money depreciates, right? So a bank loans you $50,000 for 10 years, right? That money is going to be inflated in 10 years and whatnot. So the bank actually lost money. It gave you $50,000 for absolutely nothing. What makes sense?
Not necessarily. It can take your assets.
How can they take your? What are you going to do with the assets?
Make money off of it. What do you mean? Assets appreciate. You can sell the assets to regain your money. You can sell the assets for more.
Do they take your property and charge you what they lost in interest and above that, or they pay you the fair market of what the money is as standing right there? You know. I hope I'm not being too complicated. So they're gonna take a loss. These are questions I'm trying to say.
Islamic banks can make money through trade and the selling of goods. Islamic banks can make money through leasing. You know, leasing properties that they probably took, or leasing properties that they bought. You know, it essentially functions as any other bank does.
So let's say.
Wait. Let me.
Money off of interest. They don't make money off of interest, right? You can guarantee. You know, the person that has the money in the bank also makes money off interest too.
Did you know that banks also charge fees? Various fees, why are you acting like interest is the only way that a bank makes money? Listen, I got a question for you because you've been asking a lot of questions. I got a question for you, Kala. Your bank, right? Your bank charges interest. What are other ways that your bank makes money besides charging interest?
Well, the bottom line, the fees, the banks do all that. If you have a bank, if you have shipping documents and stuff like that, trade and stuff like that, they charge you fees and stuff like that for storing your money, issuing checks and stuff like that, a whole bunch of stuff. But the bottom line, the main purpose of a bank, right? That's just the operation of a bank. Why I can do that. But the main operation of a bank is to make money. No other reason, and accumulate assets.
Yeah, and you know what? You can make money without charging interest. There's like a million ways that banks make money, and you just listed them.
In cuckoo land and whatnot, you know, Negro land. Oh yeah, man. Like I said, black people. Like I told Bomani, I said I wouldn't wish owning a business on my worst enemy. You know, and this is what tells me right now. Most black people have no idea how the real business world works, what it means to meet a payroll, what it means to go for 2 years and not see a profit and everything like that. They think the world's just gonna give you loans and give like that, this fantasy world, that they live in,
Yo, another thing, is Islamic banks, they invest, it's not, they just not making money from interest. Their loan is like an investment. They invest in businesses of the people that they lend out loans to. It's just like you making an investment,
So basically, you're saying that okay, like the top 20, the one thing Black America is, the two black banks in America merged. They got $1 billion in assets. We should have banks that have $50 billion in assets easily in Black America. We don't have that, right? We have the top 20 black businesses in America, right? That grows billions of dollars in America economy and everything. They get loans from banks and everything like that for operational costs and everything. So you know how banks work, right? Before you see profit and every revenue start coming in, the banks finance your operation. They pay your payroll, they pay your inventory, they pay all stuff like this and everything long term. And the process of that financing, you have to retain a credit. Now, let me ask you a question. Does your version of the banks, Islam Bank, require you to have a credit score? A credit score. If you have a good credit score and you got assets to back it up, they give you lines of credit. And they increase your lines of credit when you keep your payments up and everything. If not, the banks will seize your property. And so therefore, when they say usury, it's not just interest. It's the fact that if you default on something, right, they take your property. That's another thing about these so-called Islamic banks. They don't believe in taking people's property once they default on a loan, because they call that usury. So all this nonsense about losses company lending. I looked up in a chat group. It says a lot of banks share in the profits and losses of companies they lend to. I don't know about that, but all I know is in this society, in this day, in this world, that won't work. That's not going to work in the United States. That's wishful thinking. We're going to have banks where the bank's going to take the loss and everything. Usually, you default on a loan, the bank sees your business. Simple as that. And in Islamic countries call that usury. But look at the Islamic world and look at the rest of the world that's thriving right now.
I mean, yeah, okay, yeah. You got a point. Yeah, Islamic countries can do a little bit better. However, there is. I mean, a lot of Islamic countries are like, what do you mean by the rest of the world? See, this thing about Pan-Africanism, y'all use one group of people to represent the whole. Let me make this clear. Eastern Europe is poor. Eastern Europe is poor. These people are living in poverty. Exactly. They are no better than the Islamic countries that you implied they are doing better than.
They were under Soviet Union socialism for generations. So what do you think? The state controlled everything, So what do you think? Of course, it's going to be poverty.
Maybe so, but I want to list a couple of list a couple of accomplishments of the Muslim. The Nation of Islam had its own college. The Nation of Islam built a $2 million office building on the south side of Chicago. The Nation of Islam had its own bank. The Nation of Islam was sipping a lot of fish from Peru. The Nation of Islam had a lot of its own farms. It produced a lot of black black pilots. What else? Okay. Even Bomani might be interested in this one. The Jamaican government actually hosted the Nation of Islam. That's a lot of accomplishments.
Let me say this. They had Muhammad University. Trust me, I knew all about this, right? In Chicago, right? It was a university of grade 1 through, I think, 5. Produced beautiful stories, beautiful atmosphere. The women had their scarves on, beautiful, Muhammad University, stuff like that, but it was never no college, come on, let's stop the cap, stop the cap, it was not no college, it was a university. You can call anything university. You can call Boo Boo the Fools University, like I would like to do a cartoon skit of Boo Boo the Fools University, where FBA ADOS comes to get learned and everything like that. Hey Boo Boo, what's the knowledge of today and whatnot, and Boo Boo's on the corner. So I come to my school and whatnot. We're gonna teach you supreme mathematics and whatnot today and whatnot, hilarious, man, hilarious, just hilarious. And also, let me say this, right? I'm gonna tell you a couple of stories, right? And I love my Nation of Islam brothers, right? But they weren't the most business savvy people in the world. Back in the days, Farrakhan had an idea of in 1985 called Power Products, right? And he got with some black manufacturers, whatever like that, of soaps and everything. Power. Yeah, I'm not trying to look. Let me say, I'm not trying to come off on my brother Minister Farrakhan, because if it wasn't for Minister Farrakhan, I probably wouldn't be here right now. That man raised me, in many ways, But as I'm a man now, I'm an older man. I'm a man now, where I can't listen to where I was when I was 23 or 24. That's a problem with the Nation of Islam, right? That Nation of Islam people, right? They stay in that teenage, silly mindset of boys, instead of they're men in every way, but in their thinking. You got to move past somebody lecturing you and everything like that, and understand if this person doesn't know real business, but you got to tell them. So anyway, Power Products came out and it flopped. He introduced it at the Madison Square Garden and whatnot, Yeah, we got Power Products, Black Empowerment, Black Empowerment. Then a year later, he said the reason I fell because the crack epidemic hit a year later in 1986. Truth was, right, instead of taking his Power Products to Black-owned stores and mark that way and advertising in Black magazines and everything, would have created jobs and infrastructure, like we say infrastructure, right? He just had his warehouse and they would sell the Power Products on the street, have people out there selling them door to door and stuff like that, instead of having mail order.
Wait, let me say this. Farrakhan is a Caribbean. That's the reason why the Nation of Islam went to shit. That's the reason. That's the reason why you got white men and white women in MGT and FOI uniform. That's why the nation went to shit. All right. So talking. Hey, so listen for this corny ass nigga in the comment section talking about the Nation of Islam doesn't claim FBA. The Nation of Islam in 2023. Under the leadership of Louis Farrakhan doesn't claim FBA because their leader is a fucking Caribbean. However, if Elijah Muhammad was still alive, it would be a totally and completely different story, in my humble opinion. And this is another reason why a lot of FBAs have a lot of this is why we have a lot of problem with you people, Kala. Because I'm stripping you of your Black Americanness. Nigga. You're a Caribbean now. You with Bomani. This is why we got a problem with you, Kala. You niggas come from your countries, right? Come to the United States, and if you do well for yourself, that's a good thing, right? But when you specifically go after leadership positions and Black American institutions like the Nation of Islam, and you turn those institutions into shit, like Farrakhan's St. Kitts having ass turned the NOI into shit, that's when we have a problem, because y'all turning out, y'all ruining everything we do. Yeah, you come, which is good, but you make some money, you stop eating bush meat, you do well for yourself, you act like a human. Right, and maybe you work your way up into one of our institutions. Maybe you would get a leadership role, and then, like Louis Farrakhan, you turn the institution into what it is today, garbage. That's why the Nation of Islam has went to. That's why the Nation of Islam went downhill.
Yeah, every time somebody Black America fail and whatnot, it's always the tetherers did it. The tetherers infiltrated and whatnot. HBCUs, the tetherers and whatnot. The Caribbeans and all these other people like that. You guys understand you're losing an argument, it's losing an argument. It does not make any friggin' logical sense. Farrakhan is a black man's black man, Everybody,
no.
Farrakhan, like he said before, I said Farrakhan revived the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan, if it was not for
No,
Farrakhan,
he didn't. No, he didn't. Firstly,
oh Lord, he don't know his history.
the 5% of nation gods and earth, they kept most of the teachings alive before. But while Farrakhan was pretending to be a Sunni Muslim, while he was eating like a savage with his bare hands, or growing a beard, calling himself Hakim Abdullah Hamdulillah, while he abandoned the teaching, while he abandoned the teaching, it was the nation of gods and earth who really kept the teachings alive.
Well,
right?
like I said, but they didn't never.
The nation of gods and earth, they come from us, right?
Well, you got people in nation of gods and earth that from the Caribbean, they're from Haiti, they're from all over and whatnot. So I don't know where you live at. Do you live in New York?
No, I live in Chicago, nigga. All this shit started in the Midwest. Fuck is you talking about? Fuck New York, nigga.
Are you? Yo, boom, and no. You know, the streets of Harlem, New York. This is where it all started from.
Master Farad Muhammad, he went to Black Bottom, Detroit in the year 1930.
You know,
the Nation of Islam headquarters is in Chicago and has been in Chicago since Elijah Muhammad was alive.
The Nation of Islam did not take off until the New York chapter of the Malcolm, the largest group and the most powerful group in nation.
And Malcolm X is from Detroit. He lived in Detroit more than he lived anywhere else.
Harlem. If you do not,
Malcolm X is not a Harlem nigga. He just lived there.
If you do not make it in New York and whatnot, Harlem, 125th Street, Lance Avenue, and whatnot, whatever you're doing, it's not legit. That's the truth. You know.
No, I disagree, and I actually think this is why you're so out of touch with Black America. You know, you need to actually see what the rest of Black America is like. You actually need to travel, you know, because you.
I don't know, man. I know a lot of Black America when I don't see those goofy stuff. I never heard.
I don't know.
I have yet anybody say they're ADOS. You know. I've never heard that, you know.
It's a lot of Caribbeans and African children of immigrants who LARP as Black Americans over there in your area.
No. New York is still, my family's still in New York. New York is still Black people, descendant of the Great Migration, still dominate New York City. You know, no matter what you see on the news and whatnot, it's still Black people that got homes, they're out in Long Island, got doing big things and whatnot, still there.
This is what I'll say about New York, and let me chill out with the regionalism because I love my people wherever they are, right? Whatever part of the country they're from. However, you know, Black Americans are the largest ethnic group in New York. You know, the Caribbean. There's no such thing as a Caribbean ethnicity. The Black Americans outnumber Jamaicans in New York. Black Americans outnumber Ghanaians in New York. Let me finish. Black Americans outnumber all these different ethnic groups in New York. However, when you combine all these Caribbean nationalities and place them under one identity, then yeah, Black Americans would be outnumbered by Caribbeans in New York. However, if you break down that Caribbean identity by nationality, Black Americans in New York outnumber Jamaicans specifically. Black Americans in New York outnumber Haitians specifically.
Black African Americans, add them all up, there's still way more combined because Black people have whole sections of New York, Brooklyn, and Long Island for generations. I'm from New York. You know, houses and whatnot paid for from back in the days. You got whole sections of Queens and nothing but matter of fact, the richest Black community in the world is in Jamaica and is in Southeast Queens. Black people in Southeast Queens. And in fact, the richest communities in New York City are Black communities, you know, Uniondale and stuff like that. They earn more money than the white communities in New York City. White people more live outside Long Island and Westchester and stuff like that, you know, maybe in some Manhattan. But for the most part, Black people, the sheer numbers and sheer amount of homeowners in New York City is striking. And now you got Black people from Caribbean, everybody joining this whole thing about being Black. When nobody's sitting there saying, oh, you're from this. Well, we eat some Jamaican food, we eat some Ethiopian food, we eat something like this. And it's a hodgepodge of Black people who just get along, you know. So I don't know what this nonsense about. You try to separate Black people based on ethnicity and nonsense.
I mean, it's a common thing to do, you know.
I said, the bottom line is, I hope you, G-Star, you have some sobering thoughts about this discussion tonight, man, because the FBA movement is not going any place. It's not going to go. And the bottom line, what I don't want to see is you're a young man right now. I don't want to see you growing up you know, with this nonsense. Because what's going to happen is this: just like the people, you guys have a chance to save yourself. You know, the people who believe that they're Native American, they were already here, their mind's going to be warped and retarded by the time they hit their 40s and 50s, and they start really believing. Some people actually believe stuff. They're going to be retarded. I'm going to tell you a story. I told the story many times before, right? There was this one guy that when I used to work at this restaurant called Daryl's in Norfolk, they had steaks, best steakhouse, man. You know, prime rib steak, you know, potatoes. It was all black crew working there when I staff, beautiful restaurant, you know, everything right there. So anyway, I used to work in the kitchen, right? And when this older guy was working with us, I was like 23, 24. And this older guy started working there, right? This guy was like 30, you know, he was like, at the time, how old he said he was? I think he said he was like 48. But you could tell this guy, man, he had an afro, real slim, real good-looking brother. You could tell he was one of the brothers from back in the 70s and whatnot. We used to be like, yo, look at Jim Kelly over here, whatnot. You know, he wear a shirt, whatnot. Real fit brother, man. Back in the days, he was a shit, man. He's like, yo, you could tell he was a real good-looking brother, bad like that, where everybody's like this. But the dude had a problem with his age, you know? We knew he was like in his 40s, right? But he would always say, nah, I'm 35. And then he kept changing. I said, dude, man, there's no way that you're only 10 years older than me. And then get this, right? Years later, my father's doing contractor, right? And I saw him at a Home Depot, right? And this was like, okay, that was 2000. This was like a good, 2000, okay? So take 95, 2000, 15 years later, right? I saw him, some older man in the thing. I said, hey, how you doing? And all of a sudden, he was like, basically, his mind, everything completely gone. He was like, man, I'm only 27 years old. The dude was an real old man right now, and he's completely gone because in his mind, he can't accept the fact that he was aging, you know? All his life, he's like, instead of like this, you read the poem like Beowulf, right? The old English literature Beowulf, right? He started a young man, he was a middle-aged man. By the time you're older, man, you accept the fact that you lived your life and everything like that, you know, and you pass it on to your next generation and everything. Like you accept what life has offered you. When you start denying your age, denying your race, denying your heritage, denying who you are, when that's going to cripple your mind. And this guy was completely gone because his eyes were completely like, you know, altered and everything like that. And I said, yeah, I remember you. Is that the other thing? Yeah, man. I said, dude, man, you are a good 20 years older than me, you know? And you're now telling me you're like, I was like 2000, I was like 31, I think I was right at the time, right? And he's telling me that he's in his 30s, you know? And I'm saying to myself, what the frick are you talking about? And he actually believed his age. He believed that he is that age. He refused to grow up. That's what I see a lot of these people in Black America, right? You know, they want to deny their African roots, the African heritage, right? You keep believing that, your mind is gonna go. You're gonna be just like that old man and whatnot. You're gonna be sitting in a park bench and whatnot, talking to yourself.
Yeah, I don't rock with the Indian stuff. African.
You guys are close to that. You don't understand that.
And you know what? We are close. We are close to that. In fact, I would even say that the Native American people infiltrated the FBA movement. They are the face of that now. If you ain't rocking with the Indians, you ain't even FBA. They gonna kick you out the FBA tribe. But hey, look, and let me say this real quick. I say this as someone who actually
mental problems when they get older. They're gonna have mental problems when they get older because they believe in a lie.
They got mental problems now. There's a correlation between, you know,
when I say mental problems, right? I mean to the point where you can't even function. You can't even see logic ahead. You can't see nothing. I've seen that guy I was talking about right there. He was completely gone. He was completely gone.
And you know, to a certain extent, I can definitely see that happening. I don't know if it'll happen with everybody who claim to be of Indian descent, but I think there's like the street culture, right? And I ain't got, you know, like I said earlier, Black Americans are multifaceted. You know, we street niggas and we nerds at the same time. We intellectuals and we know how to get business done in the streets. You know, But like,
check it out. Let's talk about that, right? If you can get, let's see, why are there no successful black criminals in America?
Because they don't go clean. There are successful black formal criminals.
Black men are the worst criminals in America, right? White guys, I know white guys that are syndicate leaders and whatnot. They basically move in silence and everything like that. Also in 50 years, they run a criminal syndicate undetected, everything. You know what the black criminal does when he get a little bit of money, right? He want to make a rap video. And people sitting there, oh, okay. I shot this motherfucker up. I did this, whatnot, you know. He out in the club right now showing off his wealth. He's showing off his money. And next police is like, man, try to make this easy for us. There's never been a black successful criminal organization in America that lasted more than 5 years.
I mean, we got some that lasted more than 5 years, but you are right.
Where? And also the criminals, the white criminals were able to transition from, okay, we're doing all our dirt and everything like that, but they build their communities up. Well, they have a thing, like you go to Little Italy, whatnot. You got mob figures still there. They still got a home, a safe haven. You don't have that. You have all hell breaking out. You start pumping dope in your own community while you try to live out in the suburbs somewhere. Tell me where that's working.
No, you're right about that. I think the Latinos, I think they haven't made the transition yet, and I don't think they will make the transition. The cartel run deep, and you know, I think the Latinos go, you know, they go kind of be like us a little bit, but they sell drugs to their own community too. Some of them, depending on which Latino group, because all Latinos aren't the same. But yeah, you definitely right. Yeah, a lot of the, but yeah, we definitely had some, you know, black criminal organizations that lasted more than 5 years. 5 years is cutting us too short, man.
Also, when you talk about black criminal organizations, right? When you got other people, man, they stay silent. Okay, you give me 30, 40 years life, I ain't gonna say nothing. Black person, bro, they're facing 5 years. It's like they don't say, I'll tell you everything. It's like, I'll tell you everything. When you hear that everything, that means everything. Oh, I'll tell you everything, you know. All you have to bring in some KFC fried chicken and like that, you know, spill your guts and whatnot. Okay, but I'll tell you everything, you know. I'll tell you everything. Yeah, I'll tell you about his mama. I'll tell you about his daddy. I'll tell you about him. This, that, the other thing. And next thing you know, how the fuck y'all find all this shit out or not? You know what I'm saying? You be sitting on stand looking at the motherfucker. Can you point the nigga out in court? Right there. The motherfucker look like, motherfucker, I trusted your ass, yo. I got a PhD in Negroology, you know? A PhD in Negroology, you know? So, you know, this, that, thing. You know, the bottom line is this. Mufasa says, we can't act like the government's, look, man, stop with that, the government and whatnot, you know? Black criminals just don't have it, you know, it don't have it, you know, don't have it. You can't build a criminal empire when you're talking about the streets. With black people, then why is it, if we're so bad in the streets, why is it that black people always brag about? You would think that the black people got an organization like Hell's Angels, they got chapters all over the world. The government cannot fucking penetrate the mafia, the La Cosa Nostra, Hell's Angels, and all these other people like that. They can't penetrate black organizations. You know, please bring that Negro in and whatnot. You know, we'll get them on child support. You know, say, look, you buy on child support, you're facing 3 years in jail. I'll tell you everything, boss. I'll tell you everything. The black criminal organization, we couldn't even do that right. But yet we're the ones. It's one thing to be as bad as a criminal, but you look at the rap and whatnot, you would think black people are just, you know, this criminal enterprising, moving keys and all stuff like all those things that people sit there and buy into, you know, they buy into like black people are good criminals and got business sense and everything like that. You know, some of them do, but they don't last, you know, because before you have a criminal group, you got to have organization, you have family, you know, you got to have lineage, all that stuff like that's important. You know, like the Italians bringing these guys called Zips from Italy to do their dirty bit. And these are people that go back to their motherland to do their hits and stuff like that, you know? So what you call it? And the Giuliani damaged the mafia, but what I've read was the mafia that he took down, Salerno, and all them weren't even charged. It was Gigante and all that stood behind the scene and made it seem like the old bosses were in charge. But Giuliani actually did that for publicity. The mafia didn't go away. You know, the mafia. Then in the late 80s and 90s, the Jersey mafia and the surrounding areas like Rhode Island and New England mafia took and Philadelphia and whatnot. You know, all he did was took out figureheads in the New York mafia. What happened to G-Star? Bomani, you there?
Yes, my brother, I'm here.
Okay. And what happened to G-Star?
G-Star is gone. It looked like he's gone.
Yeah, so yeah, what you call it? Yeah, yeah, well, you have RICO acts and everything like that, you know. But you know something else? They didn't even really basically process black criminals under RICO. Why? Because that would give them credit. You know, they could prosecute a lot of gangs under RICO, but basically racketeering for organized crime. That basically organized crime is a label they put on white criminal organizations, right? It ain't so recently they say, you know something? We charge them RICO acts, and we're saying that these guys were sophisticated enough to put together a criminal organization, and they never wanted to give the black criminals that much credit by charging them with RICO statutes, you know? So they could have got rid of the black criminals a long time ago in the RICO acts, but they're like, oh no, black criminals. It was like when Frank Lucas was around, they were like, get out of here, black guy with an organization, his family organization. What are you talking about? You're insane. You remember the movie American Gangster? That was the truth, though. They refused to believe that he was head of any sort of organization. You'd say black people can't run no criminal organizations, because it still takes intelligence and everything. So, this. What's up, Dion?
Yo, what's up, man? What's going on?
What's going on, brother?
Yes. Greetings, Dion. Greetings, brother. Welcome to the call. I was about to play that Bucci Bear, finish that Bucci Bear video.
Yeah, Dion, you want to play the? Let's play the Bucci Bear video. Finish playing this up because I need a good laugh before you come on. We're gonna finish like this. Have you seen this?
Nah, I haven't seen that.
You probably got better things to do.
Yeah, like most of us.
B32. Okay. G14.
Woo, bango.
And the winner is Percy Earl. Give him a round of applause. You are the lucky winner of a $45 Groupon for the Cracker Barrel.
Ooh, I loves it. I can taste them butter biscuits right now.
Now, the next prize for the next game will be some complimentary tickets to an FBA event at the Black History Museum, where there's going to be a meet and greet with the legendary group, The Whispers.
Whoa, The Whispers is coming. Well, I just be darned.
Hey, Percy Earl, The Whispers is coming to town. Ain't that the group you was in back in the day?
It sure is. And they had the nerve to kick me out the group.
I remember you telling me that. Well, what happened? Why did they kick you out the group?
I wrote all the songs and I came up with all the choreography, and they was jealous of me because all the shine I was getting, because all the women loved me.
That is something else.
I remember it all came to a head when we was on tour years ago. We was down there doing a concert in Memphis. Memphis, make some noise! Ooh, it's a whole heap of fine women in here tonight, and y'all sure enough look good. Is y'all ready to party with Percy Earl tonight? Is y'all ready to party? Let me hear you say Percy Earl. Say Percy Earl. Say Percy Earl. Say Percy Earl. Ooh, I was on fire that night, and all the women was loving on me. Did y'all enjoy the show tonight, ladies?
I sure did. I loved it. And you look real good up there, Percy Earl.
Ooh, look at you. You trying to get some good trouble tonight, ain't you?
Percy Earl, we need to talk.
Excuse me, ladies. Now, what is you got to talk to me about?
You keep improvising doing our performances and running up there singing lead. That's messing up our routines.
Messing up the routines? I'm the best thing that ever happened to this group. I'm selling all the records. The peoples is coming to see me.
They are coming to see the Whispers.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Scotty. You wish you can work it like Percy Earl, but you can't. That's why you is jealous of me, because all the women's love some Percy Earl.
You know what, Percy Earl? I done had enough of you. We done voted you out the group. So it's over for you, Percy Earl. Security!
What is this? What is this? You ungrateful sons of guns? How is you gonna do this to me? I made you two caterpillar mustache having niggas. I made you. How dare you? They kicked me out the group, and then they started turning people in the industry against me. And a year later, when I released my solo album, Straight Outta Selma, I didn't get no promotion or no radio play. They made me get blacklisted from the industry because I was deemed too difficult.
So what you gonna do now, Percy Earl?
I's gonna go to that FBA event at the museum and gives them a piece of my mind, because the day of reckoning is here.
I hope this disguise is good enough. I don't want my cover blown.
Hey, Bear, is that you?
How did you recognize me?
I can spot those hips from a mile away. Anyway, this is my cousin Mongo.
What did you do with the Jollof powder I gave you?
We already put it in the Jollof, and my cousin switched it with the jambalaya over there at the buffet table while I was causing a distraction.
Oh, good. Now we should eat some of the jambalaya and talk about how good it is, so that will encourage others to eat some too.
That is a good idea.
Which one is the Jollof and which one is the jambalaya?
I think this one is the Jollof.
So let's eat some of that jambalaya over there. This jambalaya is so delicious. You should try it.
This jambalaya is delicious. You should get a big plate of it.
I haven't seen you around here in this neighborhood before. What's your name?
My name is Daquan Jackson. Daquan, it sounds like you have an accent. Where are you from? I'm Golagichi, nigga. That is where my accent is from. Keep your eyes open for them whispers, Charlie Ray, because they gonna give me what they owes me.
Hello, gentlemen. Are you enjoying that delicious jambalaya?
Well, it's pretty decent. I can't complain. Hey, why you guys look so familiar?
I don't think we've met. We aren't from here.
This is supposed to be an FBA event. Why is you dressed in an outfit like that? Why is you over here looking like Aladdin?
I'm FBA.
I'm FBA too, nigga.
I'm dressed like this because I'm a background dancer for MC Hammer, and I have to go to rehearsals after I leave here.
Wait, is that Afrobeats? This is my song. Forget this undercover operation.
I have to go dance, nigga.
Undercover operation? Hold on one cotton picking minute. Look at that hairline. I knew I smelled ass and must up in here. It's that darn bear again. What is y'all up to?
Hey, is that Percy Earl? We ain't seen you in years. What is you doing here?
Well, well, well. If it ain't my old group that I made successful. I came to confront you about all the money that I'm owed from y'all stealing my style and kicking me out the group.
You is out of your mind, Percy Earl. We didn't steal your style, chump. And the day you get some money out of us, baby, is the day hell freezes over because we ain't giving you nothing.
Oh, really? Well, you know what that means. We is gonna have to get busy. Get your ass off me, Walter.
What's going on with my stomach?
My stomach is bubbling too. I think we ate some of the poison jollof. Poison jollof? What the hell? It ain't over there. It is not over. And when I gets out of the VA hospital after this fall and I sees you again, it is going to be hell to pay. Hell to pay here.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you gotta have a little bit of entertainment here and there, man, but we gotta do better than this. You know? It's just I don't know. But the whole thing about the hairline shit, so now motherfuckers be walking around talking about, let me look at your hairline. You ain't FBA. That's just, I'm like, what the fuck? How long? How? Like I said, this is the ugly side of Black America. Welcome, Dion. What's on your mind, brother?
Oh, not much. I mean, just can't go to sleep right now. So I heard y'all in there talking, heard somebody from the Shy. I said, let me jump on and see what they talking about.
Now you claim that dude G-Star, man, he's from Chicago or whatnot. Ain't nobody in Chicago talking about no ADOS FBA. They're trying to survive, man. Go to O Block. I just saw this one dude talking about we're taking O Block. Like O Block's about to be condemned or whatever. I don't know what it is. The dude's about, yeah, man, I'm going up there. And these dudes got nothing else better to do but arguing over shit they don't own, That's the ADOS FBA mentality,
I don't really know much about ADOS or FBA. I mean, I hear about it periodically, but mainly from y'all. Like, I don't hear it.
Yeah, nobody. If it wasn't for this show or a couple of shows, nobody know who these people are. They actually really think. And you have Mike's TV on here tonight, right? He was too scared to call in because he's scared. He's a coward. They can't even stand on their own square. He can't come here and defend what he's talking about and everything like that. I can't. I'll come in and whatnot. He's another Afro think tank. Talk shit, but he can't come up here and debate what he's talking about. I give G-Star that, man. At least he got heart to come in here and debate with us and everything,
Yeah.
So like this, so let's we'll talk about tonight, and I think we made our point tonight that, this ADOS FBA movement is a retardation of Black America. This hatred of Black immigrants, delineate and whatnot. Now, I said earlier, they had some legit points about when people start talking about Black empowerment, right? You going overseas to bring Black people to fill in lucrative jobs that should go to Black African Americans. If you want us to be part of America after everything we've been through, that's legitimate, but they take it to a whole new level. They don't even want these people. They say most immigrants are doing Uber and they're scrapping together. You don't even want them to have that. You don't even want them to pull their money together and work hard and everything like that. Yeah, you could talk about the coveted positions in Black America that we think is ours. That's legitimate. We can have that discussion. But when you think that that they should not be in America at all, and I'm like, it's not our shit. It's a white man. The white man makes the laws about who goes. That's why he opened the border right now. What can we do? Nothing. So what do you think about the migrant crisis in Chicago?
I thought about it, but only from the standpoint of how could I get some of that money, to be honest, because they all over. And it seems like a lot of things that occur in Chicago, it's going to be a lot of money made by somebody doing this, because they were at like every police station on the South Side, and now they're not. They took this, they tried to take this dilapidated grocery store on 115th and host it and revitalize it. It was supposed to be like this place to house the immigrants, and they stopped working on it for some reason. One of my guys was saying
it was condemned. They had the toxins in the soil or something like that, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, yep. But they did a lot of work before the weather really changed. Like, it's snow on the ground now. But I just think they threw all that money away. So somebody is getting the money, you know. I'm just like, how? But Chicago laws are so terrible. What I heard from one of my confidants was like, you get like 6 months, and then they probably will re-up. But then if you got somebody that you can't really communicate with, and it take you 6 months to evict somebody, it might not be a good deal. So my thought was, how could I get some of the money to kind of fuel some of the other things that I want to do?
Like how would you get money? You talking about renting properties?
Yeah, renting. Like, cause I own a building, so I was thinking of once I get it finished, I'll be finished in the next couple of months. Maybe I'll rent and just make that money, cause they just printing money anyway. So I might as well take my money and go to Africa or somewhere.
Yeah, that's ain't nothing wrong with that. Make that money. You know, make that money.
Absolutely, Dion. Appreciate the energy, brother, for joining us, and thank you for joining our Liberia journey. And looking forward to connecting with you, me, and Kala. So that's our plan right here.
You said it's gonna be 17 people now?
Yes.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, probably be more by the end of it's all done. Be more, you know. We got to turn people
Yes,
away.
we still got time, family.
Okay.
But yes, brother. So you're excited about the journey? You're looking forward to meeting Kala?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And building business, and I mean, not building business, but just opening the eyes to see what the country offers.
There's plenty of opportunity, and we got the connections and the team on the ground to make it happen. You know, anything, like I said, none of that shenanigans. Let me talk briefly about Liberia. I talked to Mike about this, about Liberian land laws. Right, it's different than the West Africa and everything. Liberia is the oldest republic. Their land and deed laws are the oldest. You know, and it was restricted by Black people. The constitutional. You have 3 types of land in Liberia. You have traditional land, right, tribal land. You have government land, and you have deeded private property. Okay? Private property means you own the deed, it's yours, freehold. You buy the property, willing buyer, bill and sell, it's yours. If you're Black African descent, you can own property there without having to be a citizen. And also you can open a business there and do all stuff like that, you know, because they want to encourage Black people in America to invest in stuff like this. Now, if on tribal land, what they're doing is a lot of tribal land people, like in Nimba and stuff like that, are converting their tribal land to private property. And they're finding that they can get loans, everything, and say, oh, this is what it is. Yeah, the tribal land is no use unless land is only good when you have value to a real estate value, add real estate value to it, you know? If a land's tribal, it means, okay, you know, put stuff on there, but you can't borrow against it or anything because it's not real estate. Okay, so people may live on their traditional lands and everything like that, but you know you can't sell it or whatever like that. That's what happens in most of Africa. You know, it's traditional lands. You may have a chief or whatever like that holds the, you know, say wherever you could have it or wherever you could lease it from them, whatever like that. You know, but when the land's private property, right, is registered with the government and everything, then you could sell it outright, and the person outright owns the land, you know, and he pays his taxes to the state. You know, it's the most advanced thing. Baby Rodriguez, would you stop? I got partners of mine, like Ross told you, that got tens and thousands of acres of land in Liberia. You know, I can have land if I want to in Liberia tomorrow. You know, I can just, my bank account, hey, give me like 5 acres. I can do it tomorrow. That's not the thing. I'm not interested in that at this point in time. You know, the land's going to be there. Liberia's not going anyplace. You know, somebody said, is this another Bash Pan-African live stream? I don't know what that means. Bash Pan-African live stream. I don't know what that means. You know, we're not bashing Pan. We are Pan-Africanists, you know, so I don't know what that means. And why is it Baby saying that stand on your ground or square or exit? Why is it that people, when we talk about Africa, and we're saying that, look, I have a life here in America, but I'm also interested in Africa. Why do people want to kick me out of America? People, if they could, they would freaking put me on a plane, send me to Africa, just for even discussing this. You know, that's how sad this is.
We got another one right here.
Okay, why is there so much back and forth between BTW panties and non-panties? Waste of time, circle arguments, going on neither side wants to side need to bash you to separate. No, the bottom line is this: the ADOS FBA people, right, are coming, putting out a bunch of nonsense, and we're trying to show you it's a social media driven movement. It's not real. It's not real in real life and everything like that. So we're just setting the record straight tonight that this movement has no teeth, it has no thing. You know, I asked G-Star, did he know what the Monroe Doctrine was? Never heard of it. So when you don't have basic knowledge of geopolitics and everything, you can actually believe that you're going to have a homeland inside of the United States of America. That's never going to happen. You know, you're going to have a nation within a nation. It's never going to happen. You know, so she goes, valuable land goes
Kyla,
fast.
are we gonna check out some land when we go over there?
Bro, yeah. We get with Ross.
Okay.
There's plenty of land for sale and everything like that. Just plenty. As land is plenty of like beachfront property and everything. There's plenty of properties for sale. There's plenty of everything. Wait till we take that drive to Robertsport. Your mouth is going to be watering around Lake Piso. All that government land you could probably buy. I don't know if it's selling or not around Lake. And also, all when you go up there, you're going to see off the highway, on the grid, the power grid, on the grid, right? There's communities being built and everything like that. That 2-hour ride up to Robertsport. Beautiful, you know, there's plenty of opportunity. Then we go down to Grand Bassa, you're going to see, wow, you know, virgin land all over the place, you know? So there's plenty of places to own land and everything like that. It's there, yes. Ross, you know, that business conference, I'm going to have Ross do a land presentation, you know?
Okay.
And stuff like that. So it's going to be a real opportunity to own property and stuff like that. And we're going to handle everything from the legal paperwork, the lawyer, all the stuff like that. You know, that's what our agency is going to do, you know? So you get your land and everything like that is yours. It's your property. And they want to encourage more Black people from America to think. We want to make these tours of Liberia year round, you know? And year round. People go into different groups and stuff like that, you know, year round, you know, so it's selling the country to people. So what I'm saying is nothing's going to stop this movement, right? And so people either get on and get in tune, right? Because this is the future right here. Doesn't mean that, you know, what gets me is about Black people. You got white Americans living in Mexico, right? They're not giving up their Mexican Americanness, right? Because, oh, it's cheaper down here. We love it, man. We're having a good time. We're not. Black people are the only people that feel like they got to stay in America or they're going to lose something. You got white people that live in the white Americans that live in the Philippines, live in Dubai. They go to live in, what's that place in off Mexico? What's the place? Belize.
Oh, Belize, yeah. That's where my guy want to move to.
You know, they got people living all over the world. Because it's cheaper. They got a lot of white Americans living in Costa Rica. You know, so the bottom line is you Black folks is this a white guy? It's a white guy. If you're a white guy, easy acts, whatever. I don't really want to hear what you guys say. America is a home. Yeah, America can be a home, but it does not mean America has to be a prison. That's what I'm talking about. These people are imprisoned by America. If you are really American, you can live any place and be happy. Say I'm America, but you feel that staying here and doing all stuff like that is going to make you more American. Nobody gives a damn. America doesn't even protect its own borders, letting people come in here. They're talking about giving them citizenship, work permits, everything, you know?
Oh, yeah. That's what they were talking about with the immigration stuff.
Yeah, they talk about giving them citizenship, everything.
All kind of stuff.
You know, so now it's time to look for something, you know, to expand beyond America, you know? We outgrown America. So that's what I'm trying to tell people all the time. Nobody's saying that you got to abort America and ties. I tell people all the time, you make your money here. You know, make this American dollar and funnel it back to the continent, you know? People don't know this. Do you know if you make $2,000 a month, right? You know you're in the top 10% of income earners in the world? You know, the top income world, you're making more than most people in the African continent, you know, just off the bat. So if you got that $4,000 a month to invest, you're like in the 1% of the you're an advantage. You're an advantage. The Indians and all these people Lebanese don't have more money than us. So why can't we compete with them on the African continent? Hey, Bomani, you want to play a video? I want to talk about that so-called conference. I gotta give Phil the Disaster Channel some credit on that. They caught this. You know, I guess somebody told before they jumped into. Somebody sent them this video, and they really.
Yeah, this is not his video though, but this is of the conference.
Is it that woman, that girl that you had
such as Professor?
Yes, that was one video. This one is seemed more appealing. We can play both of them.
Okay, yeah, okay. Play this one first. See what the other ones. Yeah.
The PLO Lumumba of Kenya, EFF leader Julius Selo Malema of South Africa, former Nigerian presidential candidate Peter Obi, and former permanent representative of the African Union to the United States, Dr. Arikana Chiumbori Kwa of Zimbabwe, were scheduled to speak at a highly anticipated Pan-African political event in Ghana on January 7, 2024. However, the event dubbed the convention was abruptly cancelled, sparking criticism and disappointment from attendees, dignitaries, and observers across Africa. What was this event about? Why has the Ghanaian government stopped it from happening as planned? And why are people criticizing the government of Ghana for the event's cancellation? In today's video, we will offer deep insight into these questions and more. Before we dive into our topic today, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to our channels and ringing the bell to be notified about all our exciting future videos.
Why is everyone in the US going crazy over this portable heater? With inflation at
unexpected turn of events, the New Africa Foundation, the organizers of the convention, a highly anticipated Pan-African event that was scheduled to take place at Ghana's Blackstone Square on January 7, 2024, released an official statement at the last minute, confirming the abrupt cancellation of the much looked forward to gathering. We regret to inform you that the government has cancelled the above Pan-African event, which was to take place today at the Independence Square in Accra, Ghana. We have just been informed of the cancellation of this event a couple of hours before its commencement. We understand the anticipation and excitement surrounding this event, and we share in the disappointment of our supporters. Please be aware that this situation is and was beyond our control. The statement read. The politically affiliated event, which was approved in November 2023, sought to bring together thought leaders in Africa, including Professor PLO Lumumba, Peter Obi, Julius Malema, and others to speak on key challenges confronting Africa's development. The convention was also speculated to be associated with unveiling the leader of the new force political movement, a nascent political movement spicing up Ghana's scene with social media-driven campaigns like the man in a mask and calls for youth inclusion. Though unregistered, shrouded in some controversy, it's tapping into dissatisfaction with current parties, attracting young Ghanaians, and stirring debate about alternative voices and approaches to the country's future. Consequently, the announcement of the abrupt cancellation came as an unpleasant surprise to the patrons, journalists, dignitaries, and thousands of attendees who were present at the venue, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of a potential new leader and a transformative political agenda. The sudden cancellation left everyone puzzled with conflicting accounts emerging about the reasons behind the last-minute decision. While some contend that the gathering was stopped by the police and national security acting on government orders, others assert that some speakers, including Dr. Reconnection, failed to turn up, leading to the event cancellation. The Office of the President's Diaspora Affairs Directorate offered an explanation for the sudden cancellation of the Convention 2024, saying the decision to revoke the permission was prompted by the emergence of an unforeseen state event scheduled to take place at the Blackstar Square venue at the same time. The Office of the President's Diaspora Affairs Directorate also revealed that the 10,000 Ghana cedis paid by the organizers for the venue's use would be refunded and apologized for any inconvenience caused. However, this so-called clarification from the Office of the President's Diaspora Affairs Directorate did little to assuage the disappointment and skepticism of all interested parties. Many are questioning how the event, which received official approval from the government of Ghana itself in November 2023, had now somehow conflicted with an unforeseen state event scheduled to take place at the same venue and time. The presence of several armed military men and police who manned the entrance to the Blackstar Square, preventing entry to members of the public, also raised a lot of eyebrows, with many questioning the need for such force in preventing a simple Pan-African event from taking place. Hours after the cancellation, the leaders of the convention organized a press conference at Cantonment. Professor PLO Lumumba said, "We came to Ghana to share a message of hope that Africa needs at this time, and there's no better place to begin that message than Accra, Ghana. It is in Accra that Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, almost 67 years ago, spoke to the world and said, independence of Ghana is meaningless until it's linked with the independence of the African continent." He added that 67 years later, they were gathering in Accra at the very spot where Ghana's founding fathers had stood to make declaration, but they were strangely stopped. Professor PLO Lumumba, however, said, "The message will be served as the journey of hope continues with the youth." The timing and nature of the convention's cancellation, as well as the subsequent comments from the event organizers and the Office of the Presidency, have led many to believe the Ghanaian government, currently led by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is on a mission to quell dissenting voices, compromising Ghana's much-cherished democratic values. It is noteworthy that the event was also touted to be the platform that will officially unveil the face behind the fast-rising opposition New Force movement. So the fact that the entire event was cancelled so abruptly reflects poorly on the government. Already, the spokesperson for the New Force movement, Belgian businesswoman Shalima Nabisi, has been arrested and re-arrested and even had a residency permit revoked by the Ghana Immigration Service. Many view this as a thinly veiled attempt by the Akufo-Addo government to simply frustrate political opposition. Currently, there are conflicting narratives. One on hand, the government of Ghana claims the convention was cancelled at the last minute because it conflicted with a state event scheduled to take place at the same time and venue. On the other hand, even though the event's organizers acknowledged the cancellation in a statement, they did not corroborate the government's narrative of the convention conflicting with a state event scheduled to take place at the same venue and time. Although there is a lot of confusion, the abrupt nature of the event cancellation, the anticipated unveiling of the face behind the New Force movement at the convention, which never came to fruition, the presence of heavy security at the venue to stop people from entering, weak explanation from the government, and historical occurrences, such as the arrest of some of the New Force's top brass, lends more credence to the speculation that the Ghanaian government is trying to quell dissenting voices, raising concerns about potential infringements on freedom of association and free speech in the country. Your perspective matters. Do you think the Ghanaian government is guilty of deliberately suppressing free speech and freedom of association to curb the opposition? Share your insights and thoughts in the comments below. For continued updates on global affairs and diplomatic development, be sure to subscribe to the New Africa channel.
Amazing. So what I'm getting from this is these Europeans organize the event. Remember something, right? And somebody I don't really listen to, Professor Beck Troop, he got on his game where he talked about how the West is now using Bobby Wine to undermine Museveni and thing. And a lot of times the West have their own agenda in Africa, right? Which is the LGBTQ and all this kind of stuff like that, you know? And so they want to bring that to Ghana. And so what we do is, instead of us organizing our own Pan-African events and whatnot, we don't know how this thing. See, a white girl, she's a Instagram model with that guy, a black boyfriend, whatever, organized this, right? And invited Dr. Arikana and all these other people on a high level. And Juice Malema won't take a moment not to hear himself talk. And so, you know, and Ghana's like, okay, I see this as a provocation with political parties who basically are pro-Western and all stuff like this, but it's going under the cover of Pan-Africanism, you know? So like people like now hate ADO, but this is a serious situation because we don't really have the media, the journalists, you know, that's what tells me. Black people talk about we have all this new black media and whatnot, but we don't really have the real journalism to get down to the nuts and bolts. How did this start from A to Z? So we're all informed and we can make our decision. Now, people may have their opinions about Nana Adu, but could he be right in this situation? You know, could Dr. Arikhan and all of them been hoodwinked? Peel all of them have been hoodwinked into this event? Is there forces that will benefit from this event beyond a so-called Pan-African speech? And then when it gets down to it, right? What are we going to hear that we haven't heard already? The West is taking all the resources. Africa must do this or not. We've heard that all the time, man. We heard that all the time. You know, so it's like it's not the end of the world not having a speech. But I want to hear about the plan of how do we build a Trans-Africa railway system, a Trans-Africa highway system? How do we get better airlines on the continent? When are we going to build up Africa's airlines and stuff like that, you know? Kwame said he had nothing to do with her, you know? That's not what I heard, you know? So you going to play other video before the other guest gets on?
No, I mean, I guess it can't be that much more information, but let's see what we have. Let's see who we have here. Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. You can unmute yourself. Ease X. All right, greetings, brother. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. What is on your mind?
Good evening, Mr. Bomani. Thank you for letting me on. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Greetings, and try to speak up louder or turn your mic up louder. And if you can pronounce your name or just give us an intro.
No, I am not. I am not a Caucasoid man. Okay. Can you hear me?
I ask you to speak up a little bit. Say what's on your mind. Time is running here, bro. What's on your mind?
No, I don't like the. I am not FBA ADOS, so but I don't like your attempt to shame them just because of who they want to be. Okay.
How am I shaming them?
why is this the black part of? I mean, what was that? What was the title of this live stream?
You sound like a Caucasian, you know.
Why are you claiming ADOS, FBA are the dark side of Black American? They're not. They're not the dark side of anything.
Yeah, this the title is ADOS/FBA, the ugly side of Black America. So
The
that's what
ugly
it
side
is.
of Black. Oh, really? Is that true? Come on, are you trying to prove that fact?
So you're saying you're not ADOS FBA.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who I am.
Yeah, it does matter because I don't like people coming into our business. You know,
no, you're trying to shame people who are a part of this movement or group, ADOS, FBA. You cannot speak for them like that. Or speak against them like that.
But I can't
okay?
because it's my community. You know.
No, you're a Pan-African. That's your community.
Well,
dude, who are you? Who are you? And who are you to question us about our philosophies?
Well, who are you guys to question who the ugly side of Black America?
This is the community. These are the people that we live around, and we talk about America and Africa. That's what we talk about.
Explain why ADOS FBA is the ugly side of Black America.
Because they basically doing the same thing white people have done to Black people. Talk about
no. White people have nothing to do with it. Tell me why they're the other side of Black America.
Hey, listen here. You don't come here and dictate and tell us what have nothing to do. We're explaining something to you, so you either can listen to it and be clear.
Okay,
ADOS FBA is xenophobic, is hate towards Africans, and denial of African lineage. That's what all it is.
Okay, can I speak?
Good.
You just lied on ADOS FBA. They're not denying their African lineage, no.
Oh yes,
they are aware of their African ancestry. They're not denying that.
No, they have to. They basically know what it is. They hate the fact that they
don't change it. Don't change what you're saying. Ancestry. They hate the fact what?
They can't deny it's obvious. What appears is apparent. It's apparent that they're African. So what they want to do is say there's some different race.
How are they African? How are they African?
Because their bloodline, what they are, their DNA, everything, where they come from is African. That's what it is.
Everybody came from Africa, right?
No, everybody didn't come from Africa.
Where did the human race come from?
The human race came from Asia, Europe, everybody. Now I'm believing this. Everybody came from African shit. That's what justifies everybody trying to invade the continent. You got people that we're all Africans, so they can come there and rape and pillage.
How can you say that 30 to 50 million people, ADOS, FBA, came from Africa? How can you?
Because that's exactly where we come from.
Are you like a scientist, a DNA scientist?
Bro, it's dude. Do you know basic history?
Oh, you're going on history. If you go on history, you're gonna fail and trying to prove.
So the Black people in America, right? If they're not Africans, what are they?
Well, you're dictating who they are.
I'm not dictating. This is what I'm saying. You can't just get online and
you don't have that authority to say who and what people are.
I'm not saying authority. I'm just saying it doesn't matter what you think you are. That's the truth.
Okay.
Black people in America are Africans.
Okay, let's say they're all Africans. So what?
Yo, that's all we're saying. Yeah, you're Africans, you know.
So is that end of argument? You don't have to go around this circular Pan-African bullshit anymore?
No, I'm just saying that the bottom line is the ADOS FBA movement have a problem with the Pan-African world because we're building bridges with Africa, and they're saying, no, we're not Africans, we're Americans, we're not. And the bottom
What's wrong with them saying that?
Okay, well, okay, let's say they say they're Americans, right? They say they're Americans, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand the way the world looks like? To the victor belongs the spoils, right? Show me what benefit do they get out of just saying we're just Americans and we're not anything else and everything. White people will say,
why are you bringing white people?
I'm trying to say this. I never heard of Italian Americans say I'm not from Italy. I've never heard an Irishman say I'm not from Ireland.
This is such an old This is such
okay.
An
So
old
is that the truth though? White people, many generations in America, as Germans. So I'm from Germany, but I'm an American, right? These people basically saying they didn't come from Africa and they
white people to the
derived from
argument
America.
to prove your point.
No, just take another group of people, the Chinese. You got Chinese
You
have
have to
been
bring
there for 200
another
years,
group of people
and they
into the
still go
argument,
back to Beijing,
regardless
China.
of what they are, to prove your point. Why don't we just stick to black melanated
Like I
people?
said, that's why I said this is the ugly side of Black America. We're the only group of people
Go
they're not from where they are.
Leave them alone. Let them decide who they want to be.
Well, they decide what they want to be, but we're pushing back against that. That's what we do. We're pushing back against that. Why? Because
why are you pushing back against that?
Because the bottom line is we don't want our brothers and sisters in Africa to think that is anywhere.
Africa does not dictate anything above
right now,
ADOS,
Africa's FBA.
No. ADOS is not trying to press themselves against Africans.
Well, we are. You know what I'm saying?
Who's we?
The most productive black people in America are interested in Africa. They say, "Hey, why not?"
The most productive? How many is that?
Well, we could play the movie, the African Blacks Without Borders, right? Blacks in South Africa, and do stuff like that. You know, people taking millions of dollars. There's African Americans who are investing millions of dollars in Africa right now as we speak.
Like who? The U.S. government
you don't even know what the argument is.
The U.S. government is investing more than anybody.
Where's the U.S. government? The U.S. government.
Let me just say this: your president Ado, he was here at least 3 times minimum last year in 2023, asking the U.S. government for money, which he received. Ghana is still bankrupt, and you guys want to go invest in Ghana. How stupid is that? Your Pan-African mentality is so stupid, man. You're investing in a country. You're investing in a country that's bankrupt. What kind of mentality is that?
We're doing our stuff. And Bomani, when you go to Ghana, did you make a lot of money on your tours?
Oh my gosh! Listen,
brother, we do profitable business. That's all I can tell you.
Your president Ado was here 3 times last year asking you.
It's a country to do business in.
It's a fact. He was here asking for money, loans. Which he got from the American government.
What about Ukraine? Ukraine came here begging for money.
Why are you bringing Ukraine? We're not talking about it.
Yeah, you see, you want to use an example? I'll use an example. This guy Zelensky comes over here
in Ghana.
And he meets with Joe Biden, right? Doesn't he have a suit and tie on? Has a T-shirt on, right? And they give this fool $80 billion.
Prove your argument by using Europeans is failing.
Well, no. What I'm saying is this though. If you have people that come in, every people come in from all over the world asking the United States government. That's what governments do.
We're talking about Ado, the president of Ghana.
You want to single him out?
What?
You want to single Ado out when you got countries from all over Israel? The United States gives Israel $5 billion a year. So you want to complain about that?
Israel does not concern me, nor does Ukraine.
Yeah, so you don't worry about that because they got access to American money, right? But Black
Americans are not investing in Ukraine or Israel. They're not going there in mass.
If America really cared about us, America would be giving like Ghana billions of dollars.
Okay, so that's your point, right? You want America to care about you, right?
Hold on. On one hand, you're telling me that I'm not American. Now you're telling me I'm not American.
I'm not telling you you're not American.
All right, so the bottom line, okay, if I'm an American, it's like the prodigal son. I want my inheritance. I want America to stop being stingy. I want America to stop being stingy with all this money they waste around the world.
So your gripe is with America, the government, right?
No, I'm not
not the ugly side of black people.
I'm saying if you're going to single Ghana out, why isn't America investing in Ghana? Why is America not giving Ghana the same amount of money as giving Israel?
Oh my gosh.
And we're supposed to be Americans, right? That's how U.S. taxpayer money going over to Ukraine and whatnot, you know?
Yes, your money and my money is going to Ukraine.
Oh yeah, so the bottom line is this. So I'm asking a question: why can't you give some of that money to the black countries and whatnot? You know, so
why
miss me with all that American stuff?
Do you know how much America does give to Black African
No,
countries?
they give the whole continent a total of $1 billion.
And it's okay. So what? It's divided up, right?
Oh yeah, divided by 54 countries. What's that? That's nickels and dimes.
Ado must have got a special privilege because he came here 3 times last
But
year.
he didn't get jacked one night. You know, he gets lip service.
Well, he got a promissory note.
A promissory note. Ukraine,
and maybe
not only that, they're investigating now, saying a lot of that money that went to Ukraine went offshore is missing.
Stop talking about Ukraine.
No, I'm just saying that you want to bring Ado up or not.
Maybe Ado didn't get it because he's not a good statesman. He doesn't run his country well.
He at least came here dressed like a statesman, right? He had a suit and tie on, talk with this guy Duzinski was a former porn star, actor, whatever.
Ukraine into this?
And so the bottom line, you guys giving it, and Ukraine's going to lose. Russia's going to take that.
Why do you keep bringing Ukraine into this?
Yeah, because it stops you.
I tell you what, who invests in Africa? You know who invests into Africa more than the U.S.? Russia, China.
Well, Russia's out for its own interest, but I'm talking about here.
Arab
I'm not
countries.
you
want to compare other
my
countries.
ancestors built this country. You know, if it was not for Black people in America, this country would not exist.
Don't give me a history lesson. I know it.
So the bottom line, if I say as an African American, Black American, I say that's my ancestral homeland. You're going to give that I'm a homeland the same respect that you give all these other countries that haven't did shit for America, or not the same respect.
Look at where you're going to demand respect to Africa. Demand respect here. Stop.
Bottom line, it's like this. You could be happy in America, and I'm happy. I got a business here, whatnot, but I'm not satisfied. I want it all, bro.
You want it all.
You guys don't want us going to Africa because that takes the power away from you.
You're wrong. I encourage Black Americans. Listen to me.
What you guys want is the people that's going to Africa that don't have a plan, that's going there and failing. You don't like seeing people like me talk about Africa. That bothers you.
No. I'm listening to you, and what you're talking is gibberish foolishness. Let me tell you this.
Gibberish foolishness. We got stuff going on the ground on the African continent.
Let me tell you this. I agree with you. I think Black Americans should go to Africa and invest in Africa.
No. The Black people that want to build and contribute and build something should go to Africa.
Let me tell you what you guys do when you do get there. You go there and build. You plant banana trees and peanut farms and shit like that.
But one day, guess what? One day those banana trees might turn into factories.
You guys are not. You're not revolutionary. You're not talking about bringing any arms there. You're not talking about kicking out the colonizers. We
start creating a supply chain and distributions and get on the shelves in America in the millions of dollars, and we start creating jobs and economic opportunity. Then what are you going to say? So laugh at our peanuts that we're building.
Let me see you do it.
That's exactly what we're going to do, and that's exactly what's happening.
Okay, when is it going to bear fruit?
Well, the bottom line is called delayed gratification. We're doing it right now. We don't get no help from the government.
Okay. Well, listen, I have nothing against what you're doing. I think you all should go. All of you Pan-Africans should go now. Leave tomorrow. Leave the other Black Americans that don't want to do that here.
We're going to be here and we're going to be over there.
Okay, well, if I had my way, you
would ship us all back over there and you cut us off from America, but that's not going to happen.
Well, I tell you what, I wish you much success. All of you panties, okay? All you panties, okay? And start doing your business and investment and bankrupt countries. These countries just want your money to pay their bankruptcy. That's what they want your money for.
Well,
okay.
We're building something on the African continent, in a matter of time before this all comes together.
What is the name of your organization, sir?
It's called the Black African Infrastructure Organization.
Explain it, please.
And the Black African, it means infrastructure. Infrastructure is financial, physical, and all logistics. Black people coming together under one platform to facilitate a global pipeline and logistics of business, trade, investment, culture, and everything. That's what we mean by infrastructure.
Okay. Does your infrastructure have anything to do with kicking out the colonizers?
Well, what do you mean by colonizers? West Africa has no white settlements, so we have no colonizers in West Africa.
Who controls the cocoa and the gold over there?
That right there is about to change.
When is it going to change?
That right there is like we have to change the mindset.
Oh, you got to change the mindset.
That is about to change because
whose minds are you going to change?
That right there, right now, the gold of cocoa or not, because we in the West and everybody, we're not on the same page. Now we're all coming on the same page, and you know something right now, just like Burkina Faso just kicked out the French. Right now they're building their own gold refinery. You got something to say about that?
Well, more power to them.
And we have our partner, Mr. Rosenthal, building the African Bullion Bank in all the African countries and whatnot. He's a friend of mine, you know. We have one in Angola, Congo.
What country is that?
Angola, the Congo.
So why are you investing in Ghana? It's bankrupt. I don't know about these other countries.
So the bottom line is this: we're doing what we can do with no help from the U.S. government.
Okay, understandably. Why don't you go over to Africa?
We live in a global world. I can operate from here. I can operate from Antarctica if I can, you know?
Okay, fine. Just do this one thing. If you can. I think it's very simple to do. Panties stay on your side, non-panties stay on their side.
Yeah, you guys do that, but you guys always come to our chat rooms. You guys come to our programs. I never go on a so-called FBA. First of all, there are none. You know,
I hardly ever go on a live stream.
You know what I'm saying? I never look. I've never seen.
And I appreciate the host letting me on.
All I do when we go on the FBA ADOS movement, like Mouthy Megan, people like that, all they do is bash immigrants all day and whatnot. Talk about this.
You think Black Americans are all ADOS, FBA? No,
all this stuff like this. All they do is talk about hatred of Black immigrants. They never talk about white people. They never talk about Mexicans. They never talk about anybody else but Black immigrants. You don't think that's strange?
You need to go on those pages and tell them what you're.
I don't want to go on the page. They're a waste of time. We're winning. We're winning. We already won this war.
What is there to win?
We're winning. We're building what we're going to build.
I'm just saying separate.
Our ideology take fruit. Our ideology is winning. We're taking fruit.
Your cult is winning?
No, not a cult. It's a movement. We're winning.
Okay. Get back to me in 5 years, bro.
I'm saying, yeah, well, about 5 years, we won't see me on YouTube. You know, it's gonna be done with it. We'll be done with all this stupid stuff.
Mr. Bomani, thanks again for having me on. Again, I would just like to stress that I think these titles are gonna get some people feeling some type of way.
They need to.
And sometimes your guests are not totally knowledgeable about the fact of what's going on the ground in Africa. And again, if we need to, I mean, nobody's denying, Black Americans are not denying our African ancestry, but we're from here. We are American and we want to stay here, some of us, but we do have passports. We can travel not only to Africa, we can go to any place the passport allows us to come.
You guys go to Europe. You guys go to Colombia. You guys go to Australia. Mess with the white girls. You date white girls, right? You guys you date white girls.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, the type of time. Look, man. Look, the bottom line is my panel is not gonna threaten you with your white girls, man. You go do your thing, man. You know, you're a man.
I'm not even gonna argue that, man.
So long as you're not with another dude, I don't really give a shit about that. You know. So if you like white girls, whatever like that, do your thing, man. Don't go get in front of your white friends and make us.
Just because I don't agree with you, I like white girls. Okay.
Yeah, I can tell the type, man. You know, you like.
What is the type? What is the type?
Let me tell you something. This is the type, right? You cool. You got a lot of white friends. You know, you got a lot of white friends.
You know about my whole life. This is the first time.
I can tell by the way you're talking, man. You got a lot of white friends.
The first time I've ever.
The bottom line, you guys think that we're basically going to embarrass you in front of your white friends and whatnot. And when white people, when I actually talk to white people and I tell them what we're doing, they're like, yeah, that makes sense, man. Go for it.
I think your president.
Black people sit back, bro. No, I'm not one of them. They're like, man, sit down.
I think your president Ado has a lot of white friends. I think your president Ado has a lot of white friends.
He probably does. He's a man in the world. When I got white business partners, man. So what?
So is there a difference between partner and friend?
Well, the bottom line, I got white people I know that I'm cool with and whatnot.
So
you know,
why are you trying?
But I'm not gonna sit there and deny who I am.
Why are you trying to shame?
Who I am.
Why are you trying to shame me?
No, because you're ashamed. Like, let me tell you something.
I'm not ashamed.
Let me tell you how it works, right? This is how it works a lot of times. The black.
I'm just stating facts. I'm just stating facts to your fallacies.
Hold on. You're living in a different world, right? Let me tell you something. The average white person, right?
I'm not going to claim to know the average white person.
Hold on. Let me tell you something, right? They basically laugh at you every time you freaking basically talk like that. You know, the ADOS, FBA, stuff like that. Because they really don't give a shit what we do. They don't give a damn if we build with Africa, whatever like that. They don't give a damn. They about on the weekends taking their boat out or going on some trip and whatnot, making money, cashing their trust funds like that. They don't give a damn about you. They moved on. White people have moved on from all this, right?
Okay, so if
you guys hold on to some relationship with them that
if they've moved on from what ADOS, FBA, which I'm not a part of, if they moved on from that, wait a minute, and they don't give a damn, then why would you think they give a damn about Pan-Africanism and what you're doing?
Yeah, that's why, why you think we're able to be successful? Because we're flying under the radar.
Tell me this.
They don't give a damn about Pan-Africanism. I love
Tell me this. Why are you always bringing them up? I'm not bringing white people up.
Because with the stuff you're saying, right? I know it's the fact that you're still thinking I got to score one for America and whatnot. We're American. When a black man says, I'm American, that basically means that you're with that rah-rah.
It hurts you, huh? It hurts you to hear that, huh?
The bottom line is this.
It hurts you to hear that. It hurts you to hear that. It hurts you to hear that I say I'm American.
Look, the bottom line, I'm an American, so what?
You have a passport. You were born in America.
I'm an American, so what?
Did they kick you out? Did America kick you out?
Look, the bottom line is this.
Give up your citizenship.
Hold on.
Give it up.
What you guys want me to do?
I dare you to give it up.
Want me to bow down
this
to
is
America.
2024.
You guys
want to give up your citizenship. I dare you to give it up.
You guys.
I dare you to give it up.
Hold on.
You're such a global African.
That's the whole thing.
Give it up.
You guys don't want me to
America.
What you guys want?
Give me your passport. Burn it.
You guys want submission. That's
get off of the white man's internet.
No, you guys want submission. You guys want us to submit to America, and that's never going to happen.
Why are you saying such crazy stuff?
When you say give up your citizenship and all that, or just shut up. You sound like Peterson.
You know who you're submitting to?
Yeah, well, we're not submitting to nobody. We believe ultimately a nation of our own on the African continent. That's our end game. But in the meantime, we're going to use whatever we have in America.
Some of you panties, man. Some of you panties just run away from the issues.
Run away from what? I'm not running away from nothing. You're telling me I got to give up my citizenship.
You guys just run away.
Just shut up. Just shut up. Ain't nobody running away from
the white man has made you fail in America.
No. Ain't no white man. I'm successful in America.
Yeah,
I beat the white man's own game.
So why are you going to Africa?
That's what I'm saying. I want it all. I want the globe if I can. I want the universe.
Yeah.
I want it all, man. I want to crush him.
Oh, so you're greedy like that, huh?
Yes, that's right, man. We want to stomp his head.
We black Americans.
You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is this: I don't have faith in the white man anymore to govern my people.
Your argument is not with black Americans; it's with the white man.
Well, the bottom line is I think that we're intelligent enough to govern ourselves. No race of people as intelligent as we are should be governed somebody else. We have no political power in America.
If you're going to be global, like you say you're going to be,
and we need a base to operate on, and that's the mother continent of Africa.
Okay, thanks for the pep talk.
You thickhead.
Thanks for the pep talk. Get back to me in 5 years that you're BAIA or whatever. It's just a term just like FBA.
No. It's actually we actually have a social network. You guys only haven't put together ADOS, FBA social network. Besides chat groups on Facebook, you guys don't have your own social network.
I will tell the leaders of FBA ADOS to get a social network, just like you guys.
Yeah, you guys are so tethered to the thing. I don't even do YouTube. I just do this channel right here because I refuse to get on the white man make YouTube money. The bottom line is this: I got this far without using YouTube or any of that stuff like that.
I don't know how far you got. You just
well, the bottom line, you don't know me. I think you need to Google me.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
You Google me if you get back to me.
Are you some famous person?
Oh yeah, well, some people think I am. I'm an author.
So you're based out of Ghana,
I'm an author.
right?
I'm an author.
What's the name of your book?
The book is called Journey to the Promised Land. You know, the first historical novel in Liberia.
Oh, so you're based in Nigeria? I mean,
I'm based
Liberia?
in Virginia.
Say again?
I'm in Virginia. I'm from New York. I live in Virginia.
So why are you talking about all this Africa stuff?
Oh Lord, man.
You live in Virginia, right?
Yeah. So in other words, basically, let me ask you a question, right?
Why don't you live in the continent?
Hold up. There's guys that basically sit in this room, astronauts who are talking about Mars and stuff like that. They shouldn't talk about colonizing Mars. Why? Or would you ask them that?
You know what?
Answer the question, right? Hold on. Answer the question, right? So the astronauts are down there in Cape Canaveral down there, whatever. Get ready to pro space. You got people that pay $1 million to go to the moon and whatnot right now. You know, Elon Musk and all these other people. Right? Should they stay on Earth and whatnot because they got a nice home in America, or should they?
That's such a fantastic.
Yeah, people that go on. Remember they went on 4 miles down in the sea, got killed. The thing imploded, whatever like that. Why'd they do it? The guy that climbed Mount Everest, should you tell him to stop climbing Mount Everest because, why you gotta climb Mount Everest? We're doing it because we can.
I'm not telling you to stop what you're
because you have no ambition. That's what it is.
Ambition.
No, you have no ambition.
I was ambitious enough to come on this live stream tonight.
You and everything. Just be happy in America.
I was ambitious enough to come on this live stream tonight. Getting your shit,
that's
man.
our challenge, man. We lost something in the transatlantic slave trade. We want to regain. Do you get it? It doesn't matter what I have in America or not. You know, I want this. You know, I want this.
I'm wishing you luck. Look, my only thing here is this. Stop bashing ADOS.
Ain't nobody bashing ADOS, but they asked for it. You know.
Stop calling them the ugly side of Black America.
Yeah,
Black America has so much greatness and so much.
No. ADOS FBA movement is the worst side of Black America.
Just like Africa does. We just don't.
The bottom line, ADOS FBA is the most embarrassing thing that ever came up. ADOS FBA is up there with the gangster rap and all the stuff like that. The
gangster rap. Gangster rap is such a minute part.
Well, the bottom line is the whole ghetto culture. ADOS FBA is a ghetto ass movement. You don't
want to talk about culture.
Because the ADOS FBA African culture is nothing but ghetto ass.
You want to talk about
ghetto ass uneducated Black people think
you don't want to talk about African culture.
Stop it, man. Stop it. The ADOS FBA movement is a friggin' like this, you know. Let me read A6. This guy usually hates my guts, but he sees what I'm talking about. He says, I really now see content youth to make pushback videos against FBA haters. They now see everywhere on internet these African American Blacks always trash talk African. But it's the ADOS FBA people. It's not Black America. I don't get into this trash talk.
So now you're dividing.
No, I don't get into ADOS. Look, the bottom line is the ADOS FBA movement don't speak for me. I'll put it like that.
And you don't speak for all of Black American being a Pan-African.
I'm not saying they are. Most Black people aren't Pan-Africanists, you know.
They are.
I do tell you this, whatnot, you know. The ADOS FBA movement is the worst part of Black America.
That's your opinion, okay?
It's the truth.
That's your opinion. And what is the worst part?
You'll never get a Black politician out there. I'm an ADOS FBA.
What is the worst part of Africa since ADOS?
Well, there's tribalists. There's African tribalists.
That's the worst
there's
part.
People there, the African tribalists who are haters and all stuff like that. Africa has the issues too. And if you listen to the show long, I go in on Africans with their stupidity too.
But we don't need to go in on each other.
A lot when tonight we're talking about the ADOS.
We don't need to go in on each other. Just separate.
No, we're not separating nothing. You're telling me I gotta lose my citizenship because of one of my beliefs.
You don't like the white man.
I thought this was supposed to be the land of the free, home of the brave. That don't apply to. You got to be a buck dancing coon to enjoy America.
You don't like the white man. You don't like to be governed.
I never said I didn't like white people. I never said that. I'm
You
saying
did.
that there's one group of people right here, the white man in America right now, if he decides that he wants to blow up the end of the world, I'm not against that. The white man in America side this more than one gender.
Look,
Hey, he said,
ADOS,
"Oh, let me ask you a question, right? Right now in America, right now in America, right? Oh, listen to me, bro.
Look,
Right now in
ADOS,
America,
FBA
right
has
now
no
in
control
America,
of what you
right
do
now in
in
America,
Africa, okay?
America, Baker can't even decide right now what a man and a woman is, and they put people on the Supreme Court can't decide what a man and a woman is. Is that something I should go along with?
You're bringing so much shit
No, but
into this
that's your
argument, man.
America, right? And the bottom line, Africa and real black people, we're fighting against that.
Okay, so you think homosexuality doesn't exist on the continent of Africa?
Well, the bottom line, no, but the bottom line is suppressed.
It's suppressed?
It's suppressed, and the bottom line is this. I don't agree with a man should be able to change.
I tell you this.
So you believe a man.
If it's suppressed,
you believe
it's going to come out.
You believe a man could go out there and put a wig on, a dress on, call himself a woman and one. That's America in 2024.
If it's suppressed on the continent, it's going to come out in the most negative way.
Who gives a damn? We'll suppress it again. It's
apparently
not
you give a damn. Apparently you give a damn. I'm not talking about that.
The bottom line is you're defending when you still defend America. There's a lot of stuff you're defending. We can't. Every time I look on the TV, I'm seeing two men kissing and shit like that. That's the new America.
Okay, look, you talking about building infrastructure in Africa. Who cares what happens in America? Who cares?
Well, the bottom line is obviously you love this place. You love it so much. I'm like this. I'm just like resigned from the fact that I run my business. I have my family, friends here, everything like that. But the direction this country is going in, the direction this country is going in is not.
The country I was born in. Yeah.
The direction this country is going in is not. I don't condone.
Do I love the country I was born in? Yes. My family, my ancestors were born. Yes. Do I hate the way it's treated some of my ancestors? Okay. And some of the people, the country didn't do nothing to me. The people in this country did it. Okay. So it would be the same for Africans. You think Africans don't love their country, but the way they're being treated, they hate it. It's the same thing. Don't you understand that?
Well, we understand there's challenges on the continent.
We can go on and on. I'm just trying to say this. We don't need to go back and forth in this circular argument. Don't be accusing ADOS, FBA, Black Americans of fucking hating.
Well, no, it's not Black Americans. Is you ADOS, FBA trolls. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about Black America.
We're trolls. So I'm a troll now?
Yes, because you know why? Because trolls come up here. They don't show their face. They don't show their name. They don't show nothing. They show up on these things and whatnot. They make sure they're in everybody's chat room spewing their nonsense.
You want me to cam up? You want me? I'm more handsome than you. I'm more handsome than you, bro. I'm not.
Just go cam up. Show who you are. Show your real name.
That is my real name.
So the bottom line is this. With ADOS, FBA people, they're trolls. They're in the chat room. They never friggin' do anything, and all they do is they make sure that everything. We're this, we're that. Well, nobody gives a damn. We're not.
Well, one thing that I do see they're doing, I see them push back against Pan-Africanism when Pan-Africanism.
They're not pushing. How they gonna push back against Pan-Africanism?
The ugly part of Black America. The ugly part.
Well, no. The Pan-African movement was glorious about Black America. You know, when Nelson Mandela came here. Hold up. When Nelson Mandela came here in 1990. Were you around then?
Respect to Nelson Mandela, but
all right, when he came here in 1990, let me stop you right there.
You don't need to bring Nelson Mandela into this discussion.
Bro.
Respect to him.
When he came here in 1990,
this is just me and you talking.
He came here in 1990, bro. In April 1990.
I'm not going backwards. Okay?
There was a ticker.
You Pan-Africans,
Black people came out every city and gave him a hero's welcome and whatnot. Everybody was like, oh. And that revitalizes African spirit and whatnot. People like, I feel like I'm an African.
Every time
he sold out Yankee Stadium and whatnot, Every time everybody was there and whatnot. Nelson Mandela, he was on every talk show. Black people were just so proud of this man and whatnot. We have our disagreements about it now and whatnot, but everybody's so proud. Everybody's like, Africa, unite Africa, like that. So tell me where ADOS FBA movement has ever had that energy like that.
Well, FBA, FBA
It's
ADOS
nothing.
was not.
It's something that lives on TikTok,
Kala,
Instagram, and freaking
Mr.
Facebook
Kala.
and what like that. It doesn't
You
just
just never stop talking, man.
you know.
You never stop talking. Why don't you take a smoke of your cigar and let me talk?
Give me an example. Tariq Nasheed's FBA event that collapsed and whatnot.
Jeez, man, you never stop talking.
Go ahead. I'll let you talk.
Tariq is a closeted Pan-African. He'll probably help you out if you need some. Anyway, as far as Nelson Mandela, that was during my youth. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I know that Black Americans did help in the fight against apartheid in South Africa. So, if anything, South Africans should give us some praises for that because we helped them out.
South Africa did more than that.
Let me talk.
Go ahead.
Okay. So as far as the red carpet treatment, well, he deserved it, I think. All right. Now, what he did afterwards, I don't agree with everything he did afterwards as far as his governance of South Africa, but okay. That's another country.
He opened the business. He opened the door.
Let me talk,
Black people in America to come there.
Oh my God!
And a lot of black businesses are.
Can you mute yourself? Can you mute yourself, please?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay. So as far as the red carpet, a lot of heads of states, heads of countries get red carpet treatment. ADOS was here 3 times last year. He got red carpet treatment.
Where?
Begging for money. Okay. So what's the point? We don't need to talk about the Nelson Mandela. Rest in peace. Praises to him. I hope the best for his country, right? But we're just talking about Black Americans as it concerns Pan-Africanism and how we are addressing each other. We should be more respectful to each other. Okay, we don't need to just go around.
Well, let me ask you a question, right?
You asking too many questions. I'm not fielding any.
You got to land, bro. You got to land soon. You got to land. You rambling.
I'm landing because I'm going to sleep. That's what I'm doing. Okay, I can't go around and around with you all night long. But good luck to you and your infrastructure building in Liberia or Guinea-Bissau or wherever you're building. Okay. But just get your ass out of the USA because you ain't contributing nothing here. And Mr. Bomani, thank you for letting me on. I'll catch your show again next time. And please watch your title, sir. Please don't put in any disparaging titles about Black Americans, ADOS, FBA being ugly side of Black America. We're not. Okay. Good night.
Well, appreciate you coming on, but that's what this channel does. We tell the truth and we bring the real. So that's what Kala was dropping. Appreciate you, Kala. Kala, he loved your titles.
Yeah.
All right, so family, next victim. There is the link right here.
Step right on up. Step right on up. Step on up. You know.
While we're doing that, let me share. Yeah, let me just play the other video, brother. And
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know who's gonna wear each other out, but let's see what Gator has to say. Gator, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. What is on your mind? All right, G-Star, look like Gator. G-Star, what's up, G-Star? You're back for more?
Man, I'm just back to be a part of the show. We can have a disagreement, but hey, earlier you said I was the perfect representation of FBA ADOS crowd, and people are already disowning me in the comment section. So no, I'm not a good representation. Well, I'm not their representation, but those are lightweights. You know, they don't actually put in the work. They ain't gonna never come on stage or anything like that. So, but yeah.
Well, this one is a short one, so let's watch this one, and you and Kala can communicate.
Only here to talk about the recent update in regards to the Pan-African event that was canceled. Last time I covered it, I was really angry. If you watched it, I was really pissed that that happened, and the Ghanaian government didn't basically give us a reason. why they did that. But now I'm seeing videos and speculations and articles, and I will also read for you this article that I read from senior political science lecturer at the University of Ghana. His name is Professor Ransford. It's kind of fishy, I'm not gonna lie, but we're gonna wait till we get more information. But let me just tell you what the professor said. In a statement, Professor Ransford said, according to modernghana.com, he said, quote, the cancellation of the supposed Pan-African event could both be a show of dishonesty and a total national security failure. I am told those behind the event were economical with the truth by not fully disclosing that it was also going to be an occasion for unveiling the face behind the mask and for the outlining of its political vision for Ghana. If this is true, then too bad for them. They could have simply told the government that they wanted to use the place to outdoor an election campaign, creating an impression as if it was only a Pan-African conference of a sort when the real intention was to launch a campaign is unfair. This government has its own challenges, but it must not stand aloof. And he goes on and says that he believes that this specific event was not actually, just to speak to the youth and, focused on Pan-Africanism. It's, who was behind the scenes. He also talks about how there's a person that they were planning on unveiling that day, like an opposition person that was supposed to make an appearance or whatever. As I said, we still don't have the full picture. We still don't know what exactly happened. What we know for sure is the Ghanaian government shut it down a few hours before it was supposed to happen, which is wrong. However you slice it, however you look at it, that's wrong. That is wrong because they approved this event in November, right? So that is wrong. These people traveled from all over the world for this event. They needed to be respected. But according to the speculations that I've been hearing, the Ghanaian government apparently, allegedly knew something that was going on behind the scenes. We can't confirm that. The Ghanaian government didn't say anything about it thus far. And also, I watched on Tunacheki that their spokesperson is a Belgian influencer. Maybe I can put it here, like part of his video.
These organizations are sketchy at best and suspicious at most, right? We've tried to do digging on them, and their funding is suspect. When they were founded, they are all recently founded. Who's organizing it? Apparently, the spokesperson is this Belgium European influencer, model, reality TV star, right? So a person like that, a white European person telling me about my Pan-Africanism and how the Ghanaian people are suffering.
Is it the government or is it the people in charge? Is the leadership responsive at all? Isn't it time for change?
It's shady, I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, I want to wait and see for myself what more information is going to come out. And I just wanted to come here and say this because, when I first heard the cancellation, I came here and said quite a bit, and I want to make sure that we are on the right side.
Yeah, let's continue on, brother. I'm glad I played the first one because the first one had the information that we needed. But G-Star, you are back for more of the Color Genesis.
Man, Color don't want no smoke.
Dude, man, you didn't understand what the Monroe Doctrine was. Yeah, you failed, man. I'm gonna give you an F- on that. You know, you got Professor Keller up here.
Yeah. I don't know everything about American history, but
You need to know about the country, America, man. Come on.
Hey, that's what you get for dropping out at high school.
That's low hanging fruit though. I could easily mention a historical event or document that y'all don't know about and be like, oh, look at this, y'all don't know this obscure document.
Name one. Name something off the top of your head. Don't Google it. Name it.
Off the top of my head, obscure fact.
I got one for you. The Emancipation Proclamation.
Black Family Day. Black Family Day is a holiday. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, look this. Have you ever heard?
It's a black American holiday that most people haven't heard of. Have you heard of it?
No.
Black Day. How about that one?
What about? Well, I'll tell you one that's really in black culture. Have you ever heard of Watch Night?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, what? It's on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Props. All right. Well, you probably heard me say it before on this show. You know.
Nah. I recently I was doing research on Black American holidays and I stumbled across it.
What do we watch night?
Watch night. Well, historically, I think it was the day. I think a lot of enslaved people
What do we watch night? What was the most popular food we ate on watch night? You know.
Man, all I know is it's a black church tradition, and I ain't been to the black church in a minute. So
but people even outside the church practice watch night. We ate black eyed peas one night. You know, watch night's practice in Liberia too.
Oh yeah, that is correct. I forgot about the black eyed peas, and yeah, it's pretty cool about the It's pretty cool that they practice it in Liberia. They also practice. They also have a holiday called Decoration Day in Liberia. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You know how Black Americans, we actually decorate the graves of our loved ones. I didn't know that was something that white Americans don't do that.
That's where Memorial Day came from. It was a black holiday initially. So when people tell me that I don't care about Black America, I love African American culture, history. I'm part of the Creole, Gullah Geechee, and all that of the Carolinas and Georgia. That's where my family's from. And so the bottom line, we're part of the African story. We're the Africans of North America. That's why I consider ourselves the African Americans, the Africans of North America. When you I ain't from Africa and whatnot. You go down to the low country in South Carolina and North Carolina, Wilmington, you're going to see a beautiful Black culture that still exists. My family down there in Georgia and whatnot, I talked to them on the phone and everything like that. We're having a family reunion this summer down in Georgia again. And the bottom line is beautiful people, beautiful people, beautiful people out making Georgia and stuff like this. So beautiful culture in Black America and the rural South and everything like that. People basically get together, family, kinfolk, get together. So ain't nobody giving up my African American, my culture and heritage in America. I love it, All I'm saying is this can't be all. And the missing piece is our connection to the motherland, just like everybody else has.
So I got a question. Why do you think why is Black Americans such as yourself so obsessed with us returning to our roots? Look, everybody has an origin story, The people of Japan, they didn't just pop up on Japan. They came from Korea and China and migrated over there. But you don't ever hear the Japanese talking about, oh, we really Chinese. Let's throw everything that we built in Japan away.
I think let me say this right to that, right? The story of African Americans, right? The story of America, our ancestors come from Africa, right? But who we are as a people, right, is definitely derived from our experience in America. Our color conscious, our race conscious, our politics, our worldview and everything is definitely American. It's definitely American. And this definitely the story of America. That's why we call ourselves African Americans. With the African experience in America, right? When we say roots and whatnot, I just think roots means You don't have to go to some tribe because we're a mixture of all the different African tribes. You know, you got people from Angola, Mende, and everything. We're a hodgepodge and a big Joe. We have the Creole culture of all the different dialects of Africa. We're not mixed into one thing. So it's like, we got to turn to our roots. When I know, we're past that. And I do agree with. We're an ethnic group. African Americans are an ethnic group. It does not mean you got to hate somebody else from another ethnic group, right? Just say, look, I'm African American. That's my group that I'm with and everything like that. And that's it. That don't mean you got to be like, oh, I'm not African no more. When I know, I say, hey, look, I'm in Africa. I'm an African American that lives in Ghana. I'm an African American that lives in Liberia, South Africa, and everything like that. You always have that identity. Nobody's gonna take your identity away from you.
I think there's a conspiracy theory, and I think certain African groups are trying to hijack that Black American story, and it's like I don't even think we descend from these groups. I think we descend from the Sahel mostly. But
no, bro.
Listen, hear me out. Let me say this before you. Let me say this real quick. The stereotype of the average Black American enslaved person was a Mandinka person from like the Senegal and Gambia. You are a Pan-Africanist, so you probably remember this. I know, like in the early 2000s. Pan-Africanism was not studying Ghana or Nigeria in the early 2000s. It was always about Senegal and Gambia. I even think maybe Bomani probably started building his first Black Star community in the Senegal Gambia region, or whatever he had going on over there. But why do you think there's this sudden obsession amongst Black Americans for like Nigeria? I think it's
a lot of people, Black people in America are Nigerian descent. My ancestors come from the Congo, Angola. That's the most of my ancestors' African DNA come from Angola and Congo, and I have some from the Sahel, Mali, and I got some from Togo, Benin. I have no ancestry from the Senegal region, in that region right there. My ancestors come from Togo, Benin, Mali, East the Cameroon, and then the Congo.
But this is what I want to say about the Nigerian, because part of Nigeria is even still in the Sahel. I think if we do have a connection to Nigeria, it'll probably be from northern Nigeria. But
most of the Africans that were taken from Nigeria were Yoruba and Igbo, from the south. In the north, right? The Africans that were enslaved in the north went north to the Mediterranean. The trans-Saharan slave trade. The Africans that came to think. Remember something. The people from the forest region were prized as growers of rice and stuff like that. They were somewhat bigger and stronger and whatnot. And most Africans that came in slave trade were Bantu Black origin. Much bigger and stronger Africans in the south. People in the Sahel region are thinner, thinner people and whatnot. They weren't, conducive to, hard labor and stuff like that. So that's why you look at the slave coast of Africa. Most of the slaves came from Cameroon and the coastal regions of Africa. Angola, the Congo, and places like that.
But this the point I was trying to make. The Hausa and northern Nigerians, they definitely aren't well liked by southern Nigerian tribes, right? Even the ports were obviously in southern Nigeria along the coast, right? But that doesn't mean that we came from southern Nigeria. It would have been nothing to go.
If you had somebody from Hausa descent that went all the way, Igbos were enslaving other Igbos, Yorubas were enslaving Yorubas, and all stuff like this. It was a real mess. It was a real mess on the coast. Dahomey and all these other people enslaved weaker tribes that fell into debt and stuff like that. As far as like the Hausa and stuff like that, you still have settlements there that's hundreds of years old that's still intact. They weren't subjected to slave raiding and stuff like that north of the Benue River. If there's some Africans came from the Sahel region, it was very rare. Like the Prince Among Slaves, that story about the Fulani guy who went to Mississippi, and he could read and write Arabic and stuff like that, and They eventually sent them back and whatnot. The government of Morocco asked them, send them back. They called them a Moor. That's when black people started calling themselves Moors to get out of slavery, And say basically they sent them back to Liberia. His families on both sides of Liberia and Mississippi meet up one night. Google Prince Among Slaves. But that was very rare. He was ethnically Fulani. He had real long hair, narrow features and everything like that. He was Fulani. And he could speak, he could write in different languages and everything like that, And so, but he was actually captured in slavery, even though he was a slave trader himself, he was actually captured in slavery. And then what happened was one guy that was a slave trader saw him in Mississippi, said, "What are you doing here? I know your father and everything." And his story got out in America that this guy is a Muslim, whatever like that, a scholar, a slave, said, and the owner agreed to free him on the condition he leaves the United States.
What do you have you ever studied any other black groups in the Black American diaspora? See, this is why I don't want to be a part of the African diaspora. We got our own diaspora. I know you know a lot about the Congo people, Americo-Liberians, just for regular terms or whatever. But we got a huge diaspora, we not a huge diaspora, but we got people in Trinidad, we got people in the Dominican Republic, the Nova Scotians.
Those FBA people, Tariq basically, remember there was a boy that was 2 years ago, there was a Liberian boy, Congo, Americo-Liberian, I don't like that term, Americo-Liberian, Congo boy, basically was shot by this white guy because he went to the wrong house to pick up his brother. And Tariq was like basically saying, man, he was an immigrant. Why are we talking about him? And then people were saying, Tariq, this guy, if you talk about ADOS FBA, isn't he an ADOS FBA? He's Liberian. And they basically saying, no. Once you leave America, you're not ADOS FBA no more. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What about the black people that lived in Russia, that went to Russia and showed the Russians how to farm corn and stuff like that, to help the Russian farm under Lenin, right? They're not Black America, African American, ADOS anymore. The black people who settled in Baja California built a community, a city called New Liberia. They're not African American no more. The black people that went to Dominican Republic are still there to this day from Maryland and Georgia and whatnot. They're not African American anymore. That's what I'm saying. These people basically identify themselves by the borders of America.
Nah, I wouldn't say it's about the borders of America. It's about the history of America and our culture. After slavery, our culture continued to progress, and our ethnic group continued.
I say you go to Liberia, right? And you go to Liberia, you got places like Clay Ashland, Brewerville, and whatnot, and you can't tell whether you're in Georgia, North Carolina, or whatchamacallit. So our culture survived on the African continent after 200 years, still right there in Liberia.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I brought it up.
Oh, we're not like this. So you got a mixture of African culture, Caribbean culture right there, and indigenous culture right there in Liberia. So if you guys don't I embrace that, what does that say about your movement, right? You only FBA ADOS when you live in Chicago, when you live in Detroit. That's
your family. They got a connection to us, but they not fully Black American because they didn't go they lineage didn't go through like segregation. They got to go through that segregation era too, and they left before that. But I don't think that Liberian kid was maybe he was Congo ethnically. But like his lineage, I don't think he was one of us.
If he's Liberian, the bottom line is he has our culture and our heritage, and he has some of our ancestry. He's one of us, So it doesn't really matter. So the bottom line is this. It's all about Black people hating other Black people. That's stupid. That's the dumbest thing. White people don't give a damn. You got a white man, Italian, whatever like that. They get along and whatnot and everything. Black people only, I got my heritage, my lineage. And you guys, instead of putting business together and working together so how we could all win, you guys are trying to so-called delineate. We got to delineate.
Listen. That I blame this movement on Pan-Africanists, not Pan-Africanists like you and Bomani, but Pan-Africanists who turned a blind eye to African and Caribbean immigrant hatred towards Black Americans.
Well,
And now that Black Americans essentially said enough is enough, you know. we tired of y'all talk. We tired of the damn Jamaicans talking shit every time they win one little track competition. Oh, we better than the Black Americans. We tired of that shit. We tired of the Africans calling us Akatas, and you're saying we have no culture. We tired of that shit. But now we get fed up. Then it's like, oh, we the bad guys. Like, oh wow. But you're like, no.
Sorry. Have you ever heard about a term called "your better angels"? Your better angels.
I have not.
Okay, your better angels is this, right? You know, if I'm saying to myself, right? There's would you trade being what you are for anything else? Would you want to be a Nigerian?
Hell no. I know wrong with being
You really believe that, right? You're proud of what you are. Why do you care about what somebody says online? Maybe it's their way of getting back at you. I learned that from dealing with white people, right? They put up with a lot of Black people, stuff like that, because they know there's a certain privilege being white in America. That's like there's a privilege being Black, African American, and everything like that. And the world, we're everywhere, you know. We're in the news. We're everywhere they look, we're there and everything like that. So of course they're gonna be a little bit like, who these people think they are? Who these people think they are and whatnot, you know? And so the bottom line, they're gonna say certain things and whatnot, but that's not real hatred. That's just basically, you know, people just saying stuff to say stuff. Why can't you give them a break and give them a pass like you give the white man a pass?
I don't get a white man a pass. The white. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Listen, I'm a Black American descendant of U.S. slavery, but I just identify as Black American. I'm not a part of hashtag FBA or, you know, ADOS Incorporated.
Why is everybody running from the ADOS FBA? You're the second person to say I ain't part of that movement, but you're defending all their talking points. It's hilarious.
They my brothers. You know, we got similarities.
Man. G-Star, man, you're gonna go in that dude. Black Skin is amazing. I'm gonna see you in that chat room. I'll be watching y'all. I'll be skipping there with that. See G-Star. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I don't even know who that is.
That is. You know, you love Mouthy Megan and whatnot. You love all these people, Tariq and whatnot. You know, they get y'all amped up and whatnot. You know, just like, I see y'all, man. Come on.
So I want to ask you. You from New York. How do you feel about Puerto Ricans and Caribbeans saying that they either invented hip hop, because a lot of these people, the Caribbeans claim it solely. The Caribbeans like, we created that shit. Y'all was just a part of it. The Puerto Ricans, at least the Puerto Ricans be like, nah, it was a 50-50 between Black Americans and Puerto Ricans. At least the Puerto Ricans try to be.
Stop for a second. Let me tell you, right? The thing is, if you look at the history of the Bronx, I have family in the Bronx and everything like that. Bronx is Black America. You know, many generations in, even before the Great Migration. Black people in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Harlem, all that. The culture in the Bronx stems from Harlem, you know? The dances you see and stuff like that all came from Harlem, you know? Now, the Bronx is a different animal altogether, whereas you have Blacks and Puerto Ricans that lived in the same housing projects, lived in poverty and stuff like that, rode the same subways, everything, date each other, marry each other, everything. Blacks and Puerto Ricans were really tight in the Bronx, you know, in the Bronx, right? That was back in the days, you know? And so therefore, when hip hop came around, right, rap itself, that's purely Black America. You know, same thing with DJ and all stuff like that is Black American culture. You know, Kool Herc even said that. Black American culture. James Brown was the most sampled hip hop beat ever. James Brown, you know, it was not anything in the Caribbean. That was Black people coming from the slave culture from the South into the North. Hip hop like that, right? So therefore, the Puerto Ricans, right, since they lived around a lot of Black people, adopted that same culture, the swag, the slang. We're the ones who created the slang, the swag, the dialect, and all stuff like all the stuff like that, you know. And also the Puerto Ricans gravitated towards the breakdancing, you know. The brothers were into DJing and MCing, you know, and everything like that. And other people did this. But to say it was a Caribbean black thing, just because now in New York, a lot of black people from that time period, the 70s, 80s, moved out to Long Island and moved to other parts. Some people moved back to the South and everything. And there's a rush of Caribbeans and everybody that lived there now. They make it seem like it was a Caribbean immigrant thing. It was not. When New York City was, hip hop was great. Good movie to go watch. There's 2 movies you should watch on YouTube, right? It's called Wild Style and Style Wars, occurred in the early 80s, right? In the Bronx River. Those are completely African Americans. You know, you can see the language, the lingo, the talk, the swag, everything like that. That was African American culture. You know, Jamaican culture was completely different than African American culture in New York, where Caribbean culture or not. Over time, they all hodgepodge together. You know, but it came out of MC and all that stuff like that. You know, came out of African American culture. You know, it goes back a long time. How to do the massive ceremony and whatnot. You know, everything. You know, rhyming and all the stuff like that. That's really African American. Then you got the Caribbeans and everybody else just came into the fold with it. You know,
especially rhyming. Rhyming was definitely something that was a part of our culture for a long time, and even to this day, you may hear some people rhyme just for the sake of it, like in average conversation. But yeah, like Muhammad Ali, he an example. He was rhyming almost every other word.
Also,
before he probably even came out.
Hip hop is a subculture. Let me give you an example, right? We used to have our own hip hop crew back in the days, right? My boy George, right? He's a Puerto Rican. He's the funniest dude in the world. You know, he was a graffiti artist. His little brother Mikey was a break dancer. I was a break dancer. My brother was a popper, electric boogie, like that. My boy George, like I said, he was a graffiti artist. We had several other dudes that were DJs. We had MCs. We had all that. We had a crew, you know. We do shows, everything as teenagers or everything like that. So we all gravitate towards different parts, elements of hip hop, you know. The Puerto Ricans did mostly the breakdancing. That's what they did. It was a subculture. When I went to my Puerto Rican friend's house, right? Even our parents, oh yeah, like that. I'm gonna hear Spanish, everything. I'm not gonna say, yo, to my Puerto Rican grandmother, yo, talk rhyme. She ain't gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? Just like if a Puerto Rican friend came to my house, they gonna go to my grandmother and start rapping to her and whatnot. My grandmother gonna start spitting rhymes. It was a street culture. It was something we did in the streets that we connected together with. Black, Puerto Rican, everybody connected with on a different thing. It was a subculture, you know. Black American culture, right? A Puerto Rican, you see him going to his Catholic shit. You know, oh yeah, he's going to his Catholic thing. He's going to his thing. You know, he's going to a Puerto Rican. They have the panada, whatever, like that. Oh, he's getting to his Puerto Rican culture, like that. But when he came around us, okay, it's back on the hip hop. It's something we did a lot. It wasn't our culture. It was a subculture. It was escape from our culture. It was a meeting place where Black, Puerto Rican, and that was so dynamic about New York City at that time. You know, we had a culture that we could all connect with. You know, lingo, a way of dress. We all had the crease jeans with Lee jeans and whatnot. We had our name buckles. We had all this stuff like that. We had Adidas, all the stuff like that. Eyes shirts and whatnot, you know, and all the stuff like that. BVD shirts and whatnot, you know. And so therefore it was a culture, you know, a subculture that our youth and everybody gravitated that we connected with. We had our shirts on, our name tags on the shirts. We had our jackets. We all had our jackets with our stuff bombed on our jackets. You know, we had our denim jackets. And our boy George would make us graffiti on our back of our jacket. It was a street culture, you know? No more than that, just street culture. Then we all sort of grew out of it a little bit, you know?
I know some Caribbeans right now that pull up to this space and tell you that all that they was doing all that shit on the islands before they came here.
Claim it. Everybody wants to claim it after the fact. You know, the bottom line is this. You know, it was what it was, whatnot. Hip hop did its thing. But the thing is, hip hop was not like it was before because it got commercialized, hijacked, and everything like that. And it's used now as weaponized against us right now with the violence and everything like that. That's the big story.
Do you know anything about hoodoo with an H? Not voodoo in like Louisiana, but hoodoo.
I don't know anything about that. You know, no.
Okay, that was I know voodoo in Louisiana. That's
voodoo voodoo and stuff like that.
Nah, hoodoo is something different. It's basically Wikipedia defines it as Black American folk magic. To me, to me, let me give examples of hoodoo. To me, hoodoo is just like Black American superstition. Like, oh, you step on a crack, you break your mama back. Don't step on a crack. Or if you and your friend walking on the sidewalk and there's like a stop sign on the corner, you know, and black, so like your friend would be like, don't split the pole, and y'all walk on the same side of the stop sign instead.
Look, let me tell you something, right? African voodoo culture and folklore and stuff like that exists in Black America, right? When people say they're gonna go to Benin to learn voodoo, you have voodoo. My aunt was a voodoo priestess, you know, in South Carolina. That stuff survived the transatlantic slave trade and all these folklores that we brought from Africa into America, like this idea of somebody sweeping your feet, you get bad luck, you know, and stuff like that, you know, that's in folklore, something like that. But don't blame other people, right? Because Black people in America don't think these things are worth preserving. Even though it's superstition, right? They're worth preserving. It gives you an identity, you know. So yeah, I know all about the African American voodoo and spirits and root work and stuff like that exists in places like South Carolina and stuff like that, you know, in Georgia, in the deep South.
Heck yeah, it's this one narrative that I hate about a lot of Pan-Africanists say this. They be like, the only difference between this place where Black people live and that place where Black people live is a boat stop. Do you like Africa has a lot of different ethnic groups, and there was a lot of different boats. It just wasn't one boat making multiple stops. Black Americans, I think we have a different ethnic composition that came from the continent than people that probably went to Guyana. Like, for example, I like, let me say this. I know a lot of Jamaicans have a lot of Ashanti ancestry, but there a lot of people from like the Ghana area, they didn't come to the United States. A lot of Ashanti people went to the Caribbean. So it wasn't just like one boat stop. We was even different people on the continent. So it would make sense that we were a different people outside of the continent.
We understood one thing, right? In the Western, like I said about the Monroe Doctrine, once you came into these Western Hemisphere, right, it didn't all that stuff did not matter. There's an old African proverb that says men chained together are brothers, right? On those slave ships, you may have Ashantis, you may have some people loading up from the Congo and different people like didn't know each other. But on those slave ships, right, you understood, man, damn, how did we get here? And when you got on those plantations, the white man did not make a distinction between Ashanti, wherever like that, you know? And we carried that into the modern age. When you're a Black man in this world and you crossed the Atlantic in the transatlantic, that's another thing I hate on the ADOS FBA movement, right? They claim about American descent of slavery. But what unifies all Black people in the Western Hemisphere is the transatlantic slave trade, right? The transatlantic slave trade has to be the number one thing that unites us, right? That Holocaust, the Maafa, you know, all the people that came across the ocean in the transatlantic slave, we're descendant of. We have to become united as one people in the world, right? To delineate is not only an abomination. That it's like you're basically cursing our ancestors, right? Because yeah, I understand that we in America, right? Black people in America. We were brought here in smaller numbers, right? But the thing about us is they bred us internally. So in other words, when they started off with America, 500,000 Black people came to America, right? Within a couple of generations, right, the numbers of Black people in America equaled or surpassed the people who were brought in the Caribbean by slave trade. So in other words, we were bred inside of America and our numbers and everything. And also people don't understand something, right? There was an internal slave trade in America. As America became more developed and industrialized and everything, they started moving large numbers of Black people to the Mississippi region, Tennessee and everything like that, and the deep South and everything. And also, if people don't understand, if it had not been for the Civil War, right, slavery probably would have lasted to the 20th century because they found a way how they could breed us and make more money breeding us domestically than bringing us over here as slaves.
And that's another thing that I believe that separates Black Americans from the rest of the diaspora. We listen, let me finish.
Damn, you on this separation, man. Damn.
I know this is a Pan-Africanist show, so after this is my last separation point. But yeah, we are not like fresh off the boat from Africa like Haitians. We were bred internally. You know, it was a domestic slave trade. For other people in the diaspora, they just kept importing new Africans until like slavery ended. One batch dies or work themselves to death. They imported a fresh batch from Africa. We haven't had any like batches from Africa since like the 1760s. They had batches from Africa since like the 1800s.
I'm saying, like I said, all this stuff like that means absolutely nothing because the white man just sees black skin and black people and that, and he does not want anybody, whether you're Caribbean, African, like that, to put your penis inside of his woman to make babies, destroy his race. And when you understand that, Garvey understood that shit. Garvey told a story when he was 13 years old. His playmate was a little white girl, right? And then after a while, right, the white guy from England on the island told the girl, she told him, Miss I can't see you ever again. And I'm going to go back to England and we're never to write each other. And Garvey said, I had no regrets. But the bottom line is this, and that was, I guess, that was his little lover, his first love, a little white girl, you know? And so the bottom line, he just understood that race and stuff like that is real. And so basically Garvey traveled around, and when he came to America, he said, I found my people. What does he mean by that, right? Even though he was born in the Caribbean, he came to the United States and whatnot. He said, I found my people. You know, he sees his people here with us. No, despite all the difference. Let me tell you the difference about the Jamaicans, right? They had the maroon culture. They fought the British. And they were basically strong and everything. And also, you talk about countries where black people are a majority. So when he came to America, he understood there was a different culture here where black people were completely subjugated in a white majority society. He understood that, but he's understood these are the people that were more receptive to what he was talking about. You know, that's why he has all his energy in America, you know? You know?
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah, man. But shoot, I'm about running out of topics to talk about. I might leave it alive in a little bit. But this is definitely a good discussion. Is it, shoot. When the next time you go do a full show on Liberia? I've been asking in the comment section for like the last couple of weeks. I don't know when tour date coming up. Maybe y'all want to save Liberia content to after the tour date. But the Liberia niche is growing every day, and the streets need more information, Colin. You got to do another Whitey show on Liberia.
We do a lot of shows on Liberia and whatnot. We talk about it and stuff like that. We talk about here, and I always interject Liberian history and culture into Black America. Like I said, it's tethered to Black America. And when you study Liberia, you realize the missing piece of the puzzle. You know, that whole Pan-African movement between the Caribbean, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and South Africa and everything. If you don't understand that part of Black history, you don't understand the whole thing. We were not just basically in America. Black people have always been an international community. Do you know the oldest Black community in South Africa was African Americans? You know, in places like Cape Town and Johannesburg. People don't know that. The first Black community there in South Africa was African Americans. People don't know that history. You know, Black people think that the only history they have is the 50 states getting your ass kicked in the 50 states of America. You know, there's an African American community in Russia that went to Russia. There's a huge African American community that went to France. You know,
and the ones that went to France, they still active to this day, and they take pride in being Americans in France.
Well, the bottom line, so the bottom line, that's where they come from. That's their identity. That's who they are. So the bottom line is nobody's telling you that they're African American. They call themselves Afro Americans. They don't call themselves Americans. Nobody does that. They say I'm African American descent or Black descent or Afro or something like that. They don't say I'm American. Like nobody does.
Nah, they rep that American.
They don't have pictures of the American flag in their house. You know, come on, stop the cap. You know. They're not singing the red, white, and blue, saying "I'm proud to be an American" like you do or not. I know
man, yeah, I'm American a little bit. I rep it a little bit, but not too much, not too much. You know, only.
Check it out. You know you want to get out there on the 4th of July with your hot dogs and your ribs and whatnot. You're American, man. Just say it, man.
Nah. Hey. I'm an American. I ain't gonna deny. I'm proud to be American, but I'm not dumb enough to know that I'm white. You know, like no, I'm a proud black American.
Yeah, I'm saying that's a conundrum. Y'all want to drag us into this whole thing. I'm like this. Look, I'm a U.S. citizen, right? I'm an African American, right? I'm not an American, period. I can never say that. An American, you know what American is? It's a person of white, Anglo-Saxon, English, Protestant origin. That's what American is. So in other words,
I'd probably say that's not even American no more, because most of these people are a lot of Pan-Africanists think that the average white person is a pilgrim. It's like a descendant of the pilgrim, like the majority of people is just like fresh off Plymouth Rock. I know you said in Virginia one time that a lot of people in that area in the upper East Coast, like, yeah, they probably are the actual descendants of the founding father, but those are just a few states. The average white American is of German ancestry. Like most white Americans are not like the founding stock. These motherfuckers came here. They just got here yesterday. These are post-Civil War immigrants.
Let me ask you a question, right? Do you know what the term "e pluribus unum" means?
I think you said it earlier in the space. Is it one face, one race, or many faces, one race?
Got it right. E pluribus unum. That means whether you're from the Netherlands, Germany, Portugal, or whatever, like English, that means out of many we are one. That was a creed of uniting America as a people. There was nothing about black people being American. We've always been e pluribus unum, many we are one, and there's black people, you know. And so these people came over here. The white people that came over here, Ellis Island, and people like that, they became way more American than the so-called Anglo-Saxon. They became true believers. In fact, it was white immigrants who built Hollywood, you know, who shaped it America's thing. Oh, let's do this white thing. They took it to the next level. You know, so a white American is a white. You got that white skin in America, and you're European or Caucasian origin. You're an American. You know.
All right, this probably gonna be my last question, and it's about unity. A lot of Africans and a lot of Caribbean immigrants, a lot of African immigrants and their children and Pan-Africanists, they try to make it seem like Black America is just 1,000 different tribes and we each got a unique culture based on, you know, what state we live in. Now, I will say New York is a very special case, but even then, you know, 90% of culture is the things that you can't see. Culture is defined as what is culture is defined as? Just human interactions. It's just the way that humans interact with each other. It's not your accent. The accents, the probably style of dress, the small regional differences. Let me finish this because this is a very important point, and it's about unity. Like that's small shit, but like the deep interwoven fabric of a culture is things like family structure. It's the way that people interact with each other. Like if a group of Black Americans get in a group and like in the circle and one of us start laughing, we might hit each other on the arm and stuff like that, or we might start running for no reason. Our households are the same. The cooking techniques are the same. We've seen what happens when African Americans from all different types of states leave American soil. The culture still stays like the Americo-Liberians, the Panama Americans, the Nova Scotians. But these Pan-Africanists, African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants, they want to be like, they try to split us up and divide us like, oh, the people here say there, and the people and the Black Americans in this state say there. And since y'all say there and they say there, y'all are like two different tribes. Like nah, they gotta
say this. You saw, let me cut in here, right? you gotta understand something, right? This is what I'm saying. But this is what annoys me about black people and black Africa, my people, right? You know, we are the majority here, right? Who are all the black billionaires in America? Who are they? Us. All the people who possess the power in America, us. We control it. We dominate the media, everything. Why are you triggered about what some people from the Caribbean, Africa, ignorant people think about you? You know, why does that trigger you?
Man, because I think there's I think
spend too much time online, going back and forth with idiots. You know, they don't understand because they're not educated. You know, I took time to learn about other different people. That's why I don't make stupid, ignorant comments, because I understand about different groups of people and stuff like that. I started studying them. When people make generalizations, our people emphasize education. You want to see my father? If I brought home a bad grade in my school, my father did. When my father put his foot up my ass, you know, my father put his foot so far up my ass I could taste his foot to this day. You know, we were all like that. So the bottom line is this: if people basically have these stereotypes about Black America, it's coming from white people. You know, ignorance of white people. You know, and so therefore, why get triggered by that? You know, they don't have power to freaking deny you anything, jobs, anything like that. Just stupid nonsense and everything. Why get down on that level?
I do agree it's coming from white people, and white people even
White
if you
people sit back having a laugh about all this and whatnot, because they know you're all jockeying position who gets closer to the white man. That's what it's all about.
if you talk to some actual FBA people, some actual ADOS people, they will still say the number one enemy is the white man, right? The white man
I never heard that. I never heard that.
Because you ain't never asked. You ain't never asked. I'm telling you. You ain't never asked. Just ask.
They get mad about immigrants. They think immigrants gonna steal their place at the table from the white man.
No, but
immigrants gonna get their reparations check.
They say that the immigrants are complacent in white supremacy.
Well, they're complacent in white supremacy. What are they doing? Nothing.
Nah, you can't do that.
What exactly is all these ADOS FBA doing about white supremacy? Not a goddamn thing.
Listen, this is gonna sound real coonish, but they don't like it's. I'll put it like this. Right? Let's say you own a house, right? And you decide to fuck up your house by not doing the goddamn thing to take care of the maintenance or whatever. You can do that because it's your house. That doesn't mean that other people can come in and come to your house and do the same thing. Like, oh, you know, Kyla fucking up his house. I guess I'll just immigrate from this African or Caribbean country and fuck it up with them. Like no, they like you. They can do that.
Star, right? Like it's like I get what a problem I get with Black people in America is that white people will say all these stereotype things, and you guys sit back and like, yeah, man, that's fortunately he thinks like that. But when friggin' African thinks like that, y'all come out here with swords blazing, guns blazing, whatnot. You know, I'm like, damn, man, where's the smoke for the white man?
Yeah, I agree. More people need to have smoke for the white man. The white man is still, you know, enemy number one. We got smoke. We got smoke for everybody though. We on some ethno-nationalist type shit.
But they can't have smoke for the white man when they have secret love for the white man. You know, Yvette Carnell said that Black people in America are mixed with white people. When that's what she said. We have white DNA in us and all this kind of stuff like this. You know.
Yeah, man. What do you think
about that? She said we have bloodline ties with America, and we're a different race because we have white blood in us.
I don't think we have blood ties with the average white American. You know my stance that these motherfuckers, like we've been America. The average Black American been in America longer than the average white American. Like these motherfuckers don't even have families that fought in the Civil War. So no, we don't share no type of blood with them. And even the ones who can trace their lineage back, you know, like so before the Civil War, they've been essentially bred out to death that they might as well be a post-Civil War white like these other new arrivals. But
white people still there making babies, having generations. They're still here, coming to the East Coast of America. And there's a strong Black community here on the East Coast too. Somehow we managed to coexist. Here in Virginia, it has the oldest black community. Here in Virginia Beach, the original black communities of Virginia Beach are black. SeaTac is an African American community that's 200 years old. You have Oceana, you have Blackwater, Pungo, all that stuff like that. Level Green, these are all black communities that were once in Virginia Beach. You know, now Virginia Beach is a world-class city and whatnot. You know, you got black communities still here, whatnot. Somehow black people and white people learn how to coexist because black people here own property, own land, do our own thing and whatnot. The white man do his thing, we do our thing, and we were able to make it work, you know, and everything. Nobody, and what I'm saying is nobody's thinking about. We got Africans that live here, you know, they're cool. You know, we have Caribbeans that live here. Everybody, nobody's sitting there thinking about that. That's what I'm trying to say is, where do people be living at that they're so triggered about what Africa says? Every business I see, where my business is at, right? My office is at, right? All the businesses there are African American businesses, right? I'm around black professionals all day, all night. I go into the bank. There's black people in the bank running banks. They're running everything, you know, in the state. You know, so why are they worried about what some people from the third world thinking? Let them have a leg up, man. Leave them. I mean, come on. You know, come on. To
answer that question, it's a fear of ethnocide. A lot of people into ethno-nationalism. Listen. It's a fear of ethnocide. We think that white people want to replace black Americans with African and Caribbean immigrants because African and Caribbean immigrants they kiss up to white people because they here for a check. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about slavery. They not go hold slavery over white people's head. Like, we ain't gonna let y'all forget this shit. The immigrant blacks, they go along to get along, and that's why white people want to replace us with them. And that is where a lot of the hate for these immigrants come from, because we ain't trying to be replaced. You know, they don't even celebrate Black History Month in school anymore. In public schools in America, in one period of time, especially when I was a kid, when February hit, it was Black History Month. It was go time. They don't do that shit no more in public schools. it's shit like that, you know?
Well, right now in public schools, they're teaching that Sally has two moms and two dads and whatnot. You know, black people ain't saying nothing about that, you know? Just be honest with ourselves. Black people really don't care about Black history. You know, we don't care about Black history. All we care about right now, this discussion among black people is what is Cardi B doing? What is this person doing? We don't care about history. We don't care. You know, so like there's other people, basically, they care about their history because they have what they call posterity, their continuity and everything. Black people in America don't care about nothing. We only care what white people say we should care about.
Let me say this about Yvette Carnell real quick and the people who follow her. Now, when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about FBA and the people who own code with the code that Tariq is on. But like I'm me personally, I'm not gonna follow no woman, and especially a gay woman. She married to a white woman. It's kind of like, I think it's feminism in Black American face. That's what I think it is. But yeah, I don't rock with ADOS too much like that. I rock with FBA though. I'm gonna admit that I'm not FBA. You know, I'm a Black American descendant of U.S. chattel slavery. But
hey man, come on, man.
If you rock with FBA, why you don't want to just say you FBA?
Because I'm EBK. I go to war with everybody.
Yeah, but
I'm everybody killer.
I mean, but what's the point? Then why are you riding for African Americans then? Why are you telling us?
Why am I riding with who?
You up here talking all this history about African Americans and blah blah blah. Like, if you everybody killer, why are you like? What's your purpose?
I mean, I rock with them too. I agree with. Listen, the world isn't black and white. There is shades of gray, you know. I'm not gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater because, you know, some Pan-Africanists are in their feelings that Tariq called African immigrant a tether when those African immigrants are called that Pan-Africanist and caught behind their back, right? So yeah, I rock with Tariq. I don't claim the FBA hashtag. I'm just Black American, you know, and that offers me a sense of freedom. I'm an individual. I'm my own. I'm
There's
my
no
own
such
man.
thing
I
as an
don't need to join no
individual, bro.
join no like culture nut like that. I'm my own man. I'm Black American. That's my ethnicity. I'm proud of my lineage. And shoot, I'm gonna stand on business regardless. And shoot, I'll land right there.
But don't you think, right, the stuff you hear from Tariq going back and forth, where he just disparages Jamaicans, he has this real hatred. Whatever happened to him in Jamaica? He has this real disparaging thing about Jamaicans. What the fuck? I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, shit, man. You talking about my peoples, man? Oh yeah, because you guys don't get it popping down there. And when I get it popping, what? Why don't he talk about the black who didn't get it popping in Gary, Indiana? That's right, Brian. How many guys in Chicago haven't gone to Gary, Indiana, and got it popping up there? How can y'all let Gary, Indiana die? The richest country in the world, the city just completely died.
Man, we had no power over Gary, Indiana. That was
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Russ.
You ain't got
Listen,
shit, America.
even white Rust
You
Belt
guys were
cities.
handed a city right next to one of the biggest industrial centers in the world, Chicago, the most politically potent city in the world. And you tell me you guys, with all those aldermen and everybody like that, you guys couldn't build something between Gary and Chicago, and y'all couldn't make that work.
You know what? Yeah, I'll admit we'll take that L. But you know what? We got some black we got black American cities that are doing good. But Gary, Indiana ain't the only show. It ain't the soup of the day. And Gary, Indiana didn't deserve any special attention over the other black American majority cities. We got New Orleans. We got New Orleans. We got Memphis. We got Detroit. Detroit. Do not believe the news about Detroit. Detroit is still a good city. And it's rebuilding and it's healing right now. We got Jackson. We got whole black American majority counties under our control. So we good. We may have dropped the ball with Gary. Things could have went better with Gary, but you live and you learn. And you know what? Gary ain't the only show in town. We got other black American majority cities, and we gonna get those cracking too.
Now check this out. Let me say this, right? Prince George's County, right, is now experiencing a spike in crime and everything like that. Once a black enclave, everything like that, that's going to shit. Places like St. Louis, murder rates off the chain. St. Louis has a higher murder rate than Chicago. Memphis, Tennessee, a hell on earth. And stuff like that. Even if black people pop in murder rate, and I'm saying to myself, what the hell, Jackson, Mississippi? Forget about it. It's poverty and some of everything going on down there. What I'm saying is I understand that we have challenges in America, right? And people say, well, and people's like, oh, we got to get it popping. What happened to Memphis? What happened to Gary, Indiana? What happened to all these places like where black people are
Memphis, New Orleans, Detroit. These are still good. These are still good black majority metropolitan.
New Orleans, yeah. If you go to the white section of New Orleans, right? If you don't like this, but New Orleans, the Ninth Ward, and all that shit,
ain't no such thing as a whitest section in New Orleans. That's all our stuff. They guessed in that city.
If you go to the outskirts of New Orleans and you enjoy Mardi Gras, it's beautiful, But the bottom line is this, I don't know anybody that want to live in New Orleans, and maybe you live in Old Town and stuff like that. You live in a mixed community and all that. But the black community, the Ninth Ward, and all that stuff like that, it's a hell on earth, man, and we didn't get popular.
This is my question, G-Star. I'm still confused. If you're an individual, why are you taking pride in your group? Why wouldn't you just be talking about your personal lineage, your grandfather, your father, and your individual family?
I do take pride in my personal. I do take pride in my personal lineage. Listen. My grandfather was my grandfather got a plaques in his name, and in some rural towns in Mississippi, he put in work. He put in work.
No,
his name would be forever engraved and remembered in the city that he put in work. I did my elementary school history report on my granddad.
I never said you didn't talk about your grandfather. I said
both of my grandfathers are Army veterans. Now fighting for the white man's country, especially during the time when he did fall, it's not a flex, but But joining the army is still it takes a lot of discipline, determination. You know, it says that my ancestors. It says that my ancestors were warriors. You know, I take pride in my personal lineage.
All right, I never asked you anything about any of that. Can you?
I don't. You ain't got to, nigga. You brought it up, so I brought it up with you. What are you talking about? Now, what else you gonna say?
My question. I know you're a tough guy and stuff, but can you answer my question?
Only person who said I was tough was you.
I know.
Period. That's on your mind.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. I said,
yeah, I know.
Can you answer my question?
I know.
So you don't want to answer my question?
What's your question?
I was asking. I said, if you feel that you're an individual, you didn't want to. You wanted to be free and not have to identify with a group. You wanted to feel free. I said, if you're an individual, why do you speak on group accomplishments if you're an individual? Like you speaking on like ADOS.
Let me make myself clear. I'm an individual first, and I take pride in my collective second. That's just the law of nature. We live in a society. No one can. I'm not on some desert island by myself with a motherfucking TP eating fufu in the bushes. Nah. I live in a society, right?
Let me ask you a question, G-Star.
Yo,
can Pan-Africanists take pride in the group accomplishments of Black America too?
You asking me, can they or do they?
Yeah, I do. You know,
yeah, you do.
You had a guy on here other talking about because I'm a Pan-African, I need to give up my U.S. citizenship.
You remember that? You remember that guy who said he was he was I think he said he was training to become Ashanti or something like that. It was the old guy, but yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, I think this was Navigate or something like that.
Oh, no, don't bring up that clown. The problem with Navigate was he was probably treated bad by Black people his whole life in America, right? And he hates you Negroes, you know. Y'all probably clowned him and joked him and whatnot. He went to Ghana, found some love and whatnot. He wants to change his identity, you know. That's understandable. You know, you got people that want to change their sexual orientation, you know, because you got people that want to change their whatever like that, you know. Yeah, you got to see. You got to see there's people like that Navigate. He basically went to Ghana and basically found some peace, whatever like that. And he's done with y'all Negro over here. He said,
more power to him. Sure.
You know, he's one, but the average Black person in America does not want to become, except Dynasty Samir. Dynasty Samir wants to be something that he's not, you know, like that. You know, I'm proud of what I am. You know, you could adopt people's culture. I could adopt some Yoruba stuff. I could adopt some Gola stuff and everything, but I'm always going to be who I am. Can't change who you are. You know, you can't erase your history.
Yes,
so
sir.
I don't know.
Sir.
Now, everybody understands that, right? But just online, a lot of miseducated people who are spreading this nonsense that you got to start hating yourself as a Black African American to be a Pan-African. That's not what we preach. You know, we're strong when you identify with yourself and know who you are. You could be a benefit to Africa and the Black world, right? But if you don't know who you are, you're not going to accomplish anything.
Yeah, I mean, and also too is like, I mean, we're like the leaders right now. You get what I'm saying? And when you look at culturally how we look at things, our overall outlook, you know, on politics, we have the best analysis right now.
Exactly.
So, yeah. If you're gonna, I mean, I have nothing against adopting some things. I practice the African religion, but you know, ultimately, I'm an African American. You know.
You know, and I think Pan-Africanists can embrace, you know, their Black American side. Now, I don't think
whoever said we didn't.
Yeah, that's where I'd be lost with like, I don't know why people are so.
Why do people say that? You listen to the wrong people, man.
Listen. The average Pan-African is it's no different than like to me, you know. Pan-Africanism is no different than like skin bleaching or something like that. Both are attempting to run away from their Blackness. You know, Pan-Africanists, they criticize integrationists a lot, but I view y'all as two sides of the same coin. y'all are hypocrites. Y'all are trying to integrate into a different society, but just because it's a melanated society, you feel you better than like the integrationists who want to integrate into white people. Ethno-nationalists take the stance of neither. Like, we're not going to integrate in no African society. We not finna integrate in no white in America. We Black Americans. We over we our own trap.
Let me say this, Gator, right? Okay, Black people were given a perfect opportunity, right, with the Soul City project. You ever heard of Soul City?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's why we call this the educational show, right? Soul City. I don't know if Bomani wants to play it on the video, right? You know, I can play it on the video. Soul City, right? Floyd McKenzie, right?
No.
African Bomani's like, oh, I don't want to hear no more videos. You know,
I mean, yeah, brother, it's 5 o'clock, man. I'm just waiting
we're gonna wrap up in a minute. Check us out. Soul City was a project, right, of Floyd McKenzie, right? Said that we want to build a prototype community, right, for Black people that are still migrating and settling to the north with no jobs and everything. Build housing, industrial zones, commercial parks, everything. Beautiful thing in eastern part of North Carolina, right, on land that Black people own and whatnot. So it had federal funding for everything like that. Nixon said that's a good idea, and it's sort of if that worked, right, they would have basically built these sort of communities all across America, right? Matter of fact, we would have entered the 80s and the 90s, the 2000s with thriving Black communities right now, you know, with their own industrial zones, trade zones, airports, and everything, you know, called the Soul City Project. The Black people basically, no, we want to integrate. We want a colorblind society, and we don't want no race and everything like that, you know, hypocritical. At the same time, we had a Black Ebony magazine and all stuff like this. And we basically abandoned stuff. Yeah, we told the world that we're interested in surviving. In Soul City, there would have been cultural centers. There would have been everything, you know. They even had Black nationalists on board with it. And, you know, build cultural centers and everything like that to preserve African-American culture and everything like that, you know. And so all these things would have been beautiful, building homes for Black families and everything like this. Schools and hospitals and everything like that. But Black people said they didn't want it. You know, they didn't want it for the most part, you know, and they'd be like, we don't want no, like, I'm tired of living around other Black people. We want to move into white neighborhoods and everything like that, you know? And so therefore now we got nothing. We got the immigrants moving to the same white neighborhoods, and we're mad at them. Why not? Because they didn't have to get sick with the water hose and the dogs and everything. They just come here and enjoy what we say we fought for. We bled for this stuff. Like, okay, they're saying, thank you, Black America. Y'all fought, y'all got your ass kicked, but we come over here to enjoy the fruits that y'all planted and everything like that. And there's nothing you can do about it, you know. And that's what the bitterness is. You want them to bow down to you because, like this. Now, if we were talking that soul, so you could have stayed in America and had your own communities, you know. I'll say no. No, I haven't heard of it. What kind of course you haven't heard of it, you know. The bottom line is this, you know, whether it's Gary, Indiana, wherever we touch turns to shit. You know, we don't maintain our, we let crime and gangs destroy communities, people move out, people lose money. These, you know, Black communities have, they said $300 billion underestimated in home values across America. You know how much wealth that is? That's only because the resale value on Black property is so low. And you know when Black resale property is low, when white people start coming back in and buying up properties in Black neighborhoods, didn't go up. So you're in a vicious cycle. You can't sell a house to another Black person and make a profit off it, because they see it's going to be another rundown community, because we don't want to deal with crime. We don't want to deal with all the stuff like this and everything. But yet we want to sit here and tell the world that we're serious about surviving.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, you understand that African Americans are also Africans too in a Pan-African context?
No, sir. I do not agree with the notion that Black Americans are Africans.
What are
you can say we are of African descent. Now, just because no, sir. Just because I don't. Now, let me make this clear, because y'all niggas like to do straw mans. Just because I'm saying Black Americans are not Africans, no, I'm not saying we're Native Americans. I'm saying Black Americans are Black Americans. We are African descent, but we are not Africans ethnically or culturally. You can make the genetic argument. I don't care about the genetic argument. I care about ethnicity, culture.
No, I wasn't trying to argue about you. I was just saying that you understand in the Pan-Africanist context, we are also considered Africans here. So when you guys are saying, like, just because you're a Pan-Africanist, it doesn't mean that you have to go to Africa. If I help the Black people right here in this country, I'm also helping Africans. You get what I'm saying? So you guys make it like you tie Pan-Africanism to repatriation. Every Pan-Africanist does not have to repatriate.
Exactly.
I think that's where you guys are getting confused. That's why I wasn't saying we're Africans. I know you don't agree with that, but I'm saying you understand in the Pan-African context, we are also Africans. So you don't have to go back, and you can help your own black people right here.
Pan-Africanism without repatriation is I think it's illogical, to say the least.
I mean, let's be realistic. G-Star, do you think 50 million are going to Africa? Do you really think that's going to happen?
Why wouldn't, let me ask you this, why wouldn't a Pan-Africanist want to repatriate?
There's too many of us here, bro. 50 million of us are not going back to Africa. That's not going to happen. We're here, bro. We're going to be here.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that or disagree?
Yeah, but the people, I agree with you, but you know, the kid here in like on the south side of Chicago is still doing a lot better than the kids that are in the, you know, the slums of Monrovia. It's like like, yes, you have a point, like, yes, we need help here, but your priorities would still be misplaced if you did not choose to repatriate. Like, let the people who go stay here who aren't Pan-Africanists help ourselves, you know, like your continent, your mother continent needs you more than we need you here in the United States.
Why you say that? I mean, all my family is here. I got a kid here. I mean, I'm here. My people are here. Now, I could repatriate if I want to, but I'm just saying, I got cousins, I got a big family, I got people counting on me here. Even if I go back to Africa. So I don't know why, just because we are Pan-Africanists, why y'all act like we have to repatriate. And then, like I told you, we can't all repatriate. And even if we help the people here, that still can be Pan-Africanism as long as we're espousing the views. And then you brought up the kid in Philly and the kid in Monrovia. But the idea of Pan-Africanism is that if we're working together, things can improve for both of them without them having to move. We can do business together. We can connect. We can politically orient. We can work together politically to be more powerful as a group.
Yeah,
what's
but
wrong?
like that's the thing. No, there's nothing that the working with Africans, you know, like it wouldn't benefit us more than working with any other country. Like, why should we choose Africa to do trade with versus anywhere else? You know, like why do you think we should have some blind loyalty to Africa?
G-Star, have you ever heard of AGOA?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Let me educate you again for the fifth time tonight. AGOA is the African Growth and Opportunities Act, right? That means if you have a product that you want to manufacture, let's say Carl Kanai comes back online, right? He says, I want to start manufacturing clothes again. He can open up a factory in Monrovia, right? Do all his clothes there, right? And import stuff from Monrovia duty free. That's the African Growth and Opportunities Act. You don't tell me that's a good idea?
When what? I'm not going to answer that question. Here's my point, and you can ask a question around. You can. You don't want to hear my point because you're not controlling the argument. This is what I said. Whether it's a good idea or whether or not it's a good idea, it's not irrelevant. But that's not my point. My point is that, you know, what if we find a better deal somewhere else? Do you think we should turn down a better? If we find a better deal somewhere else, do you think that we should turn it down just to work with the Africans because of some?
Let me ask you a question. Puff Daddy makes Sean John, and he doesn't even distribute it, right? In some sweatshop somewhere in South America, Central America, whatever like that, right? And he doesn't like this. I'm saying that wouldn't we be stronger if two black groups of people on the two continents, right? You telling me that there should not be trade between the largest consumer market, Black America, and the African continent, who could produce stuff for a really good price and everything, creating jobs on the African continent, and we sell it here in America and stuff like that? That wouldn't create jobs and a business relationship and change the whole geo-economic dynamic? You don't think we should do that?
I think we should do that, but I'm just saying we shouldn't limit ourselves to Africa. There's a whole continent, you know, and if we find we're going with the better deal and we going what's in our best interest, period. We're not going with no mutual interest. We going in what's in the best interest for us. And if that's working with Africans, doing trade and business with them, then so be it. Let's make money. If it's with someone else, then that's so be it. Let's make money. But
Then what is your argument?
we're not in the business of mutual benefit. We're in the business of our best benefit, our best interest.
But I'm saying that we're in Pan-Africanism because of our best interest. If what you say is true, what's wrong with Pan-Africanism? I don't. What's the argument against? If you're saying we could go somewhere and do business, we're discussing going to Africa.
The argument against Pan-Africanism has nothing to do with the topic of business. A lot of people are against Pan-Africanism because of ethnic and cultural concerns, not because of business. If you want to ask about ethno-nationalists with concerns about Pan-Africanism, then you would have to move away from the topic of business.
But
are you no sir. So maybe for you, right? Maybe for you. You know, and let's be honest. Let's be honest. Most Pan-Africanists aren't in business. Most Pan-Africanists are consumers. So even for you, it's not about business. You know, most of y'all are consumers. Y'all go over there.
All three of us here own businesses.
Yeah, we're all business owners.
Yeah, man. Well, not the average Pan-Africanist, not the average person waving the RBG flag.
We got Dion that's going on our tour with us one night. He can't wait to get to Liberia, enter into business. You know, what are you talking about? You know, I'm dealing with business Africans.
Listen, caller. That doesn't have anything to do with what me and Mustafa was talking about. You jumping into the conversation, you derailing the conversation.
No, you said
I said the average Pan-Africanist does not own a business. The average Pan-Africanist is not a business owner, and most Pan-Africanists are consumers. The people you and Bomani are dealing with, maybe the people you, Bomani and Mufasa know, maybe y'all are all business owners, and congratulations to y'all. But y'all are the exception. Y'all are not the majority. Y'all are unique cases. Congratulations. You know, and more power to you. And listen, I even support Pan-Africanism in Africa. You know, maybe it works in Africa, but like, you know, yeah, the average Pan-Africanist in America is a bum. Let's be honest. They look homeless. The thing is, they think shaving and getting haircuts is white supremacy. they smell like jellyfish shea butter, but
no, I don't know about that, but I don't think everybody doesn't have to be a business person. You know what I'm saying? Everybody.
I didn't say they have to be, but I agree with you.
But I don't think your Pan-Africanism is null and void if you're not a business owner. I don't agree with that, because these are the same people who could be supporting you. You see what I'm saying? I could film a consumer's wedding. Black people could consume my services and help me out. So I don't think we need to throw people under the bus or anything. Like, it's consumers joining these tours who have regular jobs, and they're going and they're supporting Bomani's business. So being a consumer doesn't make you less of a factor, or it doesn't make you a less effective Pan-Africanist. It's where you spending your time, effort, and energy, and money, right? But to me, from listening to you, if you're saying you're open to us going places and doing business, if it's beneficial to African Americans, right? And you're not limiting Africa, you're saying we shouldn't be limited to Africa, I'm not necessarily stating. I just think I don't see any other place, like all these other countries, for instance, that you may bring up. They have their own diaspora, and they don't accept us. We have countries that you can pull up on the continent.
Listen, Elijah Muhammad worked with 4 different Arab countries. He was getting thousands of pounds of fish from Peru. He was getting non-interest business loans, millions of dollars from Libya, the United Arab Emirates, and Syria. What do you mean? Like, these other people? Like, business. Get out your emotions and realize that, okay, if somebody doesn't like you, if other countries think you the N-word, they still go be willing to do business because everybody likes making money. You ain't gotta like them either.
We do business with them to this very day. There's people who buy clothing. There's people who buying products from China on Alibaba every single day. We do business with other countries right now. So it's not like we don't do business. There's plenty of Black Americans doing that. I'm just saying that I don't see there's no Arab country I know of where you could pull up and get citizenship like you can do in Sierra Leone, right? We have a unique opportunity.
Can I say this? Can I say this? Let me say this. The God King Justice, you are broke faggot, nigga. I got more money in my bank account than you will ever have. Yes, Lord. That little saying, that little ugly ass shit you do. Now shut the fuck up. You're not gonna get in the stage. Go back to Twitter, you fucking bum. All right, I'll land right there.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm just all I'm saying is I don't really understand the purpose that I don't get it. Like I don't like why are you countering Pan-Africanist talk about it? For what reason? That's where I'd be lost. That's why I'd be trying to ask. Like what exactly is y'all issue? I don't get it.
The issue with Pan-Africanism is a fear of ethnocide and replacement. It's a cultural and ethnic issue. It has nothing to do with business. It has nothing to do with business whatsoever.
If you fear that means the culture you have ain't worth preserving. If you feel that your culture is going to be destroyed by Pan-Africanism or not, then that means the culture you're practicing. I mean, I don't feel ethnocide. I'm African American, but I don't feel like Pan is a threat to me.
I disagree with you. I do think our culture is worth preserving. That's exactly why we are ethno-nationalists, and that's exactly why we against that. And listen, that's exactly why we are against Pan-Africanism.
No. But G-Star. This is my thing. For me, I do, and even your boy Umar Johnson said that he feels that they're trying to replace African Americans, and I see the kind of games they're trying to play by kind of playing us against each other, right? Bringing these people in and trying to make it look a certain way and patting them on the head, saying Nigerians are blah 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 blah, all this stuff that's not true. So I see the games that they're playing, and I peep that, and I think we should identify. See, for me, every Pan-Africanist isn't going to agree with me, but it doesn't make me less of a Pan-Africanist. I want to know who people are. If you're a Bajan American, I want to know that. If you're a Haitian American, I want to know that. You know what I'm saying? If you're an immigrant, I want to know. I want all that stuff to be clear and out there, right? Because I want to know where people stand. Because I think it's better for Pan-Africanism if everyone is accountable, right? Because once everyone's accountable, if you don't want to fight racism, or you want to you kiss white people's ass and try to be a good old boy, and you believe in America, you don't believe you have to fight, I don't want you standing on my side. That's how I feel, right? Personally. And I also feel like once we draw those lines and people realize, okay, look, it makes more sense for us to fight, right? Then they'll understand why it makes more sense for us to work in unison. Because to me, I feel like a lot of people like yourself, and there's another guy who was on here last week, I don't really see any goal. Like, you're saying Pan-Africanism, your issues with Pan-Africanism are not about business. But the only reason I'm a Pan-Africanist is business, politics, and political power of us as a race. There's a larger goal at hand. But if you're not really worried about a larger goal, I feel like you guys are just kind of arguing in circles and thinking short-sighted, and there's no real goal. It's like, okay, if not Pan-Africanism,
We definitely have goals.
like what's your goal for ethnicity?
You know the goal. You know the goal. You know why all this ethno-nationalism even sparked up. You know the goal. You know why it was created. You know what people are fighting for. You know why these terms like Freedmen, ADOS, FBA, and all
But
these
I'm
others.
saying beyond reparations. So once you get the reparations, then what?
Beyond reparations, well, reparations is a long-term goal. Let's make that known right now. It isn't some short-term goal. It is the long-term goal right now. But even the further goal away from reparations, the end game would probably be we'll probably have multiple different end games. Some people want to stay in America. Some people will fight for nationhood. Some people will even fight for some sort of autonomy. Maybe we get some, Black American majority states. We take those by force. Mississippi only needs like a couple 100,000 more Black people to flip it into like a 51% Black state. Same thing with Delaware. If a few thousand Black people decide to move to Delaware right now, it'll be a Black majority state. But it's multiple different end games. It's not the same for each segment of us.
Just for you.
How'd that turn out?
For me, it's nationhood. That's the end game for me.
You cannot have a nation
Nationhood.
inside another sovereign state. You cannot do that. What part of that don't you understand? You can't have a nation inside of a nation. It don't work.
Man, Kala, that's scary talk. That's scary talk. You sound like you're scared of the white man.
Have a nation. I told you that the Monroe Doctrine.
Says who? Says who? Says who?
You guys
says who? And what they go do if we make a nation anyway?
What happened the last
Wait,
time?
I want to game this out with Kala. What America says we can't have a nation? What they go do if we make a nation anyway?
About it, right? You know what I'm saying? You will never have a nation.
What they go do about it? What they go do about it?
Well, how you gonna do it?
Don't worry about how we gonna do it. We gonna make it happen. All we need is recognition from other countries and a Declaration of Independence. What are they gonna do about it if we decide to make a nation of our own? What they gonna do about it? And then listen. Once these crackers do what they go do about it, is you gonna be there to help us, or is you gonna tuck your tail? You gonna tuck your tail, go back to Africa? You gonna go back? You gonna go back to Mama Africa? You gonna hide under your mama? You gonna hide under your mama's skirt tails? Yeah, take your scary ass on. Man.
Negro stalling tactic. You know,
you scared, nigga. You know different than them integrationists you talk about. You scary ass nigga. Go hide behind your mama's coattail. Go hide behind Mama Africa.
You're never gonna have
you go hide behind Mama Africa. Go.
You guys are never gonna have anything inside the borders of America, right? Never.
You scared. You scared. Just admit you scared. Just admit you scared. You know, hey, and I say this, you can't run from it. You can't run from it. Listen, if you don't think Afrikstan is gonna take bloodshed, if you don't think it's gonna take 4 times the bloodshed that it took to get Liberia off the ground, what? you can't run from it. You can't run from it.
All you guys do.
Hey, you said there's no easy road to industrialization. There's no easy road to nationhood. You can't run from it, so you might as well do it here in America.
Right.
But right there.
Pull out your American flag. Pull out your American flag. And say, God bless America, and be done. Say you love America, and that's it. Stop this nonsense about you going to have an ethno like that. You know that's Negro stalling tactics. Y'all ain't going nowhere. You know?
All right, man. All right, you the one stalling right now. Mufasa, you got a different question?
No, all I'm saying is the last time somebody tried to get a nation within this nation was the Civil War. And you said, what are they going to do about it? It'll look something like that.
And then what are you gonna do about it, Mufasa?
Remember Waco, Texas?
Also, what happened when Liberia tried to get a nation? You know, did that not take bloodshed either?
Well, the bottom line, Liberia still exists.
But let me get this straight. Here's the point. It doesn't matter if you talk about Afrikstan. It doesn't matter if you're talking about ethno-nationalism. It doesn't matter if you're talking about Liberia. Bloodshed is gonna be required to take a nation. You just think it's easier to kill other black people to get your Afrikstan. You don't want to go against the real enemy. It's better to use your American dollars to go against Baba Tunde to get your Afrikstan.
Check this out. Remember when the Branch Davidians said they declared themselves a sovereign territory in Waco, Texas? Whatever happened to that? They were white people. They bombed them and blew them up. Remember when we had Black Wall Street? They bombed it from the ground, from the air. You know, whatever. Tell me when you start building inside of America, they could just wipe you out anytime. Waco, Texas, was white people. They went in there and wiped them out. Look,
let me say this about Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad was not a Pan-Africanism. Keep Elijah Muhammad name out your mouth before our real life come to Texas. All right, keep Elijah Muhammad name out your mouth. You're not a Muslim. All right, keep his name out your mouth. I got his own words from Muhammad Speaks newspapers that he said Black Americans should not marry foreigners. Muhammad Ali always said, you know, a black woman from Africa and the Caribbean can never love him like his black woman in the United States that went through the same struggle he went through. Elijah was not a full-blown Pan-Africanist. Stop using the aesthetic. Stop using the aesthetic. You're not a part of the aesthetic. And I'm talking to, you know who I'm talking to. But
no, I seen in the comment what I'm saying. He did want land in Africa. I ain't saying he was a Pan-Africanist, but he did want land in Africa. And then
Elijah Muhammad was an original nationalist. I wouldn't say he was. Elijah Muhammad
wasn't against unity, but he definitely said that our problems are to be solved first. You know, it was more so that he wanted Africa to unite with us, not us to unite with Africa.
No, he wanted us to have our own state.
No, even the message to the black man. Go read message to the black man right now. He says that we cannot help Africa because we do not have a nation of our own. It is Africa to help us. I'll find a page number for you. Hang on 1 second.
I mean, nobody's disputing what you're saying. I didn't dispute that. I don't know if Carlos disputed. I'm not disputing that.
My point I'm trying to make is this, right? This idea you guys are running with this, we're gonna build a nation inside of America, man. It's never
not you guys, just me, just G Star, just G Star,
I used to
and
G-Star.
people who
How
rock
old
with
are you?
G Star.
I used to say that. I used to say the same thing. How old are you?
I'm in my early 20s.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You'll grow out of that stuff. I used to say that type of stuff too. Oh, y'all Negroes are scared, and I used to say that same shit, bro. Trust me. You'll grow out of that, and you'll realize the reality. Militaristically, it makes zero sense. You see what I'm saying? It makes no sense.
I agree with you. It doesn't make any sense militarily. However,
no, but see, that's what it takes time. So that's why as you continue, when you if you have some type of goal with your I forget ethno something. No disrespect, but I'm saying if you have some type of goal with that, as you go down and as you keep studying, you're gonna realize like the shit makes no sense. So it's like, okay, we want to start our own nation. That's not gonna happen. So then you have to move on to the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and eventually you'll become a Pan-Africanist because you'll see black people are up against way too much to think they're gonna get out of this separated in little small groups. That's not gonna happen. The power dynamic between us and white people is so ridiculous. If you don't, until you really see how ridiculous it is, you won't understand the need for Pan-Africanism. That's why a lot of these people, like you're still in your early 20s, so I'm not really tripping on you. You'll grow out of it. But a lot of some of these other people, they're just, like he said, doing Negro stalling tactics and just talking shit for no reason because they don't understand the real context because they haven't studied anything. But continue to study and do what you're doing. You'll be over here with us. Trust me.
Yeah, I used to be like that too in my early 20s. Nation was Asian, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff. It sounded good to me. Your nation was not talking points and whatnot, But now as I grew and I studied and whatnot, studied history and everything like that. And I said to myself, if I looked at a country like Japan was a great country because it had an island nation, it had a sovereign nation. Where you have land, you have power, You control the context of your reality. You can build your infrastructure, your military. Also, they have diplomatic things. Everything's done through diplomacy. You have diplomatic relations, treaties with other countries, trade agreements and everything. In America, black men in America has never signed a treaty. Show me one document, official document that we signed in America between the so-called ethno-black America and anybody else. Nothing.
I mean, if we could just control the media, right, and not just the media on TV, but the school, what our kids learn in school. If we just had that, but I realize you need land to do that. You need your own land so you can set the law of the land. Right, because these people, every single thing we do, they interrupt every fucking thing we do here, bro. Like you're not gonna get away from them over here. You can't even get away from them over there. But you got a better chance over there than you do over here. They're in the middle of every damn.
They control what music comes on our radios. They control what we. They control what stars. They elevate people in our community, like Alice Walker, right? People say, when she came out of nowhere? How did she, a novelist, break the color purple, married to a white man, hates black people, hate black men and whatnot, and her movie got so big? White people did that. We don't have no control over who elevates in Black America. They do.
Yeah, they own all the capital and the laws of the land, and it's a tough situation. So I mean, no matter what, whatever solution you're gonna try to go through, it's an uphill battle either way. But like I said, you'll grow out of that shit. Just keep studying, bro. You'll be straight. Have you read any books like How Europe Underdeveloped Africa or any books like that?
No,
with?
sir. Probably The Destruction of Black Civilization. That's probably the only book that's popular in the Pan-Africanist community that y'all probably read, that I've probably also read. However, I'm not big into Africa. I don't
Well,
think
I'm
I
not
ever
talking
will
about
be.
Africa. I'm saying like it's going over. That's a part of our story too, right? You understand? I mean, you agree with that?
I haven't read the book, but maybe I just learned that if it is a part of, if it is mentions Black America, I might check it out. But I do know that that book is popular amongst Pan Africanists, so that's why I brought up The Destruction of Black Civilization
Yeah, I
by that
read
one guy.
that. Chancellor Williams. I read that one too. Yeah, the point. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, because if you guys want reparations for slavery, you have to acknowledge the event that led into slavery as a part of your story too. You can't cut it off before you got here. If that's a part of the Ma'afa is a part of what you're asking for reparations for. But that type of those type of books put everything into context. So I'm not saying you read it so you can become. I'm not converting you into a Pan-Africanist. If you keep studying, that'll happen on its own. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, that should have happened on its own. When I was early 20s, I was gung ho too. I thought I was gonna go and fight and die and shit. And, like, oh, we're gonna get our freedom and all. I used to think all that, but then I realized I was like, damn, we could talk this shit all day. All the white man has to do is use his multi-billion-dollar media machine and he brainwash people to some other shit overnight. It's crazy. It's like I'm like, damn, bro, what are we really up against? Then you're gonna start following the money and really seeing it's like, damn, everywhere you think you got some black media, that shit is white. Everything. They could shut these conversations down. All you gotta do is change the algorithm or some shit. So it's a tough situation.
And people on YouTube, so all this stuff, man. As soon as YouTube give them that warning, they straighten right up and whatnot. I don't want my channel being taken down or whatnot. The white man got you, whatnot. That's why he let you have.
You can't even use certain words and shit.
So we're a nation of our own. So it's late. And Bomani, you want to close out, brother? Is Bomani still up?
Shit, probably not.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, I said you want to wrap it up.
Yes. Let's wrap it up. You guys are pushing too long, so family, appreciate it. I'm gonna close us out with some nice music.
Thanks for everybody for joining us. A good conversation tonight. All right, Mufasa, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt. Peace.
All right, brother. Peace.
All right, take care, brother. All right, family, wake up, and close out.
We have to go and do it,
Trapped by the demons of the beast. They are trying to destroy your mind and spirit, your heart and soul, your divine control. Before they violate your body and destroy your world, they are waging all kind of warfare to distract and confuse your mind. Break them shackles, break them chains, don't let them control your brain. Break them shackles, break them chains, even though them change your name. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, free your mind. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, free your mind. If they control your mind, they can control your thoughts. If they control your thoughts, they can control your actions. destruction. Put yourself defeat yourself, destructive actions.